In the late 90s and early 2000s, real-time strategy was dominated by games like Command & Conquer, Age of Empires, and StarCraft, all original titles from independent startup studios. But by the mid-2000s, something had changed. The big releases were no longer new IPs, but games like Star Wars, Empire at War, Lord of the Rings, Battle for Middle-earth, and Warhammer 40k Dawn of War, all spin-offs of billion-dollar franchises. So what happened? Today, I am here to argue that Warcraft 3 happened, and because it was so overwhelmingly good, the only way to compete became using pre-existing brands like Star Wars and Lord of the Rings. We're going to use the campaign as a framework to look at everything about this game, its story, systems, mechanics, quirks, and design decisions that made it stand out as one of the most impactful strategy games ever released. And there's no requirement to know any Warcraft lore. I will make sure to give a brief overview when anything from a previous game in the series pops up. And yeah, we'll talk about Reforged. Let's begin. The campaign opens with a raven flying towards the throne room of the Kingdom of Lordaeron, where King Tyrannus Menethil is meeting with his advisors. The Orcs have escaped from their internment camps and are amassing, while the Northlands are beset by a plague. As the advisors argue about which is more important, the raven lands, morphing into a man who gives a warning. Humanity is in peril, the world is on the brink of war, and the only salvation is to go west to the continent of Kalimdor. The king, fairly reasonably, has the rambling prophet removed from his court, but only after he issues a warning. If the king isn't willing to deal with this crisis, someone else will be found to do it. The scene then shifts to a small human encampment where Uther the Lightbringer, a legendary hero from Warcraft 2, greets the newly arriving paladin and main character of this campaign, Prince Arthas Menethil. Arthas was deployed to help Uther deal with the orc threat, and immediately the game does a great job at building a rapport between these two.
Father still hopes your patience and experience might rub off on me.
Well, it is a father's right to dream, isn't it?
Arthas reports a nearby orc encampment, and the experienced Uther moves to attack them immediately, leaving the town defense up to the prince. And with that said, we get into playing. There are a lot of things to talk about in Warcraft 3, but for now, I'm going to ignore all of them and gush about how incredibly well made this first mission is. I always look at tutorials to understand exactly how a game is expecting a player to interact with it. Warcraft 3 hits all of the core strategy ideas, but adds an immense focus on exploration. Right as I start following the road, a pair of children just happen to be running around, the first NPC movement we've seen in the game, so it's natural to follow. Doing so leads to some villagers with giant exclamation points over their head. The leftmost guy gives a voice line about joining us, and the woman on the right starts a side quest about gnolls in the forest who've kidnapped little Timmy. So we begin our first side quest. It's important to note that this isn't normal in real-time strategy. In almost every previous game, maps were not lovingly handcrafted aspects of the experience, but utilitarian. The objective would be eliminate enemies or get from point A to point B, and that would be it. You're not intended to explore. But in its earliest moments, Warcraft 3 establishes that, yeah, you have to go to the town of Strahnbrad, but then it very clearly uses the tone of the dialogue to show some pals laughing together, implying that this goal is important but not urgent. With that tension diffused, a simple patrol path pulls you into the side objectives, teaches you how they work, and doesn't need a tutorial voiceover explaining how bonus objectives are good. It's all so natural. After rescuing Timmy and being rewarded an item for Arthas, we continue down the road, and in case the player missed the first queue, another event happens. Some bandits steal this farmer's ledger and asks us to retrieve it. After slaying the bandits and returning the ledger, Arthas is rewarded again, and we head to town. And maybe rushing would have been in Arthas' best interests because it's already under attack. The sacking of Strahnbrad is where the tension of the mission rises. We now have to defeat the raiding orcs, but the game does another clever thing here. The town is not linear, but instead is built out of a few branching paths to explore. There are 3 allied footmen being pinned down by some orcs to the left, and to the north are some enemies and a box that contains a potion reward for clearing the area. The game has taken that initial teaching of exploration being the goal and expanded on it, showing the player that it is important not only during downtime, but during combat too. As we approach the orcish slave master, he carts off his prisoners and we move in to engage. The fight here is very simplistic. The slave master has decent statistics but doesn't do anything special, and after he falls, the remaining residents thank Prince Arthas and he's called off to Uther's camp to take the fight to the orcs. As Arthas meets up with Uther, two of the Paladin's best knights return from the Orcish encampment. It did not go well for them, and Arthas is pissed.
Then let's get in there and destroy the beasts.
Remember, Arthas, we are paladins.
But Uther talks him down, reminds him that paladins are not tools of vengeance, but does allow him to lead the assault against the orcs. Before we can attack, we need to build up a base. Warcraft 3 has a pretty simple resource system. Workers can mine gold and chop trees for lumber. Gold mines can only have a certain number of workers on them, while any number can harvest lumber. Our first objective is to build 2 farms and increase our supply, build a barracks to train units, and then make 6 footmen. The mission is very focused about what it wants to teach the player. In this case, basic production. The enemy orcs do attack, but the mission starts the player with 2 pairs of scout towers that can be upgraded to powerful defensive guard towers, and an AI-controlled Uther, who is immensely powerful, outclassing anything that the orcs can send. It does a great job at making the mission feel alive, but at the same time, you aren't scared of dying as you learn the ropes. Once I have a few footmen, this feeling of safety helps empower me to go explore. I head out, find some gnolls, and the orcs end up counterattacking me right as I leave. But the towers combined with Uther means it's okay. The player isn't punished for going out and doing things. As I continue exploring and find a few murlocs, my 6th footman finishes and we get a cutscene. The orcish leader comes to taunt Uther. Soon demons will rain from the sky once again, and to appease them, the Blade Master starts sacrificing captives from the previous mission. The orcs have to be stopped. At this point, I've explored the north and I have a few footmen, but if I want to fight the Blade Master, I'm gonna need some more firepower. To the right of my base is an armory hosting Farinor Steeltoe, a dwarf who invites us to join the hunt against a drake named Cyranox in exchange for some fiery enchantments. He also gives us some riflemen to help out in the quest. Both footmen and riflemen are very simple. The armored guy with a shield is pretty bulky, and the guy with a gun does a lot of damage at a range. They make a great team, and we easily punch through Cyranox's forces. But uh-oh, a pretty big orc raid hit me while I was away. But it's fine. Uther's AI is actually pretty good, and not only does he slap enemies around, but he'll heal my forces as well. He's a really great addition to the mission. Once we return to the dwarves with the Drake's Heart, we get an orb of fire, allowing Arthas to do a bit of area damage with his attacks, and now it's time to push the Blade Master. The path to him is actually fairly clear and avoids the orc base completely. He doesn't have any allies mucking up the fight and instead acts as a tutorial on heroes. Specifically, how you really need to respect enemy heroes. He uses Mirror Image to create fake copies of himself, Critical Strike to deal massive bursts of damage, and the ultimate Blade Storm that deals ridiculous area damage over a few seconds. The fight is by no means impossible. Being on his own makes things easier, and if your army dies, he won't regenerate very much as you rebuild. But he does a strong job of showing that heroes are a very important aspect to the game and are much more than just powerful units. Once the Blade Master is felled, Uther reassures Prince Arthas that the demon talk is just hokey old religion for orcs, a threat that was defeated long ago. Unfortunately for everyone involved, this game is called Warcraft 3 Reign of Chaos, so it's not exactly hiding from the player the fact that, yeah, demons are gonna be falling from the sky. Meanwhile, in the wizard city of Dalaran, the prophet pleads with Archmage Antonidas. Maybe he will take the humans east to Kalimdor. But the sorcerer is not buying it, and the prophet departs before Jaina Proudmoore reveals herself to have been eavesdropping. The wizards then discuss the Northland Plague and how it may not be naturally caused, but instead magical in origin. Antonidas sends Jaina to investigate. He's arranged for Arthas to escort her, and as soon as the two get talking, it becomes pretty clear that the two, know each other.
Looks like you haven't lost your touch. It's good to see you again, Jaina.
You too, Arthas. It's been a while since a prince escorted me anywhere.
The initial goal in the mission is to find the source of the plague, but the bridge is out, so we have to take an excursion through the wetlands. This is another no-build mission, where we work with what we have instead of building more stuff, so let's take the time to talk about these heroes. The hero system is the core of Warcraft 3 units. While previous RTS had many elite named units, the game takes this idea and builds its identity around it. Heroes start at level 1 and gain experience for slaying foes. They level up and they can hold up to 6 items. Each hero has 3 main abilities, as well as an ultimate that can be learned at level 6. To say that this is a popular system would be a bit of an understatement, given that it spawned the entire MOBA genre. In Warcraft 3, each faction has 4 heroes, and we're going to be able to play with almost all of them throughout the campaigns, but for now we have Arthas as the Paladin and Jaina as the Archmage. The Paladin is a melee healer and buffer. Holy Light can keep my forces alive or damage undead, while Devotion Aura gives a passive armor bonus to all my nearby allies. Jaina, on the other hand, is an Archmage, a ranged summoner and spellcaster who can conjure water elementals with a timed duration, as well as having a passive aura that increases the team's mana regeneration rate. Whenever a hero levels up, they can either select a new ability or increase the ranks in their current ones, making them stronger. These two heroes work very well together. Arthas can heal the bulky footmen in the front line, while Jaina's water elementals deal damage from behind. The mana regeneration that she provides to the whole team lets Arthas heal even more. As we reach the halfway point in the mission, the enemies stop being murlocs and bandits and are replaced by the undead. After clearing through a couple waves of skeletons, the heroes find a granary, surrounded by corrupted ground. Arthas questions if the grain that is shipped all across the country may be the source of this plague. As the heroes fight through more undead, they happen upon 2 healing priests that help them, as well as a mortar team which does long-range siege damage. With their aid, the squad blasts through the remaining skeletons and happens upon a group of cultists and undead guarding a grain warehouse. The cultists managed to escape, but when Jaina reached level 4, I taught her the powerful Blizzard ability. This spell deals damage to both friends and foes in a large area, quickly helping me dispatch these undead and destroying the warehouse. Now that Arthas and Jaina know the grain is the cause of the plague and the necromancer at the warehouse is behind it, they give chase. As the pair arrive at the outskirts of Anderhall, they encounter a group of cultists haunting a gold mine. After driving them away, they establish a base and prepare to move against those cultists in the city. Instead of having buildings finished, this mission starts us out with a base under construction. That's something that's not seen much nowadays, and used to be more common in older RTS. That lets me showcase one of the human special abilities. Peasants can join up together to build structures more quickly, at the cost of more resources. Each faction produces differently in Warcraft 3, and each worker has a special ability. The peasant's ability is fantastic for popping up bases quickly if you have the cash to spare. So to get some more gold, there's a bandit camp nearby. All third-party enemies on the map are called creeps. We'll talk more in depth about creeps later, but in addition to giving heroes experience and dropping items, creeps also drop a bit of gold when defeated. This helps incentivize creeping, as early on, 40 to 50 gold is pretty decent, but it's not that helpful later. This mission is the first real macro mission, where the focus is on big army production. To the left is an undead base that sends attack waves fairly frequently, and to the north and east are areas to explore, with many creeps, a goblin shop where items can be bought, and another gold mine. I use the peasants' power building to quickly take my expansion base and start building up. It's worth noting that the faction that we're playing is called the Humans in-game, but it really isn't. It should be called the Alliance. This faction hosts a variety of human, dwarf, gnome, and high elven units. I now have the ability to produce the units that I rescued in the last mission, the Elven Priest and the Dwarven Mortar team. Priests are flimsy. They do little damage, but they have a low-cost heal ability. And the Mortar team is a long-range siege unit. The Mortars deal high damage to anything around the impact zone, including my own units, so unlocking them at the same time as a healer is a really nice touch. Once I've thoroughly explored the northeast and built up a sizable army, it's time for the first base assault in the game. Warcraft buildings are really bulky. They have a ton of hit points as well as fortified armor that massively reduces damage taken by most weapons. As a result, base assaults often end up as army fights first and then building cleanup later. My footmen make a front line with the Defend ability, which reduces ranged damage taken at the expense of speed, while my riflemen, priests, and mortars blast from behind, and it goes quite well. The base is cleaned up, and my losses aren't too bad. Moving into the city of Anderhall, we meet the Necromancer once again. He introduces himself as Kel'Thuzad, leader of the Cult of the Damned, and responsible for this plague. He serves the Dreadlord Mal'Ganis, who commands the undead Scourge in their crusade against the living. Kel'Thuzad tells the prince that if he wants to know more, he should head to the city of Stratholme, and then he departs. And then Arthas does the literally most rational thing I've ever seen a protagonist do in this situation. He just walks over and kills Kel'Thuzad. He doesn't let him leave, why would he? Boy just brings his army over, annihilates the Necromancer's guards, and executes him on the spot. It's honestly refreshing to see a protagonist who doesn't let a mass murderer just walk away. Well done. Arthas and Jaina decide to follow Kel'Thuzad's advice and head towards Stratholme. As they pass through the town of Hearthglen, they encounter a local militia preparing for battle. The undead have been sighted and are attacking nearby villages. Arthas decides to stay to protect the village, and Jaina leaves to tell Uther about what's happening. As the Archmage departs, Arthas spots a pile of empty grain crates, and everything finally snaps together. The plague wasn't engineered to simply wipe out the humans, but also raise them as undead. As civilians start being turned, the forces of Hearthglen dig in to defend themselves until Uther can arrive. Warcraft 3 doesn't have a lot of defense missions, but when it does, they are absolutely excellent. Before things heat up, I take Arthas to the middle of the map and take out these Murlocs. Breaking the cage over here lets you say hi to Mark, who gives Arthas some boots of speed. There's also a little event in the bottom right where more civilians will grab their gear and help the fight. These little things are part of what make Warcraft 3 so charming. Seeking out all the little events is an absolute treat, and every mission has a ton of them. Which unfortunately means I just can't cover them all. This video would be another 2 hours long if I tried, and it would wreck the pacing. For example, in the last mission after meeting Kel'Thuzad, there's Timmy in a cage. Except this time, he's not looking too good. There are so many of these little events, I'm just not able to cover all of them. I'm gonna try to make sure to talk about the most important ones, but I'm gonna have to skip some, sorry. While we were talking about Timmy, the undead have been getting aggressive. There's a green and purple enemy base on the map, and they alternate attacking. To help fend them off, we have a new unit, the Sorceress. This spellcaster can use slow to reduce enemy attack and movement speeds. The Sorceress and the Priest both do something that we'll see a lot in this game, and that I really enjoy: autocasting. One of the main complaints about older RTS is that spellcasting was clunky. You had to click on individual units and target spells one by one. It was way too much work when you had an entire army to manage. When designing Warcraft 3, Blizzard heard this complaint and made the large majority of spellcasters' abilities autocastable. The Priest's heal and Sorceress's slow will use an algorithm to pick a valid nearby target and cast whenever they can. This allows the player to focus on microing their hero instead of fiddling with individual units. It's a fantastic addition, and the human faction would be absolutely unplayable without it. But because we do have it, the faction is very unique in the way that it fights. In general, human units don't deal a lot of damage very quickly, and they struggle in straight up fights against other factions. To combat this, instead of buffing their units, the Sorceress slows down enemy attack speeds while the Priests are constantly healing, making the enemies the ones who can't get their damage through. This lets a slow-firing rifleman and mortar teams have more time to do the damage they need. With the autocasting units and slower pacing, the player can focus more on targeting down specific enemies or using their hero's abilities to get clutch heals. It's a neat faction design that makes good use of every unit, and we need that level of cohesion because this mission shows off the power of the Scourge. And by that I mean it gets really hard. After about 10 minutes on the far side of the map, an undead army arrives at a village, spreading the plague and turning all the citizens into zombies, which then attack us. There are a series of villages around the map, and we need to stop the caravan before it can infect them all. The enemies on this mission attack pretty aggressively, and because Jaina is gone, we only have one hero. This means to intercept the bonus objective, we need to move out across the map with a large force, but also leave proper defenses at home. We do have towers, but the enemy sends a large number of meat wagon siege weapons with their attacks, so you can't rely on them alone. All of this would be fine, but the mission has a bit of what I believe is an unintended oversight. There's a little outpost right here, what is supposed to be a small speed bump on the path towards the caravan. But because it's owned by the purple player, and is very close to the purple player's base, if you attack it, the purple player thinks that you're attacking their main base, grabs all of their units, and comes to try to kill you. There are a lot of high-tech units here, and the fight takes forever because the human units fight slow. So if you're like me, then green decides to attack you at the same time. I'm like 99% sure that this major army is not supposed to be pulled. It was an accident in level design, but wow does it make life hard. The only reason I survive at all is because during the fighting, Arthas reached level 6, allowing me to pick the Paladin's ultimate ability, Resurrection. This spell allows me to bring 6 nearby friendly units back to life. I barely managed to hold on both fronts, and Arthas is looking worse for wear, but I have to continue to the caravan as I rebuild back at home. Fortunately, earlier, I took a level in Arthas's last ability. Paladins have a powerful heal, but they can't use it on themselves. Instead, they can take levels in Divine Shield, which lets them become immune to damage for a pretty long duration. The caravan falls, the villages are saved, and Arthas has to make a decision, because this objective dropped an item. I mentioned earlier that heroes can carry up to 6 items. Before this point, I was really just grabbing everything I could and splitting it between Jaina and Arthas, but now with only a single hero, I have to get picky. Items are very powerful, allowing you to build heroes in a multitude of different ways. For example, Arthas could be built as a heal bot, focusing on mana items and potions, or he could be built as a damage sponge, increasing his health and armor so that ranged armies can sit behind him while he takes the shots. I'm at the point where I have a lot of items, and I need to pick my focus. I opt to build Arthas with a bit of mana increasing items as well as damaging items, leaving him squishier than he could be, but because I have Boots of Speed, I figure I can always bravely run away. With the bonus objective done, the mission finally cools off for a bit, until I get a warning that my gold mine is running low. And then it collapses, and now I have no income with 3 minutes left. It doesn't actually have to be this way. The game lets you pick your poison. There is a gold mine in the top right that I could have taken, but defending it is hard and out of the way. So you get to decide if you're going to spread yourself thin or if you have no money for the final fight. I really love this. It gives such good dramatic tension to the climax. And the undead don't disappoint. Their final waves are absolutely colossal. They pull everything they have to crush my defenses. The fighting is tense. But after 30 minutes, Uther and his knights arrive to save the day. This mission can be quite difficult, and it is a little bit buggy. But overall, it does a wonderful job at forcing the player to respect the undead. It shows why this isn't a threat that can be taken lightly. As the dust settles, Uther laments the difficulty of fighting the undead. Whenever a human soldier falls, it's a new weapon for the Scourge. And Arthas agrees. The only way that they win this is if they go to Stratholme and strike down Mal'Ganis himself. As Arthas marches towards Stratholme, he meets the Prophet. This land is already lost. If he wishes to truly save his people, he must take them west across the sea. The Crown Prince is offended by this suggestion. As the Prophet leaves, Jaina reveals that she has once again been eavesdropping. She senses great power coming from this mysterious man. Maybe he knows what he's talking about. But Arthas is undeterred. He will not abandon his homeland. The next morning, the Alliance's forces have rallied on the outskirts of Stratholme, and Arthas explains the nature of the plague. The citizens of this city have already been infected, and it's only a matter of time before they're turned into the undead.
This entire city must be purged.
How can you even consider that? There's got to be some other way.
Damn it, Uther. As your future king, I order you to purge this city.
You are not my king yet, boy. Nor would I obey that command even if you were.
Then I must consider this an act of treason.
Treason? Have you lost your mind, Arthas?
Have I? Lord Uther, by my right of succession and the sovereignty of my crown, I hereby relieve you of your command and suspend your paladins from service.
Arthas, you can't
It's done! Those of you who have the will to save this land, follow me. The rest of you, get out of my sight.
You've just crossed a terrible threshold, Arthas.
Jaina?
I'm sorry, Arthas. I can't watch you do this.
Abandoned by his comrades, the prince begins the culling of Stratholme. As Arthas enters the city, Mal'Ganis appears. He begins turning the inhabitants into zombies and teleporting them away. But the objective here is not to defeat the Dreadlord. That wouldn't save the city. The objective of Stratholme is to kill 100 of the town's citizens before Mal'Ganis can turn 100 into zombies. We must burn down the buildings, kill the non-hostile civilians, and repeat. Stratholme is not a fun mission. There are no bonus quests, no loot to find. The city design is boring, with rows upon rows of houses and nothing else. And there is only a single triggered event in the entire city.
Father, forgive me for what I must do.
Mal'Ganis roams around, but is never a real threat, and his undead attacks are minimal. The only thing to do is burn the houses, kill the civilians, and repeat. It's tedious monotony. It's an act that is so unchallenging that it incentivizes turning the slaughter of an entire city into a process of mindless efficiency. Stratholme takes everything that so far has made Warcraft 3 special and interesting and deliberately cast it aside. This isn't an adventure, and we don't get to treat it like one. And that is why it is beautiful. The previous 5 missions have built a level of expectation and understanding with the player. A set of unsaid truths on each mission, that the world is jam-packed with tiny events and happenings, that even when we're fighting the undead, the game is fun. And here, it abandons those notions, just as Jaina and Uther have abandoned Arthas. Stratholme works not because the mission is fun, but because it was designed with pure utilitarian efficiency. It is a reflection of Arthas himself. The Culling of Stratholme will come to be one of the most iconic and important pieces of Warcraft history, and that leads to an unfortunate character that I must now introduce. Warcraft 3 Reforged. Released in 2020, Warcraft 3 Reforged was a promised complete reimagining of Warcraft 3. A new engine, new models, the campaign completely rebuilt from scratch with voice acting redone. A completely different product. What we got was a low-effort reskin that was contracted out to another company, and 4 missions that were changed. And unfortunately, the team working on Reforged seems to completely miss the point. The Reforged version of Stratholme is not actually a bad mission. It takes the tired, repetitive gameplay of the original. It adds stronger enemy attacks. It makes the city smaller so encounters with Mal'Ganis are inevitable. It adds a shop to buy stuff, some orcs chilling in a camp over here, random boss fights inside the houses that drop really good loot. It's significantly more active and engaging as an experience, and it feels more like a normal Warcraft mission, which is exactly the problem. Stratholme fundamentally is not any other Warcraft mission. It is the catalyst of a storyline that is going to span the next 50 missions, and that fact has been completely lost in the development of Reforged. Were any other mission improved in this way, I would have said it was a success. It's a more fun mission, but from a thematic perspective, it is a colossal disappointment and perfectly showcases the lack of foresight and planning that we will be seeing time and time again whenever Reforged shows up. Once 100 citizens have been slaughtered and Stratholme has been saved, Arthas confronts Mal'Ganis. The Dreadlord tells the prince that they will meet again on the Arctic continent of Northrend. That is where Arthas' destiny will unfold. Days later, Jaina and Uther stand amongst the ruins of the former city, disgusted with the slaughter. The paladin leaves to tell King Tyrannus that his son has headed towards Northrend, and Jaina is approached by a familiar raven. Returning to the good version of the game, 1 month has passed and Arthas' forces have made landfall on the icy shores of Northrend. Despite the frigid climate, Arthas is unperturbed. His mind is consumed by the desire to defeat Mal'Ganis. The prince, as well as a few of his soldiers, set out to explore and find a new base camp. The beginning of this mission is comprised of exploring through some valleys, facing off against wolf and ice troll creeps. Eventually, the scouting party finds a gold mine and sets up camp, but they're ambushed by dwarves? After the dwarves figure out that these corpses are still living, their leader Myrddin Bronzebeard is ecstatic to see that the rescue party has finally arrived for him and his men. Arthas has no idea that anybody was missing. But the dwarves are allies and fighting against the undead, so might as well work together. So we gain control of this mostly burning outpost and are directed to the top right of the map where a larger dwarven base lies. If we can breach the undead defenses and unify, then we can assault the main undead stronghold together. We also have a new unit, the Gnomish Flying Machine, a very expensive scout with an enormous vision range and a decent anti-air attack. The flying machine kinda sucks. When the Frozen Throne expansion came out, the unit was completely overhauled into the gyrocopter, which is far cheaper and actually pretty decent. But this version is way too expensive to be worth anything. I do try to use mine by perching it on a ledge to scout for incoming enemy attacks, but I put it in somewhere dumb and they just walk right around my vision and I get caught off guard anyway. So the unit might not be great, but there's also definitely some user error. Once I get to creeping, I find that Northrend's beasts are quite strong in comparison to what we were fighting before. This Wendigo has an area stun, hits really hard, and even reincarnates once after being slain. One thing that's very apparent as I play through this is that a nice variety of creeps really does help break the monotony of facing the same enemy faction over and over. A lot of RTS struggle at getting the balance between fielding a variety of enemies and also keeping the plot focused, which often means fighting the same faction over and over again. A nice mix of creeps doesn't solve this problem, but it does help mix things up while we continue our campaign against the undead. More creeps also means more item drops, which is great because I once again have a second hero who needs some loot. As I build up an army and push to link up with my dwarven friends, let's talk a little bit about heroes and statistics. First off, Muradin. The Mountain King is a phenomenally powerful hero. Stormbolt is a ranged stun that also happens to do a ton of damage. Thunderclap deals big area damage as well as slowing, and Bash gives the Mountain King a chance to stun every time he attacks. In addition, he's very bulky. So how the heck do you balance that? Warcraft heroes have 3 main stats: Strength, Agility, and Intelligence. Strength increases hit points and hit point regeneration. Agility increases armor and attack speed, and Intellect increases mana and mana regeneration. For every hero, one of these 3 is assigned as their primary stat, which means when they get a bonus to it, they also get damage. For example, both Muradin and Arthas have Strength as their primary stat, so they get damage from Strength. Jaina, on the other hand, is an Intellect hero, so she gains damage from Intellect. Each time a hero levels up, they get more stats, and it's weighted towards their primary stat, which is how the heroes are balanced. Muradin is a monster with a variety of powerful spells at his disposal, but he doesn't have a lot of intellect, limiting how many spells he can sling. If you want him chucking Stormbolts all day, you need to give him a variety of items that increases intellect, mana regeneration, and supply him with consumable mana potions to drink. It's not a small investment. Though if I hadn't made it very clear, I do think the Mountain King is incredible, so I do just that, and in the final fight, Muradin absolutely bullies this lich. The final undead base is quite large, but the rescued units from the top right mean that the dwarf force is more than ready to crush through. Once the undead are pushed back, Muradin and Arthas can finally chat. The dwarven expedition has been searching for a waygate that supposedly leads to a rune blade named Frostmourne. But as they get closer, more and more undead have appeared to stop them. As the human forces build up their base camp, an emissary from the capital arrives while Arthas is away. Uther has convinced the king to end this expedition. Everyone is to return home. The path to their ships is blocked by the undead, so they start cutting through the trees to reach them. When Arthas returns and learns of Uther's sabotage, he flies into a rage.
Uther had my troops recalled. Damn it! If my warriors abandon me, I'll never defeat Mal'Ganis. The ships must be burned before the men reach the shore.
Isn't that a bit much, lad?
Burned down to their frames. No one goes home until our job here is done.
The prince decides to take a small squad and starts heading west through the undead. If he's to burn the ships, his men cannot be involved, so instead we look for some mercenaries. Mercenary taverns are a core component of Warcraft 3 and one of my absolute favorite mechanics. The tavern is a neutral shop where units can be purchased. These units come from a diverse selection of creeps, such as ogres and trolls. And later on, weird stuff like spiders, revenants, or even dragons. These mercenaries don't get upgrades, so they're generally weaker than faction units, but they can fill vital roles that your army is missing. It's also really fun to just have a bunch of ogres running around Oonga Boongang people. For this mission, we build an army entirely out of mercenaries, and it's just awesome. The game intentionally gives you more options than supply or money, so everybody has their own customized experience. I go for the smashy ogres in the front and the troll healers in the back, and it works out great. After breaching through the undead line, we reach the first ship and send it to the bottom of the sea. Hilariously, it's actually possible to softlock yourself in this mission if you lose all of your ranged units. In Reforged, this gets changed by allowing Muradin to throw stormbolts at the ships, but here I have to be careful. Once the first ship is down, the mission changes to a fight against a lot of creeps, which once again are pretty nasty. These big old spiders do a lot of damage, and these dragons fly and slow me down. If I had opted for the Troll Trapper mercenaries, I could have used their nets to bring the dragons to the ground and make them easier targets, which I would have done, but I haven't lost a unit yet so far, so I don't have the open supply. After the dragons is a little semi-puzzle, a canyon filled with undead spirit towers. At the goblin shop is an amulet of recall that teleports units to the hero using it, so Arthas can run through the Death Valley with Divine Shield activated and then recall everybody safely across. I tried to buy 2 amulets to see if I could bring one to the next mission, but it gets taken away from my inventory after the mission ends, which is super lame. Overall, this mission isn't complex or hard, but it really is enjoyable. Being able to make your own mercenary faction is a unique experience. The timer means you can't sit around and regenerate all of your mana after every fight, but it's also not punishingly strict. I honestly think this is one of my favorite no-build missions in RTS, and it's really cool to just think how much this mission would be completely different if the mercenaries were swapped out for different ones. How different would the fights play out if I was running around with murlocs, gnolls, and bandits? Actually, hold that thought for a few hours, we'll come back to it. As the final ship is destroyed, the Alliance breaks through the forest, finding their only way home sinking below the waves. Arthas blames the mercenaries, and his forces mercilessly slaughter them for trapping them in this icy abyss. There is now no way home. They can only move forward. If Mal'Ganis is not defeated, then Northrend will be their end. The next day, Arthas faces Myrddin's anger for his betrayal, but the prince dismisses him. Myrddin wouldn't understand the horrors that the undead have inflicted on his kingdom. Mal'Ganis then makes his appearance, taunting Arthas, saying that the Dark Lord foresaw their arrival. The Alliance is surrounded by undead, but Arthas has a proposal. Find Frostmourne, the rune blade that the dwarves initially came here to seek, and use its power to slay Mal'Ganis and end the undead menace. The heroes take a squad through the Waygate, and the undead launch their assault. This is the final mission of the human campaign, and it is suitably climactic. We have to fend off fierce undead attacks from 3 sides, while also guiding Arthas and his team through the cavern beyond the Waygate. Managing multiple fronts at once is a challenge that older RTS often posed. It was common to have missions where you have 2 different bases across the map from each other, but this proved too hard for most players. It's pretty common for one base to get attacked, and then you accidentally send the other base's forces to help defend. Once the fighting is over, you realize that everybody charged right into the enemy base and is now dead. This is all hypothetical though, it's never happened to me. The mission Frostmourne wants to capture the idea of controlling multiple fronts at once, but does so in a clever way. The main base starts off very well developed, with at least 1 copy of every structure we need, plus towers and a large starting army. The focus doesn't have to be on building up early, just defending. Meanwhile, the squad of heroes doesn't have a base at all, and instead must make their way through a series of increasingly strong creeps. They follow a path that winds up the left side of the map, and this is where things get clever. If your main base is attacked and you accidentally command Arthas' forces to help defend, due to the way that the map is designed, they run back to their starting point and sit there. You lose time because you ran to the start, but they naturally place themselves somewhere safe, a really subtle and brilliant way to stop the player from accidentally diving this squad to their death. Which once again is something I have never done, I promise. Because of this safety net, the devs decided there was no reason to let the undead pull their punches here. They have every unit available, hit from multiple angles, and do so frequently. On top of that, the main army not having any heroes to help out means that these fights have to be taken seriously. After each enemy wave, I move the strike force further in, eventually meeting the Guardian, a revenant warning us to turn back. After it's defeated, in its dying breath, it pleads with Arthas. The Guardian isn't trying to protect the sword, but instead to protect Arthas from it. The prince continues on. Upon reaching Frostmourne's chamber, Myrddin reads the inscription.
It says, "Whomsoever takes up this blade shall wield power eternal. Just as the blade rends flesh, so must power scar the spirit." Oh, I should have known. The blade is cursed. Let's get the hell out of here.
I would gladly bear any curse to save my homeland.
Oh, leave it be, Arthas. Forget this business and lead your men home.
Damn the men! Nothing shall prevent me from having my revenge, old friend. Not even you. Now, I call out to the spirits of this place. I will give anything or pay any price if only you will help me save my people.
Arthas emerges from the Waygate, Frostmourne in hand, and finally is able to save the people of Lordaeron. Destroying Mal'Ganis' base will be no easy feat, but we have a couple new tools to help out. The Griffin Rider follows the trend of hard-hitting and slow-attacking warriors, but this time it flies. The Stormhammer upgrade makes their attacks damage in a line, and they're quite quick, allowing them to stay out of trouble. Priests now have the Inner Fire ability, buffing allies with bonus attack and armor. And the Siege Engine is a building killer that's so durable that it takes enemy siege units to fight it. Arthas is now also turbo buffed, dealing a special type of damage called Chaos that can punch through all targets equally well. I take my army, which is comprised of a little bit of everything, and strike the Dreadlord's base. Then the other undead player counterattacks me and I go into panic mode. Please ignore this and pretend that I'm heroic and cool at the climax of the campaign. Eventually, I do manage to push through the Scourge defenses, razing his buildings and ending the mission. As Arthas confronts Mal'Ganis, the Dreadlord speaks. He notes that Arthas took possession of Frostmourne, just as the Master predicted. The voice he hears from the sword is the Dark Lord of the Scourge, whispering to the prince, telling him that his time for vengeance has come.
What? He can't possibly...
It is finished.
With Mal'Ganis slain, Arthas wanders into the frozen wastes. Consumed by Frostmourne's power, the prince is stripped of his sanity, driven mad by rage. A rage stemming from the fact that he was the only one who saw the threat of the plague for what it was. A rage that made him act with ruthless determination, even if it meant sacrificing everything. His men, his relationships, and even his own soul were all expendable in the quest to stop the Scourge. But this blind fury led him straight into the clutches of what he fought so hard to destroy. There was no correct answer at Stratholme. There was no correct answer when being forced to recall his army and let Mal'Ganis go. And as he was forced to make these decisions in the heat of the moment, when Arthas needed the support of Uther and Jaina the most, they abandoned him. Arthas was fundamentally a flawed character, and those flaws are what make him human. They make us wonder what we would do in his shoes, how we would cope with such hopeless situations. When does saving your people stop justifying your actions? The fact that people debate these questions to this day, over 20 years later, shows how well written Arthas' storyline was. After losing himself to the power of Frostmourne, Arthas makes his way home. Warcraft 3's cinematics are beautiful. They still hold up to this day. I get chills as I watch the petals fall, the people's joyous celebration of their crown prince's victory, as he triumphantly marches into the king's chambers and takes what is his.
What is this? What are you doing, my son?
Succeeding you, father.
The story of Arthas is many things, timeless, tragic, and nuanced. But one thing it is not is finished. The Scourge ravages the human lands uncontested. The kingdom of Lordaeron is reduced to ruin, and the Lich King's first Death Knight, Arthas Menethil, is summoned to an unknown location. A Dreadlord, who Arthas mistakes as Mal'Ganis, stands before him, but this is not the fallen Nathrezim. This is Tichondrius, and he has come to congratulate Arthas. The Death Knight has passed his first test by delivering this land to the Scourge. Arthas admits that he no longer feels remorse, shame, or pity for what he's done. Frostmourne's grip over his heart is absolute, but there's business to attend to. After the necromancer Kel'Thuzad was killed, the Cult of the Damned was scattered, hiding amongst the populace. They must be rallied once again. For the second campaign in a row, we start with a nice and slow no-build mission with no time constraints or pressures. We have to explore this town and find all 24 hidden acolytes. Arthas is now a Death Knight, the antithesis of the Paladin. Where Holy Light healed the living and damaged undead, Deathcoil does the opposite. And where Divine Shield protected the Paladin, Death Pact slays a friendly unit to steal its life for the Death Knight. The basic undead unit is the Ghoul, a light and fast skirmisher who's cheap but not durable. Instead of fighting straight up, we're encouraged to take a stealthier approach when finding the Red Cult members. Citizens will flee when they see the undead, but the quick Ghoul and now mounted Arthas plus his ranged Deathcoil make quick work of them. But if they do reach the guards, we are overpowered and we have to run. We're given a Shade, an invisible unit with no abilities, to spot the enemies. This whole mission is a very interesting attempt at a stealth mission. Arthas and his ghouls fundamentally don't have any stealthy powers, but we also can't fight straight up, instead using vision and wide patrol paths to make it work. Once we reach this graveyard, Arthas calls upon the dead to aid him, giving us some skeletons and another ghoul, and now it's no longer a stealth mission. From now on, we're raiding. In theory, the entire mission could be played while stealth, but Arthas is fast, durable, and can grab his Acolyte buddies easily. It's a fairly quick and easy mission, and as Arthas finds the final cult member, he returns to Tichondrius. The Cult of the Damned is mostly assembled, but now they need their leader. Kel'Thuzad is too powerful a being to be raised normally. Instead, his remains must be brought somewhere with powerful ley energies. But first, we need to reclaim those remains. The first part of the mission is a no-build segment. Arthas uses his meat wagon siege units to defeat towers from out of range, and then defends against footmen and eventually a paladin named Gavinrad the Dire. We're gonna fight a couple paladins in this mission, and one thing I really like is how they speak their honest feelings about Arthas. Not just as a traitor to his people, but how they just didn't like him as a paladin. Gavinrad calls him spoiled. It just feels a bit more personal than yelling about the kingdom being burned or whatever, which I like. After we get Gavin rid of Gavinrad, we reach Kel'Thuzad's mausoleum and collect his remains. The necromancer then appears to Arthas in the form of a spirit, gloating that his death meant little. Tichondrius inspects the remains. The closest font of energy is in the elven lands of Quel'Thalas, and these will not survive without a proper container. The paladins are keeping a magical urn. All Arthas has to do is kill them and take it. But to defeat the Knights of the Silver Hand, he's gonna need an army, so it's time to learn how to build as the undead. Each faction's production, known as macro, is very different. The humans are the introductory faction, and they stick pretty closely to typical RTS production, while the undead do things a little bit weird. Instead of building a town hall, they construct structures right on top of their gold mine. 5 acolytes can then be put on that structure to harvest without taking trips back. The necropolis is the town hall equivalent, but it mostly exists to build more acolyte workers and spread blight, which is the corrupt ground that provides undead with both HP regeneration and is required to place all other buildings. Undead supply structures are also different. Building structures to increase your maximum supply available kinda sucks. It's not very fun. So to make it a bit more palatable, every faction has their own unique spin on the mechanic. The Ziggurat can be upgraded into a spirit tower. These towers are really, really strong and are super cheap. I like them a lot and will be using them frequently to keep myself safe. By the way, the human twist is that their farm is really cheap but also doesn't provide very much supply, so you have to build them all the time and it's really obnoxious. Everybody else got a cool bonus, I don't know why humans got the short end of the stick. Undead are also the only faction whose workers don't harvest lumber. Instead, the ghoul does it. Having cheap combat units harvest resources can be really great. It gives your army something to do as you build up. Once my base is looking good, I don't want to fight the paladins just yet. Instead, it's adventuring time. The bottom right side of the map has a bunch of these rock golem guys, including a sneak attack giant death golem who I'm pretty sure is the single strongest enemy we fought so far in this game, including Mal'Ganis. Why is this guy here and so strong? I don't know, but at least he drops the Pendant of Energy, which gives Arthas more maximum mana. This campaign is really stingy with loot early on, so you gotta take what you can get. On the left is a cool little thing where Tichondrius eats people's souls, which is good because I wouldn't want him getting hangry on the trip to Quel'Thalas. There's also the secret society of Yetis. Let's go kill the paladins. There are 3 paladins in this town. None of them are that bad to fight, but they do make good use of their kits to heal allies and spend an annoying amount of time invulnerable. Balador calls in the militia to fight, which I just realized is a mechanic I completely forgot to talk about in the human campaign, so I'm gonna do it now. You can click a button at the town hall as a human, and your peasants become bad footmen for a bit. It's a decent early game tool and is way better than your workers dying without them being a bad footman. Anyway, the militia are dead and so is Balador. Sage Truthbearer is more of the same. The Scourge crushes through his camp effortlessly. And then we get to the final paladin. Uther himself holds the urn, and the urn holds the king's ashes. Arthas scoffs and sends his forces in. Uther puts up a good fight. He is a max level paladin, he heals his allies, he blasts the undead, but in the end he is felled. The urn is taken and Arthas continues on. With their objective complete, Kel'Thuzad, Arthas, and Tichondrius then meet. But Tichondrius can't see the ghost Kel'Thuzad, and Kel'Thuzad tells Arthas not to trust this dreadlord. They are not followers of the Lich King, but his jailers, and he'll explain more once he's been revived. A few minutes later, Tichondrius returns to the Twisting Nether to discuss plans with his fellow dreadlords. Arthas is performing his duties well, to the point of being concerning. They wonder if Ner'zhul is planning something. Which is where I have to stop for a moment and explain some things. Here's a 20-second summary of the plot of Warcraft 2. Don't worry if you missed some of this, we'll come back to it whenever it's relevant. The orcs were made super strong because they made a deal with demons and drank their blood. It gave them spooky warlock magic. The orcs then invaded the southern human lands. The humans then pulled back and made an alliance with the dwarves and elves. And then the orcs beat them up anyway. But a major clan leader named Gul'Dan was kicking everybody's butt and got kinda bored, and he didn't want to win anymore, so he decided to raise an island from the bottom of the ocean and proceeded to die. So then the orcs started losing, retreated back through the dark portal they initially came from, the humans followed, kicked some orc butt some more, and finally the orc leader Ner'zhul decided that he should open some more portals and run away. The portals all but destroyed the orc homeworld, and Ner'zhul accidentally Ubered himself right to the demons that gave him the power, and they were kind of pissed that he lost. And apparently turned him into this Lich King, leader of the undead. He was created to help usher in the Burning Legion, an army of demons that want to invade because... we'll talk about it later in the Night Elf campaign, doesn't really matter right now. Anyway, the Dreadlords finish their meeting and the undead invasion of the Elflands begins. Wow, that took me longer than the entire cutscene to explain. No wonder this video is so long. Arthas interrogates an elven captain, asking where the entrance to their territory is. The elf responds that the woods themselves obscure the way to the elven capital of Silvermoon. And then Arthas does another power move of just knocking the trees down with meat wagons, so we start the invasion. I gotta respect the guy. Just like with Kel'Thuzad, he doesn't let these little minor things become plot contrivances that waste time. He's a real go-getter, even when what he's getting is a cursed sword that eats his soul. After the first elven village is raised and an undead camp established, they're attacked by the elven ranger general Sylvanas Windrunner. She is defeated, but this is not the last time we'll be hearing from her. After that encounter, the mission opens up a bit. The map is a forest with a series of paths that are blocked off by groves of trees. The meat wagons can attack grounds to knock those trees down, letting us pass. Surprisingly, this mission doesn't really have any cool things hidden behind the trees. I have to wonder if people were missing stuff in testing, so now all the areas have these runes in front of them showing where the trees need to be knocked down. There are some items for Arthas that you can get, but nothing really noteworthy. What is noteworthy is my new unit. When I was a kid, the Necromancer was my favorite unit in this game, and now that I'm giant, it still might be. The corpse mechanic is something I wish more games would play with. We saw it a bit in the human campaign where Arthas could use his ultimate to resurrect fallen allies, but the undead take it to a whole nother level. The meat wagon can scoop up corpses and preserve them, and then the Necromancer can cast Raise Dead to turn a corpse into 2 timed life skeletons. No, I don't know how they get 2 skeletons out of 1 corpse. The math doesn't add up to me either. But I don't care. The ability to build your own army at the press of a button is awesome, and it's really convenient too. You don't have to do fiddly stuff like dropping the corpses from the wagons. As soon as you hit the spell, a nearby wagon will drop automatically for you. It's one of those times where flavor, power, coolness, and convenience all converge to absolutely massacre your foes. Which of course leaves a bunch of corpses to do it again. The Necromancer also has a second spell, Unholy Frenzy. The selected target gets an absurd 75% increased attack speed for 45 seconds, at the cost of taking 4 damage per second. This ability is amazing on high durability targets, including Arthas. He basically turns Frostmourne into a chainsaw. The elves have a ton of outposts on this map, each with a gold mine. This plays into Undead's macro really well, because Acolytes don't have to travel between haunted gold mines and town halls. It's really convenient to grab mines halfway across the map and get some income. The first few elf bases aren't that strong, but the final fortification is pretty intense. The combination of strong defenses and me using Unholy Frenzy a few too many times on Arthas means that he dies in the fight. Which if you were a player back in 2002 picking up Warcraft 3 for the first time would be absolutely devastating. It's hard to express how much the hero system sucked in earlier RTS games. It was common in basically every title to have a hero that was a normal unit with buff stats, and if it died, you instantly lost the game. So Joan of Arc, yeah, you can totally lead the French while hiding in this corner over here. It sucked. Warcraft 3's focus on heroes would be completely undermined if it followed this system. Instead, each faction has an altar building where you can pay money to revive your hero. It is expensive and it takes a few minutes, but they come back with their experience and their items. Of course, this is true for the enemy as well. From now on, the vast majority of antagonistic enemies are going to be built and rebuilt and lead assaults constantly. And I love it. Sylvanas is going to be a thorn in my side for the next couple missions, and it's exactly how the Ranger General of Silvermoon should be. But on this mission, once Arthas is back, she cannot withstand the skeleton assault. The elven base falls, and the undead march on. The undead broke through the first elven line, but the ranger general is not out of tricks yet. The inner gate is enchanted and needs a special key. Sylvanas also blows up a bridge, halting the undead advance. I'm going to repeat this because it's a fairly important plot point later. The game establishes that the undead under Arthas' command absolutely, positively have zero ability to cross a large body of water as of now if the bridge is gone. Just keep that in mind for the future. The Scourge decide to raid a nearby village and build up a base to continue the attack. The elves have a lot of flyers on this mission, but we're given the Crypt Fiend. These spiders are pretty squishy, but they have a powerful ranged attack and an auto-casted web ability that pulls flyers to the ground, allowing any anti-ground unit to hit them. The Key of the Three Moons is split into 3 moon crystals, each inside of altars scattered around the map. How does Arthas know that the key to the Elf Gate is split into 3 pieces and hidden inside of altars? I guess he read the mission objectives or something, because there's no voice line explaining why this is how it would work. The closest we got is Sylvanas saying that the key was special. This mission is actually uniquely bad at explaining things. In general, the game does a strong job with its cues, but it's going to drop the ball here multiple times. Our main base is on what is effectively an island. Rivers run across the map, separating both elf bases and us. Fortunately, there's a nearby goblin shop where you can rent out some flying zeppelin transports. Once I have an army of Crypt Fiends, I load into some of these zeppelins and head east to the first objective. The elven faction we're fighting here is a bit weird. A few enemies in the campaign are not actually from pickable multiplayer factions. While the Night Elves are a playable faction, these High Elves are different, instead using a mishmash of the Human's Priest and Sorceress, a reskinned version of the Footman, and the Night Elf Archer, as well as some Dragonhawk Riders, whose model eventually gets reused as a playable unit in the Frozen Throne expansion. The buildings are all custom models too, and it's really nice to add some variety. What could use some more variety is the items for heroes. Once again, there are basically no creeps or shops on this map. The entire front half of this campaign has just been really stingy. I think why it ended up this way is because of some frustrating design decisions. Ever since the end of Mission 2, Arthas has been carrying around the urn with Kel'Thuzad's remains. That takes up one of his 6 item slots. On this mission, after you pick up the key, it takes up another, and you need one open space to pick up more pieces of the key, even though they combine together in your inventory. This means that for this mission, half of Arthas' inventory is being used. If there were a bunch of neat items earlier, it would create feel-bad experiences where you have to get rid of some of them in exchange for quest items. But like, maybe he doesn't have to carry the urn everywhere, put it in a meat wagon or something. I understand why they did it, but I think it hurts the campaign more than it helps. Finding cool items is cool. What isn't cool is waygates. In theory, they're a nice idea. These buildings are scattered around the map and you can click your units onto them to teleport through, and you end up at a corresponding waygate. The issue is that the elves camp the exits, and in the base game, pathing through the gates is very clunky. It's easy to end up conga lining your army through a meat grinder. I don't even try to use them on this mission and instead just take zeppelins everywhere. To its credit, if you play the reforged version of this mission, they drastically improved the way that the pathing works for waygates and makes them a lot easier and a lot more enjoyable to use. If Reforged did more things like this instead of just making up their own weird fanfic version of the game, it would have actually been a very successful release in my opinion. Too bad they just did the waygates and kind of gave up. Besides the zeppelins and waygates, there's actually a third way to move between the islands. You can repair the bridge that Sylvanas broke. There's absolutely zero information in-game that you can do this, but if you do send an Acolyte over and you click repair, it'll take a bit of time, but it totally works. I really like all the options that the game presents you for moving around this mission, but some sort of indication here would have been nice. You can easily play this campaign through 10 or more times and never know about it. You might even do it deathless and still have no clue. But maybe that's for the best, because the base across the bridge is absolutely cracked. Sylvanas is really strong and her armies are quite large. These last 2 missions are the first time I've had any struggle whatsoever against the enemy. I lose the majority of my army here and end up cowering away with Arthas to rebuild. It takes a second strike for me to break through and get the second key piece. Fortunately, the final fragment of the key is basically free. Just drop units out of zeppelins on top of it, target the altar down, grab the piece, and peace out. Even if Arthas dies, you can just revive him at the altar. Once the 3 key fragments are gathered, it's time for the final fight. It's weird there isn't any elven hero here, but there are a bunch of sorceresses that turn my anti-air into sheep, which almost works out for them. Moments later, the Scourge arrive at the outskirts of the elven capital of Silvermoon. Tichondrius warns us that our goal, the Sunwell, is the source of the elves' immortality. It is not something they will give up easily. As the Dreadlord departs, Arthas worries that Tichondrius may suspect that spectral Kel'Thuzad has been aiding the prince. But it's of no matter. Silvermoon must be raised and Kel'Thuzad reborn. The battle for Silvermoon City is kinda weird. The bottom half of the map is taken up by the city itself. We spawn on the right side, and on the left is the ranger camp of Sylvanas. She constantly acts as a thorn in our side. Before we can siege Silvermoon, we must defeat her. Occasionally, her forces will send a runner to Silvermoon to request aid. If it arrives, the city will send a giant death wave against us. But we have the Gargoyle, a nimble flyer that can eliminate the runners no matter which path they take. Weirdly, the Gargoyle has a pretty bad anti-ground attack and an incredible anti-air slash, but despite the fact that we've seen elven flyers in previous mission, there are none here, which makes it feel like a waste of the new unit. Besides the bases, the rest of the map is actually quite barren. A few elven suburbs with not much to find, so I focus my efforts on building up and attacking Sylvanas. Gritfiend Necromancer Meatwagon is still the core of my army, so I build that up, absorb a few more assaults by the Ranger General, and move on her base. As the fight begins, Arthas hits level 6 and unlocks his ultimate, Raise Dead. This ability is the foil to Paladin's Resurrection, bringing up to 6 nearby corpses back to life for a timed duration. And these zombies are immortal during it. Not only is unlocking this ability right now fantastically powerful, but it's also good foreshadowing. The last few missions have postured Sylvanas as a constant thorn in our side. She is the first instance of attacks routinely containing heroes, which was not the norm previously. Her forces have been a significant difficulty spike compared to the previous undead missions as well as the entire human campaign. So when we blast through her final base, it feels good. Her defeat marks the ending of a real rivalry between two commanders, with us coming out victorious. Once the ranger camp has been leveled, we get a final confrontation. As Arthas stands above Sylvanas' defeated body, she demands a clean death. And while I hold respect for the Ranger General's tenacity, Arthas doesn't. He raises Sylvanas into a Banshee. Now only Silvermoon City remains, and we have a new unit type unlocked. I go ahead and build some Banshees for the final assault. They have an auto-casted curse that gives the enemies a 33% mischance for a while, an anti-magic shield that I literally never use, and Possession, a monster ability that steals enemy units for your own, at the cost of the Banshee. Banshees are great at disrupting enemy formations, reducing the damage taken, as well as providing a constant threat of unit stealing. Silvermoon City itself is actually quite lackluster. Narratively, the goal may have been to reach the city, but the antagonist was Sylvanas, and as a result, the mission's core focus was on fighting her. Once she's been defeated, the city remains relatively passive until you attack, and its defenses are the definition of average. The Sunwell is surrounded by these 4 massive rock golems, who I assume are looking for vengeance after we annihilated their brother in the second mission. They feel sort of out of place here. I'm not sure why the biggest threat that the elves had was a bunch of rocks. I don't think the city fighting is bad by any means. The enemies are very tough, the city is respectable enough, but it does feel like an afterthought. The mission is basically over once Sylvanas has been defeated. And Blizzard actually agrees with me. In the worst way possible. Welcome to the second of the Reforged missions. Unlike Stratholme, I actually agree that there are some issues that Blizzard identified and tried to change here for the better. It's how they went about the changes that I don't like. First off, the mission has been reoriented. This is because in World of Warcraft, Silvermoon City stands at the top of a peninsula, and the undead invaded them from the south. I don't think that every map has to be oriented with north at the top, but I do understand why they did it. The mission's core is the same as before. Enemy to the side, runners that get gargoyled, and a big city fight at the end. But they did change Sylvanas a little bit. She now attacks from Silvermoon City instead of the outpost. And if she ever is reduced to 50% HP, she turns invisible and runs away, leaving her allies to die. This is so frustrating. Not only does it make the Ranger General of Silvermoon seem like a complete jerk and a coward, but it ruins the fight. Arthas does serious burst damage. Death Coil chunks hard, but the trade-off is that when it's on cooldown, you can't use it to heal your troops. And there's no way that Death Coil can ever beat an enemy hero on its own. But here, a coil and a couple auto attacks is enough to get Sylvanas to leave. They made her into a complete joke. And why? Warcraft 3 is fundamentally built on the idea that heroes can respawn. Them dying and being rebuilt isn't canonical. It's a gameplay mechanic representing the hero being defeated in battle, retreating, and regrouping. But the Reforged team seems to have taken it literally, thinking that every other hero is dying 20 times every fight. For some reason, this is unacceptable, so Sylvanas has to flee. At this point, she might as well not even be attacking. I haven't played this mission much in Reforged, so I decided that I'd let the runner get through to see exactly what happens. It turns out that Blizzard didn't put that much effort into the idea because the quote-unquote death waves that they send if the runner gets through are a handful of units transported by a Zeppelin straight into the spirit towers that I start the mission with. This is hard difficulty, by the way. What are you doing, Blizzard? Well, finally, Warcraft Reforged has its own tower defense. Actually, put a pin in that for a few hours, we'll get back to it. Once again, I build up my army, attack the outpost that is no longer sending runners, and my game crashed. Just another cool feature of Reforged. From now on, I'm going to be running these Reforged missions on the lowest difficulty because the faster I can beat them, the lower the chances that they crash on me. So for a third time, I build up my army, clear the outpost, and head to the walls of Silvermoon City, which are looking a lot beefier than the original campaign, which I like. But unfortunately, there's no historical precedent for archers being incredibly powerful behind or on top of walls. So Sylvanas decides to come out and face the undead army head on. And dies. Because even in her final living moments, Reforged couldn't resist turning Sylvanas from a competent foil into a bumbling idiot. So we raise her into a banshee, and this time she's a hero. Which actually does make sense. We're going to be seeing more of Sylvanas in the Frozen Throne, and she is a hero unit there. Well, it almost makes sense, because now we're going to finish the mission with Sylvanas at level 5, and then when we're reintroduced to her in the Frozen Throne, she's going to be level 2. I think this part could have been fine if she spawned here at level 1 and she was allowed to hit level 2 during the mission. It would actually provide some narrative consistency between the campaigns. But of course they didn't do that. The top half of the Reforged map is Silvermoon City, which is designed as a giant backwards S. It doesn't really feel like a city. I think it would be cool if they had added a bunch of houses and civilians, you know? Like, not only to make it look like less of a hallway, but also fodder for necromancers so they could raise skeletons and then send them in against their countrymen. That'd be really cool. It would fit the undead brutality really well. So, you know, they don't do it. At the end of the hallway, we meet two heroes. Anna Sturcian Sunstrider and Thalorian Dawnseeker, who I just have no idea who they are, but I'm sure they're important in WoW lore. Once they're damaged, they teleport away, and the Scourge reaches the end of the path, a body of water. And then Arthas does this.
Now, Frostmourne.
This scene right here is peak Reforged. It encapsulates everything that I hate about this product. Let's break down the multiple ways that this act is infuriating. First off, last mission, Sylvanas blew the bridge, and that was the entire plot of the mission. Arthas didn't have the ability to do this then. Additionally, at this point in time, there is zero evidence that Arthas has any sort of ice powers whatsoever. Will he in the future? Absolutely. But at this point, his entire kit is that of the anti-paladin. I'm not going to spoil the rest of the game until we get there, but there is a fairly important event in Warcraft history that would be very reasonably the point that Arthas got his frost powers, and it isn't right now. But of course, wars are not instant. It might be reasonable to argue that a sufficient time between the last mission and this one happened, and Arthas learned a few new sparkly powers then. Fortunately for us, the loading screens actually tell us exactly how long is between missions. So how long was it between the last mission when Arthas had no ice powers and this one? A few moments. Not hours, not days, just a few moments. I'm not asking for the Reforged team to go into the depths of WoW lore for a limited print run book from 2004 to get this stuff narratively consistent. I just want them to have played Mission 4 before changing Mission 5. I don't think that's too much to ask, but they thought this would be cool, so they did it. So please ignore any future times in Warcraft 3 where Arthas could really have used some ice powers, because they existed for a quarter of a second and are no longer there. Once again, the final fight is against Big Rock Boys. This time, they're feeling very mossy. Once the Elven heroes are defeated, we can head back to real Warcraft and revive Kel'Thuzad. I do think that the Reforged team was on the right track with this mission. The destruction of Silvermoon and the Sunwell was an event that became very important to Warcraft lore later on, and this mission being touched up to properly reflect that is a cool idea. But turning Sylvanas into a fool and a coward, making the city a giant hallway, and retconning Arthas' abilities isn't the way to do it. It's such a wasted opportunity. With Silvermoon destroyed, Arthas condemns the elves for their failure to surrender and uses the Sunwell's energies to raise Kel'Thuzad as a Lich. With Kel'Thuzad revived, he finally lets Arthas in on the Lich King's plot. The Lich King has been manipulating things from the beginning, as far back as Arthas' initial execution of Kel'Thuzad. In fact, he chose Arthas as his first Death Knight far before this crisis began. The Dreadlords control the Lich King so that he can pave the way for the Burning Legion's invasion. The Legion being those demons who gave the Orcs power that I talked about a while back. Everything thus far has been in service of preparing for this demonic invasion. Now that the undead have weakened the Legion's foes, the summoning must begin. To get instructions, they need to clear out an old Orc stronghold and use their Demon Gate to commune with the Legion's leader. Wow, Orcs! Who would have guessed that the central antagonist of the first two Warcraft games would be completely absent for 12 of the game's first 14 missions? But this mission definitely makes up for it. The map is absolutely loaded with Orcs on all sides. 5 Orc bases, each with a unique twist. Technically, the bases don't all need to be destroyed, only the one in the top right does, but they do all attack you, and they have some nice rewards, so it's absolutely worth it. And to fight them, we now have the Lich Kel'Thuzad. Frost Nova deals high damage to a single target, strong damage in an area around them, and slows. Frost Shield boosts a friendly target's armor and slows attackers, and Dark Ritual can sacrifice friendly undead to give the Lich mana. On its own, this kit doesn't seem like much, but the combination of the Death Knight's Death Coil and the Lich's Frost Nova is enough to destroy any non-bulky hero. And if they're in danger, Death Coil can be used to heal the Lich or Frost Armor to protect the Death Knight. This pair is functionally immortal and deals massive damage as long as they have nearby undead to sacrifice for health and mana. These two are an absolute power couple, unlike any other pair of heroes in the game. The 5 Orc bases are all themed after Warcraft 2 Orcs. The ogres and goblins that join them in particular were part of the Horde during the second game, but are mostly neutral third parties in this one. I didn't opt to use Banshee Possession here, but if you're a big fan of the ability, they're fun to steal as well. Each base also has a hero that drops a tome of strength, agility, or intelligence when killed. Whichever hero of yours that picks it up gets a bonus to that corresponding stat. In theory, you should distribute stats between Arthas and Kel'Thuzad with these. But if you've ever played the campaign, you know that you're going to get a lot more value by giving them all to Arthas. Sorry, KT. If you're a keen-eyed observer, you might have noticed that I'm supporting my hero forces with giant frozen death dragons. Frostwyrms are very cool. They're the top dead undead technology and hit exactly as hard as they look like they should. They do splash damage and freeze enemy buildings that they attack. They also cost an immense 7 supply each, more than any other unit in the game. I'm maxed out at 90 supply and can fit my entire army on a single control group. They are incredible. And I need them because the unique unit that the final red player brings to the table is also dragons, and theirs are better at fighting and are more alive. Also, all my Frostwyrms clipped into each other and made one Giga Dragon, which I'm pretty sure is really bad and just made them take a bunch of area damage. But quantity always beats quality. And once the enemy army and dragons are defeated, the worms spread out, permanently freezing the Orcish production, guaranteeing the win and claiming the Demon Gate for the Scourge. Kel'Thuzad then uses the gate to call upon Archimonde, leader of the Burning Legion. The demon commands the undead to claim a spellbook belonging to Medivh, the mage who opened the Dark Portal starting the original Orc vs. Human crisis in the First War. This book is located in the wizard city of Dalaran, and we must seize it and begin the summoning in 3 days. Dalaran is not an easy target. The Archmage Antonidas and his students have been preparing for the undead invasion. The entire city has been encased in an anti-undead field and will burn through our hit points if we stay in it. The only unit durable enough to survive the field is the Abomination, a big expensive brute who can spend multiple minutes inside of the field before perishing. This mission isn't great. My favorite thing about strategy games is that each unit is a tool inside of a toolbox. When the game presents a challenge, it is up to the player to use that selection of tools to overcome it. But sometimes the challenge is designed in a way that just removes the reasonable selection of tools. The Siege of Dalaran is exactly that. The fields that are created by each Archmage are heavily guarded. In order to reach the Archmages themselves, you have to spend a decent amount of time inside of them, and as a result, almost every unit just isn't viable on this mission. Which is a shame. I enjoy trying things out. If a problem looks like it requires a hammer, I like thinking, well, maybe I can try using the backside of a screwdriver instead, and then later on, if a different bad thing happens, I won't be screwed. As a result of these mechanics, there isn't actually a lot to talk about in this mission. I mass abominations, walk up to the mages sustaining the fields, and slap them silly. Then I find some boxes with stone golem buddies inside, rinse, and repeat. The second Archmage does allow me to show how crazy powerful the undead spellcasting is with Deathcoil and Frost Nova. I even messed up my hotkeys and it still got him. Some of the loot on this mission is also kinda weird. Like I get these Boots of Elvenkind +6 that give 6 agility to the wearer. This is an incredible item, but I don't have any heroes that want agility. It's not bad, but it's kinda weird. The rest of the mission is just more and more abominations, a couple more boxes with creeps in them that I get control of, and then I get to Antonidas. The Death Knight Lich King combo drops him to half health, and then I blow him up. The most powerful human wizard going down without much of a fight. Historically, I've always thought that this mission was a bit of a throwaway. Spamming abominations isn't boring by any means, particularly the first couple times, but my dislike of being shackled means that it never really was a mission I was excited to play. But that doesn't mean that I hate it. It doesn't mean that I wish ill on it. I would never, ever desire that the Siege of Dalaran gets reforged. Wait, what's happening? The anti-undead fields, they're smaller and localized only to the boss fights, making other units significantly more viable throughout the rest of the mission. Instead of having random creatures stuck in boxes, the wizards are enslaving them and sending them against us as part of attack waves? And there's tons of wizards running around, each with unique abilities. Some are immune to physical damage or teleport around like madmen. This dude has an impassable barrier stopping melee units, and this guy spams a bajillion mirror images. And they build up their attack waves properly, but then they use their wizard powers to teleport them right on top of you? And then there's some really unique and cool pieces of magical loot that's actually quite good? And the Antonidas boss fight is an actual boss fight with him showcasing his incredible summoning abilities? Who made this mission? It's awesome! The reforged version of Dalaran is absolutely wonderful. The people that designed it obviously thought long and hard about how would a bunch of wizards try to fight back against the undead, and they ended up on a ton of wacky, wild, yet totally believable and not lore-breaking mechanics. I vastly prefer this mission over the original Dalaran. It isn't even close. It feels like we're getting a glimpse into the weird world of magical research as we intrude on their home and force the wizards into desperate situations. And the fact that the incredibly powerful Archmage Antonidas is given a proper send-off that showcases his magical prowess is the icing on the cake. When Reforged was initially announced, it was touted as an incredibly bold, complete reimagining of Warcraft 3, building it again from the ground up for a modern audience. Then the project scale was cut down again and again. But when I see this mission, what they had the potential to come up with, I can't help but imagine the beta timeline where this project was given the resources it needed. If every mission was as well crafted as this, Reforged would have been an absolute blast to play. A secondary experience that could proudly stand next to the original Warcraft 3. What a shame it is that this never came to pass. With the spellbook in hand, it's time to start the summoning. The humans will stop at nothing to interrupt Kel'Thuzad, and we have to protect the Lich for 30 minutes. This mission is why I mentioned earlier that having Arthas pick up all the stat-boosting tomes is the correct choice. We're at the hardest mission, and Kel'Thuzad will not be fighting with us. This is another pure defense mission, half an hour of staving off aggression from 3 human bases. To scout what's going on, we have the Shade, a permanently invisible unit that can see. You build them by sacrificing acolytes, and all they do is provide some vision. They're pretty great. Being able to identify where attacks are coming from and get in position to intercept is far more powerful than having one extra supply of combat units. Each of the 3 human bases has a theme. The left base likes to focus on anti-building tech like siege tanks and mortar teams. The central base sends out flyers to harass, and the right base is all about ground armies. Each of them can put out a lot of damage quite quickly, but I have a new necromancer spell to compensate: Cripple. This spell targets one enemy, reduces their movement speed by 75%, attack speed by 50%, and damage by 50%. Yeah, it reduces both attack speed and damage. It is a monster spell that completely counters anything that it hits. But it's balanced by costing an absolute ton of mana. I can only get away with doing this because there's a fountain of mana behind Kel'Thuzad that passively regenerates anybody nearby. The Necros cripple everybody, and then they go get drinks. Piling on to the theme of not taking damage, the Banshee has an auto-casted curse ability that gives the enemy a 33% miss chance. So all in all, the enemy is dealing half damage, half as often, and missing 1/3 of the time. Enemy unit DPS is at a ridiculous 16% of its original value. This is one of my favorite things about Warcraft 3. Each faction is sporting their own unique take on these absolutely insane tools. As Undead, I can Unholy Frenzy my units to make them turbocharged, completely disable the enemy, while they have the tools to do very similar things to me. Units and armies feel very impactful and important, and that in turn makes me feel powerful. On a side note, I played a lot of Undead as a kid, and for a long time, I thought that I was supposed to use the Unholy Frenzy ability on my enemies to give them a damage over time effect and then cripple them in order to offset the attack speed bonus. This is not a good strategy. I was effectively spending all of a Necromancer's mana for a small damage over time effect. I was not an intelligent child. As Kel'Thuzad continues his summoning, he occasionally brings forth Fellhounds. These demons are fast melee units that deal chaos damage and have a mana burn ability, draining enemy mana and dealing damage. Despite Deathcoil specifically saying it only heals undead units, it actually does work on these demons, which is technically a lore breach, but it also makes the unique summons feel significantly better to use, so I'm cool with it. With 10 minutes remaining, instead of Fellhounds, the Legion sends Infernals, which are enormous, powerful, flaming rockmen that hit hard and have a permanent immolation aura burning nearby enemies. They can also be healed with Deathcoil, and they totally rock. Near the end of the mission, the undead goldmine runs dry, and once again, the enemy takes that pause in resource collection as a cue to send literally everything. The majority of this mission is pretty easy, but the enemy attacks are insane at the end. They send absolutely everything inside of their bases, and my base is gutted. I'm broken on the left side, barely holding in the north, and the right is collapsing as the timer completes. The humans were so close to stopping Archimonde's arrival, which is why I feel like this cutscene at the end really should have had some humans approaching, and then Kel'Thuzad finishes the summoning, the Demon Lord appears and sends out a blast of energy, blowing them all up, or something like that. Given how the mission is designed to end in the middle of a pitched battle, it's a bit jarring that the cutscene is completely devoid of enemies. But either way, Kel'Thuzad has succeeded in the summoning, and the Demon Lord Archimonde now graces Azeroth. With his plan completed, Archimonde strips the Lich King of his command over the Scourge and appoints the Dreadlords the new leaders of the undead. Arthas is shocked and angry, but Kel'Thuzad reassures him. The Lich King knew this too would happen, and he still has a plan. The concluding cinematic for the Undead campaign is simply cool. To extract his revenge on the city that opposed his summoning, the Demon Lord draws a series of runes, using his magic to create a replica of the city from the sand. And then he swats the replica down, each swipe dealing damage to the city, leveling it without ever taking a step into it. I love this cutscene, not only for its ability to showcase Archimonde's power, the ability to raise a city in mere moments, but for the sheer inventiveness of it. It would have been easy for him to summon a demon army and march on the city, or conjure a meteor and wipe it out, but this approach shows the immense power of the Demon Lord. Archimonde doesn't have to lead a bloody invasion. The mage's city is literally a toy to him, a sand castle, and he treats it as such. It's going to be a while before Archimonde is important again, so it's a good thing that he left such a lasting first impression. During the Reforged Siege of Dalaran, I talked up Reforged quite a bit. This video is coming out about 3 years after Reforge's release, and I was hoping that by now the product would be at a point that I could recommend it. Instead, I feel so weird about saying anything good about Reforged that I have to make an entire section to balance it out. So here is some random Culling of Stratholme footage while I go through a quick list of some of the things that Reforged just absolutely broke and have not fixed. There were hundreds of fan-made custom campaigns that were created in the game's history that all broke the moment Reforged came out, and Blizzard offered no way for people to port theirs into the new product. Reforged didn't have ranked ladder for 2 years, and the version they have now is still bad. They didn't deliver on promises to remake most of the missions or cinematics. They actually completely remade the cinematic that happens before Stratholme, advertised it at a BlizzCon, and then cut that remade version out of the final product. They also didn't deliver on the promise to make content for characters like Jaina, Sylvanas, and Arthas. They planned on expanding the lore for those characters and didn't do it. They introduced a host of bugs that didn't previously exist and have not addressed them, multiple that soft lock the game. We'll come across some of them later. You still can't rebind hotkeys in the game. Even StarCraft 1 Remastered got the ability, and it is a much older game. This has been basic functionality for 15 years. They made some Dreadlords really fat for some reason. The old BattleNet social features were completely removed and replaced with strictly worse versions in every way. Detailed profiles and clans were gone. They took what was a very good social platform and removed all the social features with no replacement. They changed the terms of service so that if you make any of your ideas in the map editor, Blizzard owns the intellectual property. They are so salty that Dodo was made in Warcraft 3 but they didn't own it that they refuse to let you own your own ideas. If you want to play a team game like 2v2 or 3v3 and you randomly queue, you will match up with random allies and you can play against arranged teams of people who queued together. That's fair. They removed all offline functionality for almost every part of the game. You have to have a stable internet connection to play now. They asked the community to make a really hard difficulty for the first 4 campaigns, and then they replaced the hard difficulty with this much more difficult mode, making the jump from normal to hard absolutely absurd. And this is after they proved that they could add additional difficulties when they put in the story mode difficulty. And worst is the crashes. The game crashes all the time now. It is fundamentally less stable than it used to be, and this has not been improved. So after 3 years of being out, I can still not recommend Warcraft 3 Reforged as a product, unfortunately. It took what was one of the best games I have ever played, and just made it worse in every way. The fat Dreadlords are kind of funny though. And with that, the story of Arthas is done. For now. It's time to look west, to the continent of Kalimdor. But before that, we need to talk about the prologue. So the prologue in Warcraft 3 is weird. It was initially released as a demo for the game, and as a result, it does the basic teaching on how to play, but the human campaign does the same thing, and I think it does it better. However, there are some story elements that are relevant here. After the Orcs lost the Second War, the Horde was broken and scattered, with their war chiefs slain. The young Thrall is a new war chief, and as he sleeps, he has a vision of destruction. This is where the Prophet appears, telling Thrall that he must rally the Horde, and you guessed it, head west to Kalimdor. At this point, I kind of just assume that the Prophet bought a bunch of land in Kalimdor and is trying to get people to develop it so that it will increase his property value. He really wants people over there. This tutorial isn't very good. It properly explains the game mechanics and controls. That part isn't the problem, but it doesn't really put a whole lot of effort into making it immersive. Instead of having something like a grunt go, "War Chief, these monsters drop treasure when defeated. It may be worth going out of our way to find more." But instead we get,
"Some monsters drop treasure when they are defeated. This particular treasure chest contained a useful potion of mana."
Instead of tying stuff into the game at all, maybe taking time to learn a bit about Thrall in the process, we just get Steve talking to us. It works, but it's also a lost opportunity. Anyway, Thrall learns how to walk, Prophet tells him how to go west, and then his friend Grom Hellscream has been captured by humans, so we have to learn how to build 5 grunts. And then, hey, the humans are repairing this bridge over here. I guess the game kinda does technically tell you a little bit that you can do that. Not wanting to seem like a fool for Undead Mission 3, I take my 5 grunts and kill every witness. And then I steal the Alliance boats and we sail to Kalimdor. That's it. There are no more prologue missions. You might have some faint fuzzy memory of more, but those weren't actually added until the Frozen Throne expansion, so we can't talk about them yet. A few weeks later, the Horde makes landfall on the new continent. But during transit, they were blasted by rough seas, separated from each other. Now Thrall and his forces must explore this new land and search for his men. The Orcs are the third of 4 main factions in Warcraft 3, and they're the big smashy ones. This first Orc mission is a big exploration map, focused on small combat events where you can take it slow while learning about the new continent, faction, and enemies. Our hero is the Farseer Thrall, who's a ranged intelligence-based hero focused on spellcasting. His toolkit can provide vision and deal massive amounts of damage. This is the first time our main hero unit doesn't have a healing spell, which ironically means that the big and bulky orcs are significantly more vulnerable in the early stages of the campaign. The Grunt is the big green guy. They're the mainline orc combat units, and they have almost twice as much HP as a footman, and they hit really hard. Behind them are the Troll Headhunters, who are fairly fast attacking ranged units with an HP regeneration buff. Thrall's first ability is Chain Lightning, which deals big damage to a target and then links to nearby enemies, dealing gradually decreasing damage. As we explore, we encounter some centaur who are attacking a humanoid bull creature, killing it. After rescuing some allies, we find another bullman, and another. There is obviously pre-existing conflict on this land that the orcs are about to stick their noses into. This massive warband heading north indicates that it is not a small-scale battle either. One interesting thing to note is that this mission drops an absolute boatload of consumables. I'm absolutely one of those people who hoards 99 elixirs because you never know when you're gonna need them. So the fact that Thrall can only carry 6 items, combined with the fact that 10 total items drop on the mission, and most of them are consumables, means that I don't feel bad using them. It also acts as a mini unspoken tutorial for these healing wards. Every item that we've encountered so far acts in one of 2 ways. Either you click on it and it's used up, like a potion or a scroll, or it just passively provides statistics. The healing ward is the first item that actually puts something physically into the game. When you click on the ward and then click on the ground, it summons a totem. The totem has hit points. It is a unit. It can't move, but it does provide a very powerful healing aura around it. These are essential in the mission to keep your army topped off and healthy. And then about halfway through the mission, the enemy starts dropping these totems for themselves. But we've already seen and used them. We understand that they're units, so it feels pretty natural to grab some forces and target the healing totem down. The game never has to instruct you to do this, but I remember doing it as a kid, which means that the tutorial worked because we established that I was an idiot. After exploring the left side of the map, the orcs find some more allies and then run upon a warband of the Bullmen. This elder goes by the name of Cairn, and he is the chief of the Bloodhoof Tauren. Thrall greets Cairn, telling him that they sailed west searching for their destiny. Cairn responds that the orcs are interesting, and there's an oracle to the north that might give them more information. Thrall then mentions a centaur that he saw heading in that direction, and Cairn, whose village is also up there, is panicked, asking for aid. The cutscene then breaks off, and something that I'm not a fan of happens. Cairn and his Tauren start rushing towards the village. Thrall yells, "Protect Cairn!" But this cutscene opened up a fairly large area in the south with a bunch of murloc. And these guys drop some really good loot, including a health stone which provides HP regeneration to Thrall. This is really useful because we're a faction without really accessible healing. But the game implies that this centaur attack is really urgent. It takes a tonal shift away from the exploring part of the mission, and it feels like it's tricking you into missing the best loot on the map. Once Thrall is properly kitted out with gear, I leisurely make my way to the Tauren camp just in time for the centaur invasion. The horsemen are fierce, but the Tauren are absolute beefcakes, and we're able to smash through their waves together. When the dust settles, Cairn says that it's not safe here for his tribe any longer. It's time to move north towards the grasslands of Mulgore. Thrall offers his forces to escort them, in exchange for information on the Oracle. Cairn and Thrall are leading a caravan through the Barrens as they get a report that centaur are heading their way. Thrall tries to get Cairn to sit tight, but the Tauren refuses and they begin their march. And thank goodness Cairn stepped up, because this mission is really hard for the second mission of a campaign and would be impossible without him. The second orc mission is another no-builder, this time escorting the Tauren and their Kodo beasts. The mission's design is pretty interesting. The main pathway snakes up the ramp, with attack groups of centaur occasionally hitting the caravan from ahead and behind. The caravan is guarded by an AI-controlled Cairn and his Tauren, who are very strong but not immortal. Off of the main route are a bunch of small camps of centaur, murlocs, and other creeps. The goal is to keep the caravan safe while splitting off as much as you can to find some loot. On paper, this is a really good mission design. There's a lot of player flexibility on how to approach the mission. You can be pure defensive and sacrifice potential items, or get a bit risky and go out and find rewards. The problem is that all the loot on this mission sucks. For example, this very early Centaur group whose archers bring all of my headhunters to low HP drop literally nothing. All I got for fighting them was damage on my own troops. And then this little group of centaurs, also nothing. And this pack of murlocs? These guys run around spreading a damage over time poison to my team, and as a reward, I get a potion of mana so that Thrall can cast an entire 2 additional spells. This creates a very awkward environment where the best way to play this mission is just not go adventuring. It is straight up not worth it for the majority of the mission. The idea is very good, but a little bit of loot mismanagement means it ends up feeling pretty bad. Even though the orc forces don't have any healing right now, there are some ways to help with the damage that I've taken. There are 2 fountains of healing on the map that the caravan will occasionally stop at and quickly top off all biological units nearby, as well as bring in some reinforcements. These wells would be absolutely overpowered for sending units back when they're damaged, but the centaur raids roaming around the map make it far too dangerous to move small injured groups around. On top of the well's healing, we also have an ability to soak some damage, Thrall's Feral Spirit spell. This spell is absolutely nuts. It summons 2 spirit wolves that sit in the front of the army, dealing consistent, reliable damage. One interesting thing about this spell is that unlike Jaina's water elemental that would create additional elementals with each use, if you cast Feral Spirit with the wolves already out, the old ones disappear. So you don't get a wolf pack here. But the wolves are well statted and melee, which means they do an excellent job at taking damage, and when they're too hurt, you just summon a new pair. About 2/3 of the way up the map, we get a new unit, the Raider. I'll talk more in depth about them later, but for now, they sport a net that can bring flyers down to the ground similar to the Crypt Fiend. This allows us to ground the harpies that are conveniently the next set of enemies. At the end of the mission is where things get absolutely bonkers. After the second healing fountain, we're given 3 demolishers, the orc siege unit. The centaur have a series of towers that need destroying. That part isn't too bad, but up the ramp to the right is an absurd centaur base. There's a large number of horsemen, including a centaur Khan who has a buffing aura, an area stun, and even revives when killed. His allies also cast the powerful Bloodlust ability, increasing attack speed. I have to use this Wand of Negation item to dispel it, otherwise he'll tear through me. This guy is a monster for this stage in the campaign, taking down a majority of my army, and anything that survived was heavily bruised. And you know what? That's freaking awesome, and I love it. The Khan drops a pendant of energy, giving Thrall an additional 150 mana. It's really the only good item on this map. I think that smaller, less lethal versions of this encounter are exactly what the map needs more of. Interesting fights with worthwhile loot, but they're optional, so if it's too hard, you can always back off. Anyway, I took so long here that most of the Tauren have died to centaur raids, and I'm actually in really bad shape. Whoops. Thrall and my 3 demolishers push through the remaining towers while Karen protects the Kodos in the rear. Thankfully, the Feral Spirit Wolves are always here to bolster my forces no matter how many I lose. Then we're going to skip over the fact that I couldn't figure out how to end the mission because Karen wasn't moving for like 2 minutes, and it turns out all I had to do was go slightly to the left. Listen, in my defense, I was very worried about this low HP Kodo because 2 of them have to survive, and this guy was 1 hit from death. In the final cutscene, a giant wave of centaur appear, threatening the convoy. But Cairn Chadhoof stomps so hard that the rocks collapse on the centaur, killing them and blocking the path. If I had a nickel for each time that the heroes of an RTS from 2002 escaped a horde of enemies by collapsing a rock pillar that ends up killing a centaur in the process, I would have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. The scene shifts back to the Eastern Kingdoms, where the Legion is effortlessly slaughtering the inhabitants of a human village. Tichondrius approaches the massive pit lord Mannoroth. The 2 discuss how the Scourge has wiped away all potential resistance before the demons arrived, unlike the Orcs who failed to do so in the previous war. Tichondrius knows that the Orcs have sailed east, so he, Mannoroth, and Archimonde decide to observe them. They failed their mission before, but that doesn't mean the Legion can't use them. Back on Kalimdor, with their escort duty complete, the Orcs have split off from the Tauren. Before they departed, Cairn told Thrall that the Oracle is within Stone Talon Peak, one of the foothills of Mount Hyjal. As the Orcs move towards the mountain, they're getting restless. They're a warrior race and are starved of a real challenge. Eventually, they stumble upon a pitched battle. They've finally found Grom Hellscream's Warsong clan, and they're battling humans, the ones that they sailed east to escape from. Thrall laments the ceaseless conflict and then moves to assist Hellscream. After cleaning out the encampment, Thrall questions Grom. Apparently, a woman named Proudmoore is leading the humans. 1 second. Yeah, I'm like 90% sure that I forgot to ever give Jaina's full name. It's Jaina Proudmoore. Sorry about that. Whoops. Apparently the humans are blocking the northern pass. Thrall orders a base constructed, and the orcs to remain defensive until they can scout the area. Which might be a good time to mention that Grom was a character originally from Warcraft 2, known for his incredible levels of aggression, charging straight into battle against the humans, so he completely ignores Thrall and does exactly that. It seems orcs truly are in for an existence of non-stop aggression against the humans. After building up a bit, the scouts report that they found a goblin shop with zeppelins. If we can hire some, then we can fly straight to Stone Talon Peak, so that's the plan. Bust through the human base, grab some zeppelins, and head off. This is another mission that I think is pretty well put together, though it has some problems with inconsistency. The mission has 4 human enemies facing off against us and Grom's purple orcs as allies. Grom's attacks are frequent, and because heroes can be rebuilt, he's always leading the charge against the enemy. This means that linking up with him and fighting together is a very strong plan. And honestly, I just really like that. Having missions where you have an actual competent AI ally is not that common in RTS, and I always find it to be a lot of fun. But before we start fighting, this is our first orc macro mission, so let's take a bit to talk about their unique traits. First off, orc building is safe and versatile. Unlike humans whose peasants are outside of a structure and attackable, or undead who can only build on blight, orc peons can build anywhere and are untargetable inside of buildings as they're made. They lack the flair of summoning and walking away or power building with multiple peasants, but it is very comfortable. You might notice that some orc buildings have sharp parts. Well, these pokies have a point. Melee units that attack them take damage, and there are upgrades that make the damage higher. It gives the orcs a nice little bit of passive defense. On the unit side of things, orcs have a lot of power and a lot of toughness, but there is a drawback. Each unit costs quite a bit of food, also known as supply. For example, while ghouls and footmen only cost 2 food each, the grunt costs 3. The mortar team siege unit costs 3, but a demolisher costs 4. Everything is bigger in Orcland, and that means you have to go into upkeep if you want a lot of units. Guys, we're doing it. We're finally doing it. It's taken me 20 missions, but I finally have time to talk about one of the most basic mechanics in the game. I have pushed this section back so many times, and we are finally here. Grom and I are going to sack this human base while we finally get to talk about upkeep. You may have noticed that throughout this run, I've been constantly stopping production at around 40 or 70 supply and then banking a ton of gold and wood. This isn't because I'm bad, most of the time, but instead to work around a system called upkeep. As soon as you pass 40 supply, all mined gold is reduced from 10 per trip to 7. When you go above 70 supply, it is reduced from 7 to 4. So when you have a giant army, you are getting 40% of your normal gold income. Each trip from the peasants still takes 10 from the mine, so money is evaporating into thin air. This system is designed to keep players active, encourage taking your forces out and exploring, fighting instead of sitting at home. And then the creeps that are on the map provide a very natural thing for that army to do. If you want to build a big army, which you're gonna have to do sometimes, the best way to do it is to bank up a bunch of resources and then quickly push from one supply limit to the next. If you do that, you don't really lose that much money, but the system is pretty disliked by newer players because it's kinda clunky. Though it does have a lot of strategic value, so a lot of high-level players really like it. I have a bit of a love-hate relationship with the system. I do enjoy the level of strategic diversity that the entire mechanic provides. However, it disproportionately frustrates new players, and I think that that is very unhealthy for a game in the long run. So I wouldn't put it in a new game, but I think that Warcraft 3 is designed around it, and it works here. In the Frozen Throne expansion, maximum supply is increased from 90 to 100, and upkeep is increased from 40 to 50 and 70 to 80. I feel this initial system is a bit too constricting. The expansion loosening it up really does make it feel better. While we were going over all of that, I cleared through the first human base with Grom, and then because I was really far away, I got counterattacked and almost died. After rebuilding, I jump up to 70 supply with a couple new units. The Kodo Rider is a big boy bashing bongos in the back. He provides an attack buff to nearby allies, and he can eat some enemies. This slowly damages them until they're killed. The Devourer is really cool, but the Kodo is bad at fighting and costs a lot of supply, so you can't just spam a bunch and eat your entire opponent's army. The Raider, on the other hand, is very spammable. These guys are cheap, fast, and have nets that not only pull flyers down to the ground, but also stick enemy ground units in place. This allows you to avoid melee units or stop retreats. They also deal siege damage, making them less effective against most combat units, but fantastic against buildings. Oh man, we haven't talked about damage types yet, have we? There's so much in this game. Well, thankfully there's also a lot of missions, so we'll get there eventually. In order to support these high supply armies, the Orcs have a unique pillage upgrade. This allows raiders, grunts, and peons for some reason, the ability to loot enemy buildings for gold and wood as they attack them. This upgrade isn't the biggest difference in the world, but it's super flavorful and I really like it. Overall, this mission is pretty neat. I enjoy fighting with Grom and slowly dismantling the human forces. The one thing I would change is making Grom act like the multiplayer AI. If you make a 2 versus 2 or other team game with an ally, whenever they go out creeping or attacking an enemy, they always issue an alert ping, telling you exactly where they plan on going. I don't mind Grom being reckless and running around aggressively, but I would like to be able to follow him properly. Eventually, our teamwork does breach the third human base, who hides the path to the goblin shop. There are a few creeps here, nothing major, though the group of harpies at the end do hit pretty hard. Once they're cleared out, we get the Zeppelins and return them to Grom, and the mission ends. And Thrall is pissed. He told Grom to stand down with the humans, and Grom directly disobeyed those orders. The Warsong clan needs to contain its bloodlust, or they are a liability to the Horde. Thrall is going to go meet the Oracle, and Grom needs to go build a base for them and chill out a bit. Grom is frustrated. Base building is unbecoming of the Horde's greatest warriors. But his troops are getting spooked. Whispers are coming from the trees.
You
hear that? This place is haunted.
Grom doesn't care. If they're going to build a base, they're going to do it right, so the Orcs need to stop being cowards and start chopping. As the mission starts, we see our objective: harvest a staggering 15,000 lumber. This is a lot, even for Ashenvale Forest, which is littered with trees. As the peons break through the first tree line, they're attacked by a mysterious race of warrior women that the Orcs have never seen before. I'm sorry, I just need a moment to point this out because it's hilarious. In the cutscene before the mission, a trigger makes this grunt look at Grom, but Blizzard forgot to reset the trigger, and after the cutscene ends, for as long as he's alive, he'll just stare at Grom no matter which direction he's in. He'll longingly gaze across the entire map with his head backwards in order to see his war chief. For some reason, they never wrote on the wiki that orcs are part owl. So we need to harvest 15,000 lumber in order to build a base for Thrall, but these elven women are not happy with it, and they start raiding us. We also don't start the mission with a gold mine, so we have to head out and find one quickly and establish a base. Grom also gets reports of great magical trees that we need to be wary of. Not having intelligence as his primary stat, instead of being wary of the magical trees, Grom decides to smash them for lumber. For every single one that we find and break, we get 2,000, which is an absolute ton. We also find a goblin who tells us that if we kill a nearby Furbolg tribe leader in the area, he'll use his fancy shredders to clear cut for us. But before we do that, I need to build up some defenses, defend the enemy attacks, and most importantly, talk about motorcycles. You may have noticed that I'm always calling this character Grom, but the text always says Gromash. Well, this is a big point of confusion in the Warcraft scene, so let's clear it up a bit. Back in Warcraft 2, Grom was called Grom. And then in the original release of Warcraft 3, different people called him either Grom, Gromash, or his last name Hellscream. But then Reforged came out, and in the Reforged campaigns they call him Hellscream every time, and they poorly edit the audio every time so that the voice line is changed.
Grom, are you alright? Hellscream, are you alright?
And then in this version of the game, which is using the old campaigns but is still technically in the Reforged client, every mention of Grom is replaced with the text Gromash, but the audio still says Grom. Why did they do this? Well, some people speculate that it's because in 2014, Honda copyrighted the name Grom for a line of motorcycles and Blizzard was thus unable to use the name. But this doesn't make any sense. I talked to a lawyer about this, and don't judge the fact that I spend my free time talking to lawyers about video game and motorcycle copyright law. I was told that copyright in most of the law specifically covers when a reasonable customer would be misled between two similarly named products. Like you can't call another motorized vehicle or bicycle a Grom because it's already a motorcycle. But no reasonable person out there is confusing a motorcycle with the leader of the Warsong clan. That would be a very weird thing to do. But Blizzard has never explicitly explained why they made this change, so they're not being helpful. So here is my hypothesis. When the World of Warcraft expansion Warlords of Draenor came out, the storyline of the game involved the players traveling to an alternate timeline of Warcraft 2. This is of course the game that Grom originated from. In the original storyline, Grom, along with most of the other orcs, drank demon blood in order to get a big boost to their powers before invading Azeroth. But in Warlords of Draenor, Grom was warned by his time-traveling son that he would be bound to the demons if he drank their blood, so he refused. I think Blizzard passed out a memo when making Warlords of Draenor that in this time-twisted version of Grom, he would be referred to as Gromash in order to differentiate from the original timeline. Blood Drinker Grom, and the alternate timeline Sober Gromash. But because the original Grom wasn't part of any active WoW story at the time, it sort of just became always refer to Grom as Gromash, which they did. And as time went on, they sort of just forgot why they were doing that and followed the mantra of Grom is Gromash now. And then some overeager person tried to retrofit Reforged to this new mantra, having the original context being lost to time. I think the reason that people latched onto the motorcycle theory is because Warlords of Draenor came out in 2014, the same year that the Honda Grom was released. So what is my evidence that Blizzard doesn't have some irrational fear of spooky motorcycle copyright? This is the Yamaha Tracer, released in 2015, 1 year after all of this, but 1 year before Overwatch. There's absolutely zero way that Blizzard changed the name of a character they've been using for 20 years at that point because they were fearing copyright infringement, and then proceeded to have one of the main characters of the game that they put out the next year be the same as another motorcycle. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe that consumers were trying to buy motorcycles and accidentally bought World of Warcraft expansions instead, because none of this is how copyright works at all. You know, I always kind of thought that when people were making these kind of long videos that the mental breakdown part was just a bit. It turns out that it's very real. Grom's name may be confusing, but his abilities are not. How's that for a segue? The Blade Master is one of the best hero classes. Windwalk allows them to become invisible and pass through units. Once the Blade Master attacks, the invisibility is broken and the attack does a big chunk of bonus damage. Mirror Image creates up to 3 time-to-life body doubles that don't do damage but can confuse enemies in fights and works well to run around and scout out the map. And Critical Strike is a passive ability that gives the Blade Master a 15% on every attack to deal 2 times damage at first rank, 3 times at second, and 4 times at third. This means the Blade Master just randomly deletes enemies from existence, and it's pretty sweet. All of this together means that the Blade Master is a hyper-maneuverable, high-burst damage assassin. The grunts soak the shots, and Grom dishes out the pain. The Night Elves we encounter on this mission are all low durability, high damage units, and this means that Grom is exceptionally good at closing distance while windwalking and eliminating them all quickly. Once my army is big enough, I'm feeling safe. I get to move out and kill the Furbolg Chieftain and finish the Goblin's quest. When I return, he gives me 2 shredders to help my harvesting. Lumber is a pretty interesting resource. Unlike gold, where you only need 5 workers to harvest consistently and reliably from a gold mine, lumber harvesters are constantly knocking down trees as they work, which means that the rate is constantly decreasing as the travel time from a drop-off point increases. This is mitigated by allowing a special building for each faction. The lumber mill, graveyard, and war mill can serve as secondary drop-off points. These are far cheaper to build than town halls, so they can be built anew once a lumber resource is gone. Workers by default can carry up to 10 lumber at a time and can harvest 1 per chop. And then there's the Goblin Shredder, which completely takes all of this complexity and nuance out of the equation and exchanges it for sheer firepower. Each swing of its bladed arm harvests 10 wood, and they can carry up to 200 per trip. They do cost 4 times as much supply as a peon, but they carry 20 times as much wood, meaning that this mission is going to be over soon. I just have to protect my shredders and maybe knock down another magical tree or 2 to speed things up a bit. During all of this, Grom has also zoomed to level 6, unlocking the Blade Master Ultimate Blade Storm. It does comical levels of damage in a pretty large area around Grom and makes him immune to spells while spinning because why not? Blade Storm is a very simple ultimate and devastatingly powerful. It weakens the enemy enough that I can just walk in and target down the tree in their base to pop up to 13,000 wood. And then not much happens. This is a weird aspect of missions whose objective doesn't have to do with the enemy. I just kind of sit around for a little bit, hit my quota, and we move on. Mannoroth and Tichondrius have made their way to Kalimdor, deep within the same forest that the Warsong clan has been clear-cutting. This is the domain of the Night Elf demigod Cenarius, an ancient enemy of the Burning Legion. This demigod must be destroyed before the invasion of Kalimdor begins. The demons conspire to use the Orcs' destruction of this land to lure Cenarius out and execute him. It was Mannoroth's blood that the Orcs drank when they made their initial pact with the demons, and it still has the potential to bind them to him. Mannoroth spills his blood into the Fountain of Power, hoping that its energies will lure the Orcs into consuming it and reigniting their pact once again. While the demons conspire, the Orcs have been building and continuing their devastation of Ashenvale Forest. And right on cue, Cenarius has taken notice, animating the trees and mobilizing the elves to strike back against the invasion. We start off with 4 big bases across the bottom side of the map. Grom may be savage and reckless, but he took the orders to build a base very seriously. Unfortunately, the wrath of the elves and their demigod is more than he can handle. Quickly, all 3 peripheral bases are overwhelmed, and we have to fall back across the river to defend. Once the buildings have been razed, Cenarius channels his powers, regrowing the forest that the Orcs had desecrated, which I think is a really cool way to flex a demigod's powers. It makes you respect him. But Cenarius is a brutal deity, and won't stop until the Orcs are eradicated. The 3 armies that broke our bases now converge on the main base, wiping out everything I have with me barely surviving the onslaught. With such an overwhelming being leading them, we need help if we're to hold off the elves. But a witch doctor senses a dark power emanating from somewhere in the forest. We should investigate, but before we can do so, we need to secure our defenses. Fortunately, we have 15,000 lumber on hand from the previous mission, so we don't have to invest much in economy, just unit production. I really like how this and the previous mission portray the Night Elves in nature. They're absolutely unrelentingly savage, constantly aggressive and wearing you down. I much prefer this depiction of nature compared to the more peaceful, tranquil serenity that a lot of fantasy of the time was pushing. In Warcraft, nature is raw, primal, and brutal. It's a much more honest depiction, and it leads me to be much more interested in the Night Elves as a faction. The attacks here continue to be strong. In order to help the defense, I use the Troll Witch Doctor. He has a variety of totem spells available, and they're all incredible. Stasis Trap creates a ward that will explode when enemies approach, stunning them for a bit. Healing Ward is one that we've seen before in the form of an item. Dropping it on the ground provides a powerful restorative effect for 30 seconds in an area. And Sentry Ward is my favorite. It places a small invisible ward on the ground. All it does is provide vision, but it lasts for an insane 10 minutes. These spells together means the Witch Doctor is a defensive powerhouse, spotting incoming enemy attacks, setting up stunning traps, and healing the allies throughout the fight. For every remaining Orc mission, I'm going to be grabbing 1 or 2 of these guys for their fantastic utility. Once I've built up enough, I feel safe to split my forces into an exploration and defensive squad, and start moving Grom towards a source of power to the north. Oh, and look, another section where the game wants you to split your forces into 2 and control them at the same time. And once again, if you accidentally mess up your unit movement, the aggressive force simply goes home. These subtle design decisions are one of the reasons that Warcraft 3 just feels good to play. The game works hard to make sure that the elves are the enemy, not the game controls. As we clear through the path, we come upon a corrupted well, with some satyr defending it. They claim that the Orcs are unworthy of drinking from the pool. Grom takes the bait and Vitamixes them all, securing the demon-tainted well and once again drinking the blood of Mannoroth in exchange for power. Grom firmly believes that this battle rage is what makes the Orcs strong, and this power should be embraced. As the Orcs drink from the well, they return to their savage Fel Orc state. And at this point, something really cool happens. We're now playing as the Fel Orc sub-faction, and it's really strong. Every Orc unit we have is now turbo buffed, dealing chaos damage, which is the only type that can overcome Cenarius' damage reduction. We also have a new unit, the Fel Warlock, who fires a stunning bolt and then takes after the undead necromancer by casting Unholy Frenzy and Cripple. These Fel Orcs are so absolutely overpowered that within 60 seconds of getting them, the southern Night Elf base is already toast. Cenarius rushes in to defend, praising how well the demons have deceived the Orcs. Grom claims that the Orcs are free before cutting down the previously unstoppable demigod in the span of a few seconds. The Fel Orc powers are so strong that it's not even a good boss fight. It's just a slaughter. Having completed their task, Mannoroth greets the Warsong clan. Grom, in search of the power that would finally give the Orcs freedom, has once again shackled his clan to a demon lord. Meanwhile, Thrall's playing with Blimp. I feel like I've made this joke before. The Orcs have moved towards Stone Talon Peak in their effort to find the Oracle, but a human fortress bars their way at the mountain's summit. Thrall isn't sure what the humans are up to. And then Karen joins us. They don't say it, but I assume this means he dropped off the non-combatants of his tribe in Mulgore and then came over with the big boys, but it's kind of weird because from Thrall's perspective, there's only been one mission in between him leaving us and coming back. Karen doesn't like that the humans are blocking access to the Oracle and suggests using the nearby Wyverns to help. But the Wyverns are being held by Harpies. If we want the flying beasts, we're gonna have to make our way through the flying humanoids, I guess. We have made it 25 missions into this campaign, and I can say for the first time, we have hit a mission that doesn't really have any narrative value. The goal here is to rescue the Wyverns and then use them and Zeppelins to assault the human base at the summit of the mountain that's not accessible by ground. There aren't any major story elements to go over here. Instead, I think the mission was added in order to drop a ton of new stuff on the player simultaneously in preparation for the final battle. It also serves as a bit of a narrative buffer. It would be very weird if we went directly from Grom finishing his storyline to Thrall finishing his. So let's go over the new stuff. First of all, we have Cairn Bloodhoof, our Tauren chieftain. He is the epitome of a tank character, with a massive HP pool, an area stun, and an aura that gives nearby allies a move and attack speed bonus. He also shoots off shockwaves that deal solid damage in a line. To help their chieftain, we also have the Tauren. They're a high-tech bruiser that has about infinity HP and hits hard. And finally, the Shaman, who we've actually had for a couple of missions now, but I didn't want to introduce them and then instantly turn them into Fel Orcs. They're a spellcaster, whose first two spells I'll talk about some other time, but their final spell is Bloodlust, an auto-casted buff that gives a huge move and attack speed bonus to the target for an insane 60 seconds. Shaman Bloodlust is the single greatest force multiplier that the Orcs have available to them, maybe even the best one in the game. This spell is incredible and it makes every non-mechanical Orc unit a threat. To start the mission off, I want to scout around the map, figure out where everyone is, and see where incoming attacks are. Fortunately, Thrall's hero class is called the Farseer. You would think that this means he's very good at seeing things that are far away. And you'd be right. In fact, the Farseer has a spell called Farsight, and it totally sucks. For 75 mana, Farsight lets you see a pathetically small area anywhere on the map for a short duration. Farsight is so lackluster that it's not even the Farseer's best scouting spell. To explain why, we have to talk about spell ranks. When a hero starts off at level 1, they have an available talent point that can be used to pick one of their 3 basic spells. Or if they're in the campaign, it gets pre-picked for them. Every time that a hero levels up, they get another talent point that can either be used to unlock a new basic spell, or to enhance the rank of a currently known spell. Each spell has 3 ranks, each getting progressively stronger. For example, the rank 1 Farseer's Chain Lightning does 85 damage and jumps to up to 4 targets, dealing progressively less every time. At rank 3, it does 180 damage, over twice as much, and it bounces to up to 8 targets. The kicker is that you can't pick the second rank of abilities until the hero is level 3 and the final rank until level 5. This hurts Farsight. The ability is actually very nice when max rank. It provides a huge amount of vision, but in order to do that, it means not leveling up Chain Lightning or Feral Spirit early. To make things worse, the Feral Spirit Wolves at level 3 become invisible when not attacking. And do you know what's really good at scouting around an absolutely huge amount of area for the same mana cost as Farsight? 2 invisible wolves. Most of the time, heroes are well designed enough that you have multiple different valid paths to take when leveling up. However, for Thrall, I can't help but feel that Farsight is a bit of a trap ability. Interestingly, Blizzard also seems to not be completely happy with this system. In Heroes of the Storm, they decided that all heroes would start with their 3 basic abilities unlocked, and then leveling up unlocks mutually exclusive bonuses to pick for those abilities. I don't dislike how it works in Warcraft 3, it's very simple and approachable, but I do like how Heroes of the Storm stops abilities from feeling bad to have. While we were chatting, we did a bonus quest about killing a centaur to get a rune to purify a healing fountain. We grabbed a second base, we turned the human second base into rubble, and cleared out the harpies. This is worth noting. As I said, none of this mission has any importance to the greater plot, but even as a filler mission, there's still a bunch of little things to go and do. They never make a mission that's just a big open field with an enemy and just tell you to go beat them up. I know that sounds like hyperbole, but that's just how most RTS missions were for a really long time. With the Harpies defeated, we rescue the Wyvern and immediately put them to use as our only flying unit, the Wyvern Rider. It's a very simple name, but they do fancy it up a bit in the Frozen Throne expansion when they change it to Wind Rider. Wyvern Riders are pretty flimsy, but they throw very potent spears that poison enemies. They're a strong backline or harassment tool. To assault the human base, I use them to escort my zeppelins, spearing down patrols of Griffin Riders and securing a landing zone for my ground army. Because I was already at 90 of 90 supply when I rescued the Wyverns, it put me over 100 supply, something that wouldn't be normally possible without these rescued units. Needless to say, the game was not designed around firepower of that magnitude, and the human base is leveled quickly. In the final moments of the battle, Thrall catches sight of the sorceress that Grom said was leading the humans, delving into the cave, seeking the Oracle for herself. Cairn and Thrall follow, and the search for the Oracle begins. As the Horde explores the mountainous caverns, they reach a crossroads. The Orcs and Taurens split up to investigate both halves. That's it. Usually we get like 2 to 3 minutes worth of cutscenes before every mission. This time we got about 12 seconds. After the floor spawns in, we find ourselves in another no-build mission. If you're a keen follower of my content, you may know that I'm not the biggest fan of no-build missions when I have to do them in games like Age of Empires or StarCraft. But this isn't because I don't like the idea behind them, but that's because I've been completely and totally spoiled by this game's dungeon missions, and this is the first one. Warcraft's dungeon missions feel straight out of a good D&D campaign. Cavernous ruins filled to the brim with weird events, and most importantly, a ton of great loot. Honestly, throughout these first 3 campaigns, loot has been fairly mid at best. We get some items that do simple stuff like a bit of intelligence or plus 15% attack speed or a little bit of health regeneration, but it's been fairly sparse and bland. But in this single mission, we're going to fully rekit both of our heroes almost completely, and it's awesome. There's so many little events happening, each with their own reward. We find a group of cultists surrounding a flaming well for whatever reason, and if you blast through this somewhat hidden gate, there's a slime monster that drops a ring of HP regen. There are these boxes with treasure in it, but also ghosts. There are side paths where you beat up more cultists and steal their book, and the Skeleton King is just chilling out here for some reason, and you can go to this optional area to the south to slay some salamanders. They have a key that opens a treasure door room that has a ton of great items in it. There's this hallway where a bunch of sorceresses use the polymorph ability to turn their forces into sheep to ambush you, which is super creative and unfortunately mind-bugged and they didn't become hostile. But that doesn't mean it's not a good idea. There are prisoners to rescue, secret flaming lizards to kill, and even a war between harpies and dragons going on. And on Cairn's side, things are just as interesting. There's a series of traps that skewer anybody that's standing over them, and a key that's needed that's guarded by a bunch of Quilgor sitting inside of this trap. But if you opt to fight them instead of using the trap, which is actually a really hard fight, you get this necklace of spell immunity, which does exactly what it says and is probably the strongest item in the game. There's this weird salamander that slowly eats his way through Mushroom Forest in order to reveal items. There's evil statue golems that come to life and ambush you. The mission is kind of nonsense, but in a good way. The dungeon feels like a collection of ancient secrets, grotesque monsters, and humans who are exploring it for themselves. It feels less like a mission and more like a place, where every nook and cranny is worth exploring. There's no time pressure, no urgency, just careful, controlled delving through a series of events that are sometimes weird and sometimes challenging, but always worth it because the rewards are good. From now on, dungeon missions are going to become a mainstay for the remaining campaigns, and I, for one, adore them. The only complaint I have is that in order to encourage exploration, the game disables Thrall's Farsight, which the reasoning makes sense, but man, I feel bad for Farsight enjoyers. This campaign doubles down on making that ability feel objectively awful to level up early. Eventually, after enough delving, Cairn and Thrall are reunited. They use loot they found from their adventures to activate a spectral bridge that doesn't load properly, and gracefully cross this gap with no issues whatsoever. On the other side, they find Jaina, who is instantly hostile, but the Prophet, or should I say, the Oracle, talks them down and explains the situation. Jaina has led the survivors of Lordaeron eastward, escaping the Legion's wrath. Grom has already fallen under the demon's influence, and if nothing is done, the Legion will destroy all life on this world. The Alliance and Horde must face this threat together. As the heroes make preparations for the battle ahead, Thrall is gutted that he has to fight his own people. But Jaina doesn't plan on killing Grom, instead presenting the Orcs with a soul gem. If they use it to capture him and bring him back to the base, we might be able to break Mannoroth's control. Thrall has been trying to avoid conflict. He doesn't want to fight the humans, let alone his own orcs. The mission opens up with a very developed orc base, allowing us to turbo into the mid-game. On our left flank is Jaina's human base, who isn't particularly useful for attacking, but does a phenomenal job at absorbing about half of the enemies. This mission is tough. Well, if you don't cheese it by walking Thrall straight to the end with a necklace of spell immunity on, but we're not doing that here. When playing legitimately, it's one of the hardest missions in the game, as a campaign finale should be. To get in the best position I can be, I head out, grab a second gold mine, find a goblin shop where I can hire a shredder, and build an army of Tauren, Shaman, and later Demolishers to fight the Fell Orcs. But also, the demons. The sky turns red and infernals start to fall to the ground. Throughout the mission, they will land in random locations and then attack the nearest enemy base, which generally is ours. Some of them will go after Jaina's humans, which takes the pressure off, but if they're left unanswered, they'll raise buildings quickly and burn through workers. As a result, I need a lot of towers here. The Orc Watchtower is very simple. It doesn't have any upgrades like the human one, nor does it come from the supply structure like the undead, but it builds quickly and hits hard, making it a great defense against these melee enemies. Once I've secured my defenses against the demons, it's time to fight through the corrupted Warsong clan bases. I take my army and begin pushing my way through the enemy. Thrall and Cairn also have their ultimate abilities at this point. Earthquake allows Thrall to channel, dealing a large amount of damage to buildings in an area, and Cairn's reincarnation allows him to revive when killed every few minutes. These ultimate abilities are fairly mid, honestly. They're not nearly as exciting as bringing all of your allies back to life or stuff like that. But their power is necessary against the Fell Orc enemies who are simply stronger than our own units. And this power advantage is something that I think is brilliant. The idea of fighting against your own faction, known as a mirror match, is generally disliked in RTS. You may have noticed we never actually fought human versus human or undead versus undead. This is our first mirror. When being designed, factions are given little consideration about what it's like to fight themselves because fundamentally, it's always going to be fair. But being fair and being fun are different. There's always some level of snowballing when both teams have the same toolkit, and in the heat of a pitched battle, it can be difficult to tell players apart even with team colors. So having the Fell Orcs as antagonists allows the game to play the mirror matchup, but with a few key differences that really improve the experience. First off, the enemy just looks different. It's far easier to tell them apart from our own units. And second is the asymmetry. Because only the orcs are demon corrupted, not the entire horde, it's okay that the enemy has more powerful versions of grunts, raiders, and the like. They have a small roster of super units, while I have a wider selection of tools. If they had exactly the same stuff but better, it would be very frustrating. The Fell Orc asymmetry is also great for the Ludo narrative. Oh yeah, we're whipping out that term because this is a video game essay and I want you to think that I'm smart. Ludonarrative, to be very brief, is a game's story being expressed through gameplay. A good game tries to make sure that the things you're being told match up with the things you're actually doing, and this mission does that in a fantastic way. Throughout this campaign, Thrall has taken the orcs and trolls he started with, folded in the Tauren, even adopted wyverns and kodos. He's tried to reduce aggression against the humans, expressed regret when having to fight them, and even joined together with them in the end. Grom, on the other hand, believes that freedom comes through strength. For orcs to be free, they need to embrace any source of power available. When our multiracial force strikes the Warsong clan's orc-only bases, it's far more than just two armies fighting. The battlefield representing the conflicting beliefs in the nature of what it should mean to be an orc. Thrall's New Age philosophy of camaraderie versus Grom's traditionalist orc supremacy. Whichever wins this battle also wins the ideological war and shapes the future of the entire species. This is once again expressed in the faction's win conditions. If Jaina's base is destroyed, we lose. And in order to win, we don't actually have to beat the other orcs in combat, we just have to rescue Grom. As I said earlier, you can theoretically just walk to the end of the mission and grab him. After fighting through the orc bases, a small contingent of demons guarding Grom are destroyed. The Blade Master is sealed in the Soul Gem and brought home. A group of priests and shaman work together to purge the corruption, returning Grom to normal. He apologizes, but that won't cut it. If the orcs are to be saved, they must be freed from the Demon Blood's curse. Thrall makes the first move, throwing his hammer at the Pit Lord, a strike that is easily deflected, and Mannoroth's counterattack throws the Farseer into the canyon walls. It's now a 1 versus 1 between Grom and the Demon Lord. The orcs in Warcraft 1 and 2 were not good people. They were unambiguously evil across the board. They did nothing but fight, loot, and destroy, and they were proud of it. While Arthas' story explores the themes of how good people can be led to do bad things, the orc story asks the opposite. Can bad people be redeemed? And in this instance, the answer is yes. Grom's axe shatters Mannoroth's glaive, cleaving through the Pit Lord, destroying him, and at the same time destroying the source of Grom's power. The Pit Lord's death throes overwhelm Grom, taking the Blade Master out with him. With Mannoroth dead, the blood bond is broken. In his final action, Grom has not only freed himself, but all orcs from its grasp. This mission is the final one we will play as the Orcish Horde. Unlike the other factions, they don't have a traditional campaign in the expansion. While their part to play is not over, the Orcs have reached a turning point, for this is the first time in the history of Warcraft that Orcs will no longer be the aggressors. Before we head into the Night Elf campaign, I wanted to talk a little bit about Battle.net and custom campaigns. Hooking players with a great campaign and fun factions is one thing, but the ability to keep them coming back was integral to Warcraft's lasting legacy. In a time where most online games required a monthly subscription to play, Warcraft 3 was free for anybody with an internet connection. This, coupled with a powerful but very user-accessible map editor, led to a golden age of user-generated content. MOBAs, tower defense, and auto-battlers were all technically things before, but they exploded in popularity and refinement as Warcraft's incredible combination of accessible creation tools, combined with a custom game lobby, made it easy to build something, put it out there, and then if it was good, it would spread like wildfire. I run one of the largest StarCraft 2 mod-making communities, and while the StarCraft 2 editor is objectively more powerful than Warcraft 3's, I envy the accessibility that Warcraft has. Anybody with a good idea can just make it, and that is why Warcraft 3 started the golden age of user-generated content for real-time strategy. I genuinely think that the biggest whiff in the real-time strategy genre recently is that nobody has made an earnest effort to build these powerful and easy-to-use creation tools. In the last 10 years, every major RTS title that releases refuses to do this and is hamstringing its long-term sustainability as a result. Blizzard knew exactly what they were doing here, and it worked perfectly. Mannoroth may have been a powerful member of the Burning Legion, but his defeat means little in the grand scheme of the Legion's invasion plans. The Eastern Kingdoms burn, and Cenarius is dead. The Night Elf priestess Tyrande Whisperwind knows that her people can only be safe if all the Outlanders are driven from these lands, starting with this human and orc alliance. It's time to play the final faction of Warcraft 3. Well, it isn't really the actual final faction because we play the expansion pack and it's wild, but the Night Elves are the final faction that you could pick if you were playing a multiplayer game, if that counts for anything. Unlike the 3 previous campaigns that start with no build missions, the Night Elves start making an army instantly. One thing worth noting is that from now on, for every campaign, the kid gloves are off. Every time that we start a campaign, the game just assumes that we have a good understanding of Warcraft 3 mechanics, and it will teach us the unique twists on whatever faction we're playing, and then throw us straight into the deep end. This is a really big benefit for having chronological campaigns instead of multiple playable ones in any order. It avoids that fluff of tutorial every time. So let's talk about these faction-specific mechanics. The most important one is that trees can walk, yo. All Night Elf production buildings are tree beings called Ancients. They can walk around, but they have to root in the ground in order to produce units and upgrades. The Night Elf worker is called the Wisp, built from the Tree of Life, and they harvest kinda weird. The Tree of Life can entangle a nearby gold mine, building a free structure on top of it where the Wisp enters and mines from. This is similar to how undead mining works, but the Wisps can't be attacked, which is absurdly powerful. They also harvest lumber better than everybody else. Instead of knocking trees down, Wisps attach themselves, spinning around a certain tree and harvesting an infinite amount of lumber. They do harvest slower than the other factions, but not having to spend the time knocking trees down or traveling back to a mill means they tend to be on par or slightly faster than other factions in the long term. To make up for this insane resource economy, any Wisp used to produce an ancient structure is lost. Well, it turns into the tree, but you know what I mean. Night Elf supply structures are also fantastic. The Moonwell provides supply and generates energy over time. This energy can be spent to heal units and restore mana. As I've been building up, I've been using Tyrande's Sentinel ability. This spell summons an invulnerable owl that can fly around the map scouting. I hate this spell. Everything I said about Farsight applies here as well, but it's worse because the game forces you to start with it. The Priestess of the Moon hero class is actually quite strong, but Tyrande is nerfed from the get-go because she has this bad ability at level 1. After I get an economy, I find a group of Furbolg Bear people. They're going to be recurring throughout this campaign. A sentient race that doesn't have the capacity to fight against the demon's corruption, most of the time. Here they ask Tyrande to find 10 of their tribespeople to help them escape these lands. I did talk smack about the owl, but he does help me find these bear people pretty easily. In order to rescue them, the only combat unit I can make is the archer. The archer is an archer. It's got high damage, it's cheap, and has range, but very low durability. But here's a fun fact, the archer is the only basic unit that costs lumber. There we go, now we have something to say. After rescuing all 10 Furbolg, I get access to their champions to join us, which is honestly a really cool quest reward. I wish the game did more of this. Most of the time when you're doing an early quest, it's like a potion as your reward, and who cares about that? I would much rather have unique units available that you don't get to normally play with. The mission objective is to enter the human and orc encampment and kill the paladin guarding it. I send the giant archer ball with their teddy bear friends to mercilessly poke Duke Lionheart until he dies. And it turns out that this was a terrible plan. As soon as the paladin is slain, the Legion and their undead pets invade, washing through the base and forcing the elves into full retreat. One thing I really like about the Legion is how they consistently and reliably wait for the enemy to be in a weakened state before they strike. Every single time that they show up, it's been after somebody else caused damage and then they swoop in for the kill. It's a nice piece of narrative consistency, and it makes the Legion seem significantly more intelligent than just big demon brutes slashing through everything. During her retreat, Tyrande is cornered by Archimonde and Tichondrius, using her ability to meld into the shadows to narrowly escape them. And so, the demon hunt begins. 10,000 years ago, the Night Elves managed to repel a previous Legion invasion. Tyrande had fought against Archimonde before, and knows that in order to hold the Legion at bay, she must rally the Elves. But first, she's gotta get out of here. All female Night Elf units have the ability to turn invisible during nighttime, with a skill called Shadow Meld. Actually, back up. I briefly mentioned this during Stratholme, but there's a day-night cycle during Warcraft. For orcs, humans, and undead, the benefits are pretty minimal. You can see farther during the day, and some creeps fall asleep during night so you can ambush them. But unsurprisingly, night elves are a bit more attuned to this cycle. The Priestess of the Moon hero, the Archer, and the Huntress can turn invisible during the nighttime. It lasts until they either move, attack, or the sun comes up. This incredibly powerful ability is how we escape these Doom Guards. It's a little puzzle where we watch their patrol path, run past, and then shadow meld when it isn't safe. To make this bit easier, the game clock is always stuck at nighttime for this mission. After avoiding an uncomfortably large number of Doom Guards and sending this Furbolg to his death, sorry buddy, we find some troops. And this next section is really cool. The undead, human, and orc are all in a series of pitched battles. We have to make our way around and navigate through the forest. There's actually some decent items inside of these battles, so it can be worth the risk to try to jump in and grab some gear. In fact, this mission is absolutely loaded with loot in general. After we pass the battle section, we find more elves to rescue who have Shadow Meld, and then the next area has enemy shades who can see cloaked units. There's a bunch of good loot in this area, so we have to move around, snipe the shades while avoiding the Doom Guards and grabbing items. It's a really fun and stressful situation. And then the final section of the mission is a big undead base to clear through, but we get some ballista to siege it with. Technically, there's a small side path that you can take that skips the base, but where's the fun in that? This is Warcraft, not Sneakcraft. Actually, I lied. This is Starcraft. I take the ballista and very naturally use them to bulldoze these trees and rescue my Night Elf Hydralisk. This is absolutely lore accurate and not at all an Easter egg. It is also so far superior to every other unit in the game that it's only kind of funny. All low-tier Night Elf units, including this Hydralisk, are ranged, and that teaches the player that sieging is very powerful as Night Elf. Pulling enemies out of their base and then eliminating them without the protection of their towers is very easy when none of your stuff has to jump into melee. And Hank the Hydralisk melts through everybody. The undead base falls and we reach the elven camp. Unfortunately, this brave warrior will not be joining us for the rest of the campaign, so we have to give our... Hank, what are you doing in the cutscene, bud? After Chandra's Feathermoon alerts Tyrande to the situation, the priestess makes a decision. If the Legion is to be defeated, the Night Elves need to awaken the Druids. And then Hank leaves. With Cenarius dead, the Night Elves are missing their guardian deity. Tyrande has decided it's her responsibility to solve this crisis, and to do so, the Night Elves must claim the fallen demigod's horn and use it to awaken the Druids from their slumber. But nothing comes easy. The Orcs have a base camp standing between us and the Horn, and the undead are clear-cutting a forest to make their way towards the Barrow Den where the Archdruid slumbers. Also, the Night Elf voice acting is really weird at times. Listen to how uninterested this Huntress sounds about the end of the world.
He must be warned that the Legion has returned.
Then we'd better hurry. If the undead overtake his den before he's awake...
Let us make haste, my sisters. All our hopes rest on Furian's awakening.
Even Tyrande just gets bored of what she's saying and cuts her off partway through. The majority of Warcraft's voice acting is really enjoyable, but the Night Elves are a bit inconsistent. I think they were running out of time near the end of the development cycle. Weird vocals aside, it's time for a well-designed but pretty darn hard mission. In the top right, we have a tree counter. If the undead level the entire forest, we lose. I really like this sort of time pressure. It's more interesting and engaging than 20 minutes remaining or whatever. You don't have as good of a grasp on how long it takes to chop down one tree, so it adds a bit of stress and tension. To bust the orcs, I'm gonna need an army, which requires money. We are 4 campaigns into this, and I apparently just decided to drop the incredible knowledge bomb that units are bought with money. What am I doing with my scripting? ChatGPT would write better than this. There's a gold mine right outside of my base, so I expand to it. I can take advantage of the unique Night Elf trait that all ancient buildings can uproot and walk. This allows me to move my ancient protector, which is the Night Elf version of a tower. It's nice being able to reposition to wherever is relevant. I have a couple of other tools that I can use to stay safe as I build up. The Huntress, in addition to being agile and dealing high damage, has a Sentinel ability. This launches an owl at a tree that permanently gives the elf player vision in an area. The only way to stop it is by chopping the tree down. In order to incentivize this ability's use, Blizzard does a very sneaky thing here. The attack path to the orcs' base actually splits into 2, meaning you're never sure which side the enemy is going to attack from. The Sentinel is perfect spotting here, so you don't get caught off guard. It's very obvious that this is a good way to use this skill. Even as a kid I knew this, and it's a nice little non-verbal teaching tool for how to use it. We can also make dryads now. And I sort of love the dryad. They're these hoppy little deer ladies that throw poisonous spears and dispel magic, and they're happy about life and nature all the time. Nobody has ever been so positive and bubbly about whittling their foes down with slowing toxins. If I had to find one complaint about this mission, it would be the lack of things to do. The orc base is quite strong. You need a good army to bust through it, but there isn't really any incremental progress that could be made. No outposts to take down or anything like that. There's like 2 packs of creeps near this goblin shop, and that's it. We mostly just chill behind these moonwells that heal us while absorbing the orcish aggression until we're ready to strike back. But the attack is pretty fun. There are actually 2 ways to approach this mission. You can fight through the orc base, or you can YOLO charge it and shadow meld on the other side. The YOLO strat is what I would do as a kid because I wasn't good enough to beat the orc base. But you can't reinforce it, so if it goes awry, you're kind of doomed. The orc base isn't anything special, but they are quite competent. They send a solid mixed composition with witch doctors that drop their totems that need to be killed, and shaman who will cast lightning shield, an ability that causes a target to deal damage to everybody near it. It really does a number to my glaive throwers. I just realized I may have messed up and called glaive throwers ballista in the last mission. I need to clarify something. Siege weapons get retconned in the Frozen Throne. Originally, humans had the steam tank, orcs had the catapult, and elves had the ballista. In the Frozen Throne, the siege tank was renamed the siege engine, given an anti-air rocket attack and a little thing on the front. The catapult was given a shiny new model, renamed the Demolisher and throws flaming rocks, and the ballista remade into the glaive thrower that deals high damage in a line. The models for these were backported into the original campaign, and some of them were renamed. But not all of them. The siege tank is still the siege tank, but the Demolisher is what the catapult used to be, and the glaive thrower used to be the ballista. It can be hard to remember what unit you're using when borrowing from one future unit's model, but the statistics aren't changed. It's a mess. And this is why the meat wagon is the best siege unit, because it was just meat wagoning this whole time. No changes, no problems. But a siege unit is a siege unit, so the orc base falls with a little over 20 trees remaining. We now move to Moonglade Isle. There are a series of spectral guardian enemies that use fire, ice, and electric attacks and buffs. The reason I decided to fight through the orc base instead of run across and shadow meld is so that I could use the Dryad, whose abolish magic skill automatically dispels the buffs off of enemies. Dryads may be female, but only female night elves have the ability to shadow meld, and I'd never leave my dear unit alone. My army also has strong synergy with my hero. All low-tier Night Elf units are ranged, and Tyrande's True Shot aura provides a hefty damage bonus to all ranged units. Her Searing Arrows will automatically spend mana to enhance her attacks as well, making my army incredibly damaging. This allows me to burn down the Guardians and beat them with 17 trees remaining. With the Guardians down, Tyrande blows the horn, awakening the Archdruid Furion Stormrage. Oh wait, it says Malfurion? Seriously, is there a motorcycle for him too? Nah, this time they changed it in the expansion and they claimed that his name was always Malfurion and Furion was just his nickname. And then they went back and retconned it. I really hate retcons and they do it a lot in Warcraft 3 and I wish they would have just not. Anyway, Malfurion uses a bunch of trees to dead the undead and we move on. After the dust settles, Malfurion and Tyrande get to reconnect. And oh, they're in love.
I thought of you every moment I roamed through the Emerald Dream.
My heart rejoices to see you again, Furion. But I would not have awakened you unless the need was urgent.
Well, Malfurion is in love at least. Tyrande is more like, yeah, sure, it's good to see you, but I would have kept you asleep if I could. Tyrande is actually super brutal in her dialogue very consistently, and I find it refreshing. She's very no-nonsense. After catching Malfurion up on the Legion's invasion, the Druid speculates that Archimonde is seeking to reach the summit of Mount Hyjal, attacking the World Tree that grows atop the mountain. As the couple decides to awaken the remaining Druids in the Barrow Dens, they spot a group of humans who successfully drove off some undead. Malfurion thinks that these could be powerful allies, and Tyrande absolutely shuts him down, blaming Cenarius' death on them and calling them mongrels. Malfurion stands down, and the elves will go it alone. This mission is another one that can be pretty rough, but it has a very cool design. We start with a group of uprooted ancients and no gold mine. There are multiple mines around the map, however they all have very low yield, only a couple minutes worth, so we need to constantly be moving from base to base, grabbing what we can and then moving on. It's a really neat use of the unique Night Elf faction traits. There's also a giant freaking war going on above us. There's a human, orc, and undead base in the area, and they all send these giant air raids against each other, and sometimes we get caught in the crossfire. I absolutely adore this. I'm always a proponent of show, not tell. Seeing this constant conflict between the undead and the living, weaving around so we don't get caught up in it, is so freaking cool. As we adventure, we stumble upon some Furbolg bear people, the same ones that we aided in the first Night Elf mission. Unfortunately, they drank from a corrupted well and have been driven mad. The tribe is quite large, and the elves do the only thing that they can, put them out of their misery. I briefly mentioned before that creeps give a bit of gold when killed, but on this mission, that gold reward is massively buffed, making exploring around the map and hunting down these creeps an integral part of keeping a strong economy. Fortunately, Malfurion is great at creeping. The Keeper of the Grove hero class can animate nearby trees, making them into melee warriors with a timed life. He can also use entangling roots to render enemies unable to move and dealing significant damage. The combo of trees tanking and locking down enemies with roots gives the elven armies some much needed durability. As I'm fighting Furbolgs across the map, my base gets attacked by a couple grunts. This lets me show off how cool the Ancient Protector is. These towers are really odd. They're very expensive, unlike other basic towers, and they have a minimum range, so they can't melee. They also do siege damage, making them strong against buildings and other fortifications, and their rocks do significant damage in an area. That, combined with their ability to move, makes the Ancient Protector a truly odd piece of defense. Which is why I'm really sad that at some point in the game's patch cycle, they removed everything that made it special. By the time we get to the Frozen Throne, it'll do very little area damage. Its damage type gets changed to piercing, which is the same as the other towers. The minimum range is removed, it's cheaper and less tanky. It is unfortunately common to see patches slowly strip away the aspects that make factions different in the name of balance. This isn't a Warcraft 3 problem, this is a gaming problem. And I think it's a waste. Turning the Ancient Protector into the fourth version of the Watch, Guard, and Spirit Tower is such a boring answer. So to celebrate what they once were, I'm going to use them as they were obviously intended, to walk up to enemy bases and start sieging them. Once we've built an army and gone through a couple gold mines, we come across a human base right in our way to the sleeping Druids. I grab my Ancient Protectors and start blasting their towers, pulling the enemy right out to fight me. Once the base has been raised, we waltz the Ancients in and take possession. This area is quite off to the side, and we're no longer under the path of enemy air raids, making us significantly safer. Which is good because I don't want to be counterattacked while going through the Cursed Forest Gauntlet. The next portion of this mission is a drastic turn from before. No longer are we facing normal enemies, but instead this forest is filled with skeletons and ghosts. There's an elite revenant enemy at the end, and until he's destroyed, the cursed glade will constantly respawn these undead. This can be devastating because ghosts can possess your units, effectively killing them in one shot and stealing them for the enemy. Because they're creeps, the money reward from this section is pretty high, but the potential for loss is far higher. It can snowball out of control quickly. It also introduces a new feature for exploration. Now that we have Malfurion's treant ability, there are a decent number of things hidden behind groves, such as this ancient storm wyrm that after a hard fight drops a Sobi mask that gives 50% increased mana regeneration to the holder. After defeating the Revenant, destroying the storm wyrm, and making our way through the cursed glade, we come upon a corrupted satyr camp. Tichondrius ordered them to stop the elves, and Malfurion drops the lore bomb that the satyrs were once night elves. This never comes up again for the rest of the game, but yay, lore, I guess. The satyr have this whole little faction going on with a bunch of different unit types. I take control of this ridge and then dive them with everything that I have to end them quickly before they can rebuild. And finally, after the satyr base is defeated, we reach the druids sleeping in the barrow dens. Can we take a moment to recap? Because this was not just a mission, it was an entire freaking story arc. First, we slowly crawled across the map, dodging enemy air raids as they fought above us, and we even went on a Firbolg side quest. Then transitioned into the possession-filled Death Gauntlet, and then finally a war against a completely new faction of enemies. The main thing I have struggled with when scripting this video is how to tackle the absolutely monumental task that is adequately explaining how much damn stuff Warcraft 3 has in it. These missions are consistently and reliably loaded to the brim with things. And in cases like this, it basically feels like they took 3 missions and pushed them together. It's the reason that these campaigns can only be 7 to 10 missions long and have so much content and story jam-packed into them. It's a deceptively huge amount of value, and I wish people would replicate it because it does a really great job of feeling like we're on an adventure. I've never played another RTS that captures this feeling so well. With the satyrs destroyed, the pair delve into the Barrow Deeps, where the Druids of the Claw rest. Malfurion warns that we should be wary about whatever may have taken up residence here. And then Tyrande is just like, bro, the only thing that scares me is currently trampling our home. Let's speedrun this dungeon and get back to fighting. Honestly, I kind of feel bad for Malfurion. Every time he says something that's even remotely moderate, Tyrande completely ignores it and then threatens to kill somebody. But I guess everybody has their type and Malfurion knows what he likes. We're in another dungeon mission, and just like the last one, it's huge with a ton of tiny fun events. And another similarity is that just like the last one, scouting skills are disabled, so no owl to explore, which makes being forced to take ranks of it at level 1 a little bit more of a slap in the face. To aid in exploring, we have Druids of the Talon. These boys have the Fairy Fire ability, which reduces enemy armor. This adds a nice bit of damage to our already aggressive composition. After slapping some spiders around, I animate these mushrooms into treants to clear a path to, the largest panda ever, who proceeds to bug out and not attack me. The first 3 campaigns were pretty bug-free, but I'm having multiple issues with the Night Elf campaign. I'm not entirely sure why. This fight is supposed to be really hard. The panda is immune to spells, and if you manage to take him down, you get to take his necklace of spell immunity, which is a great reward. I'm still gonna take it, I just feel a little bit bad that I didn't have to fight for it. Next up are some Firbolg that escaped their corrupted brethren and fled into these caves. Their shaman is dying from a spider bite, and we need to fill a vial with healing waters to save him. I grab the vial, move on, and more ghosts. I mentioned in the last mission that possession is really rough, and in no build missions, it is doubly so. My Huntress steps oh so slightly too close for a moment and is instantly mind controlled. A permanent death for a very small mistake. It stings. But the game does make sure to give you enough units so that this isn't a world-shattering experience, and I did luck out with the panda, so I guess it evens out. After putting our Huntress down, there's a group of thunder lizards guarding the healing spring we need for the Firbolgs. They're tough, but Tyrande hits level 6 during the fight, unlocking Starfall. This is one of the strongest ultimates in the game. It roots Tyrande in place and calls waves of stars down on enemies' heads. The stars do solid damage, and the ability lasts for a very long time, adding up quickly. The thunder lizards die easily. Upon returning the vial, the Firbolg is healed and provides us with a token that can be used 3 times to summon a time-to-life Firbolg ally. I really like how the Firbolgs are given a specific niche, that they will stand with the Night Elves and fight the darkness if we help them out. It gives them so much more personality than if the quest reward were a generic item that boosted stats or something. Overall, Warcraft does a good job of making sure there's a narrative cohesion between even these small groups, which makes the world feel more alive. After the Firbolgs, the Elves come across a fork in the road, one way leading to the Druids of the Claw, and the other, the prisoner Illidan, Malfurion's brother. Tyrande thinks that Illidan would be the perfect ally to fight the demons, but Malfurion forbids it. And of course, Tyrande just says, "Only the goddess can judge me, bro, get bent, loser," and heads into the prison. Our teams are now separated. First, we control Malfurion and his allies to complete the original goal of finding the Druids of the Claw. There are a couple ghosts and a spectral bridge, and then some wildkin who try to stop us from reaching their bear gods. A statement that confuses Malfurion. Delving deeper in, we find some dragons, which would be a threat, but Malfurion has hit level 6 and unlocked Tranquility, a powerful channeled area heal. Is it a coincidence that the two lovers who are defined by their aggression and their meekness have ultimates that both require them to channel and have big area effects, but one deals damage while the other heals? Who knows? But it's a good metaphor, so I choose to believe it was intentional. After beating up the dragons, we come upon the resting place of the Druids of the Claw, and they're awake and turned into bears. Wow, it must be what the Wildkin were talking about when they referenced bear gods. How crazy is it that the Druids of the Claw that Malfurion knew could turn into bears had awoken and turned into bears? No wonder our archdruid was confused. Also, that bear god thing is never gonna come up again. This whole subplot feels a little bit unnecessary. Anyway, this part is actually pretty neat mechanically, so I give the bizarre narrative choice a pass. The Druids are awake and lost in their primal rage, so they're hostile to us. They'll only regain their senses when Malfurion makes it to the end of the gauntlet and blows the horn of Cenarius. So we have to use Malfurion's Entangling Roots, the Dryad's Slow Poison, and Druids of the Talon's Cyclone spell to control the bears but not kill them. It's a fun little learning experience that teaches you quite well how to use your crowd controlling spells as Night Elf. Why could Malfurion not just toot his horn multiple times whenever he came across some of the Druids? I don't know. But mechanically, the section is a decent attempt at a bit of a puzzle and a bit of a stealth mission, so I forgive it. After reaching the end, Malfurion doot-doots his trumpet, the bears regain their mental clarity, and we move on to Tyrande, whose section is only slightly less weird. As she enters the dungeon, a wildkin tells her that even the goddess has condemned Illidan, so maybe freeing him isn't a great idea. And Tyrande absolutely just kills him and then starts going on a crusade against the prison wardens. This is weird, right? Like the leader of the Night Elves breaking into their own prison and fighting a large number of their own guards without even attempting to explain the situation. Before I did this retrospective, I never really thought that much about what we're doing here, but what the heck, Tyrande? This isn't cool at all. Like over here, we literally execute sleeping sentries. This is a war crime. I get that Tyrande is very utilitarian, but they could have at least gone with some excuse that the wardens had gone mad or something to make me feel better. We then break some elves out of jail, warp through a waygate, and find a cache of landmines to ambush these wildkin who are patrolling the depths of the prison. And of course, we make a stop at the Shrine of the Uberfish. And finally, after all of our adventures, we reach the Guardian of Illidan's prison, who for some reason is level 3 and dies in like 5 seconds. This mission is really weird. The dungeon missions are always a little bit bizarre in a good way, but this one seems normal on the surface and then gets more bizarre as you think about it. But from a gameplay perspective, it's actually pretty great. The variety is high, the puzzle parts are fairly interesting, and the terrain shifting from corrupted areas to open caverns to the jail gives a nice bit of variety. The story may be weird, but the mission is fun. Once the Watchers have fallen, Tyrande approaches the cell, and it looks like the brothers have the same taste in women. Illidan has spent 10,000 years imprisoned for committing a crime that won't be defined for a couple years until a book comes out and is way too complicated to explain without it sounding stupid, so I'm just not going to. But as soon as he learns that the Legion has returned, he goes full Giga Chat and blows up his cell, ready to return to the fight. As the two exit the underground jail, they meet Malfurion, who is malfurious that his brother has been released, believing Illidan's aid may doom them all. As Illidan steps onto open land for the first time in 10 millennia, he vows to defeat the Legion and prove to his brother that the demons will not control him. As he contemplates his newfound freedom, he spots an unusual human. After a short exchange of blows, Illidan and Arthas find themselves evenly matched, which I think is supposed to show that the two are equals, but to me shows that Illidan is absolutely ridiculous given that this is minutes after spending 10,000 years in a prison cell. The two disengage, and the fallen prince imparts some wisdom. Tichondrius is nearby, and he's using a powerful artifact, the Skull of Gul'Dan, to corrupt the forest. Illidan is obviously skeptical of Arthas, but is tempted by the offer of power. The Lich King knows that Illidan seeks strength, so Arthas recommends not just destroying the skull, but taking its power for his own. This mission is a nice change of pace. No Tyrande or Malfurion. Instead, we have Illidan, who's a demon hunter, which next to the Blade Master has historically been the strongest hero class in the game. Mana Burn removes mana from enemies and deals damage based on how much it took. Immolation drains Illidan's mana to deal big damage to nearby targets, and Evasion gives a passive chance to avoid attacks. He's fast, hits hard, and is a tanky mage killer. But unlike most demon hunters, Illidan does not have an ultimate ability. Yet. We also have our druids out in full force. The Druid of the Talon has a new ability to morph into a Stormcrow, which has decent anti-air attacks, but this mission doesn't have any flyers, so I use it to scout around instead. But the most important units are Druid of the Claw. For some reason, Blizzard decided to mash a fantastic spellcaster and a beefy tank unit with big damage all into one big fuzzy package. Rejuvenation is a heal over time spell that's really solid. Roar gives nearby allies a 25% damage bonus for 45 seconds, and Bear Form turns them into absolute units, soaking damage and smashing faces with impunity. The one limitation is that druids can't cast spells while in bear form, which does balance their kit a bit. But then in Frozen Throne, Blizzard realized it's kinda weird that bears can't roar, so they let them do that at least. This mission is weird in that it doesn't have any bonus quests. We just have to claim the Skull of Gul'Dan and then kill Tichondrius. There are still a good number of creeps on the map, as well as 3 different enemies. A demon base, a satyr base, and an undead base that sends these custom skeletons instead of normal undead units. And this is what I mean about the mission being a good change of pace. We have a different hero to play with, we get new units to test before the finale, and a bunch of different enemies who are actually quite competent. While I build up a maxed composition and assault the demons guarding the skull, I want to take a moment to note how many factions there actually are in this game. Not like the ones you pick on the multiplayer screen, but actual factions, groups of entities that are allies. Currently, the story involves a human-orc alliance, the Burning Legion and their Scourge pets, the Lich King and Arthas doing their own independent thing from them, the Night Elves who are acting separate from everybody else, and then Illidan, who after this mission is going to be his own separate faction. That is 6 major intertwined players constantly showing up, attacking each other in missions, forming weird bonds, helping each other out when you don't even think it'll happen. And none of this is even mentioning the smaller groups like the Satyrs, the Centaur, or the Furbolg. You never know exactly where somebody lies or where their story is going. You meet this Illidan fellow and instantly the game makes sure that you have exactly 0 idea if he's supposed to be good or bad. He wants to beat the demons, but then quickly trusts Arthas, an undead horseman, as soon as he's told that there's power. And Tyrande is similar. She obviously hates the demons, but is absolutely ruthless, bloodthirsty, and hates the Outlanders too. With 20 years of retrospective and story in the form of novels and World of Warcraft, we do know the answers now for if these characters are good or bad or something in between. But that doesn't take away from the incredible intrigue that this game introduced. In fact, these 20 years worth of lore shows how dang compelling these interwoven storylines were. If they had flopped, then they never would have had the momentum to base the world's biggest MMO on it. It's a style of storytelling that works so well in the real-time strategy framework where you're going to want to play as every single faction. While I was gushing over the story, I kinda got my butt handed to me. I was feeling lazy and decided to ignore the undead and satyr bases going straight for the skull, but then the satyrs flanked me and I traded my entire army, and then repeated skeleton counterattacks put me in a bit of a risky position. But my second strike goes a lot better. I managed to secure the skull and destroy the nearby demon gate. With the artifact under his control, the forests are safe from corruption. But if he were to take the skull's power, Illidan would be strong enough to destroy almost any demon. Illidan sunders the skull, transforming himself with its fell energies, undertaking a metamorphosis into a demon himself. Normally, this demonic visage is the demon hunter's ultimate ability, a timed transformation into an immensely powerful being. For Illidan, this is permanent, and with his newfound strength, the demon hunter has the power to destroy Tichondrius. A quick lore note as I clear through this demon base: the destruction of the skull gets retconned in World of Warcraft, and instead Illidan keeps it with him, siphoning its power for himself. I don't like most retcons, but this one I'm actually fine with because it doesn't change much and it looks way cooler. The fight against Tichondrius is almost laughable. Illidan completely overpowers the Dreadlord. It is a one-sided sweep. And with this action, both of Archimonde's lieutenants have been destroyed. Mannoroth by Grom, and now Tichondrius by Illidan. The Legion has been put in the precarious position of their primary tactician being vanquished. As Illidan stands victorious, Malfurion and Tyrande find his twisted demonic form. Illidan explains that he made his choice and successfully destroyed the undead leader as well as saved the forests from corruption. And Malfurion is livid, casting Illidan away, exiling his own brother from these lands, while the demon invasion still rages. 2 days later, Tyrande and Malfurion sit in a tranquil grove, awaiting company. The Archdruid had a vision of a raven telling him to come here. And as it turns out, Thrall and Jaina were summoned as well. They politely introduce themselves, and then Tyrande in true Tyrande form is already upset. Until the Prophet lands and explains everything. The Prophet is the great sorcerer Medivh, the one who opened the Dark Portal, enabling the Orcs' first invasion of Azeroth. He was executed for his crimes, but returned somehow to make things right. If the Legion is to be defeated, then the Alliance, Horde, and Elves must unite and stand against them. After being told this, Malfurion decides it's time to lore dump, so here we go. 10,000 years ago, the Night Elves successfully repelled a Legion invasion. Since then, they have lived immortal lives, a blessing from the World Tree that sits at the summit of Mount Hyjal. This World Tree is the target of Archimonde's aggression. Malfurion has a plan, but its execution will forfeit the Elves' immortality, making them mortal once again. Okay, I can't keep going without mentioning this. Tyrande's face is so freaking ugly. What happened to her? It's like low detailed, two-dimensional with a wedge right in the middle of it. It's horrid. Everybody else looks pretty decent. Even her Moonsaber mount has a better face. Even these random dwarves in the background look better than her. It's absolutely horrible. Anyway, Malfurion has a plan, but it may cost the elves their immortality. As he seals the gate leading to the World Tree, Archimonde himself takes the field to lead the final battle. As the mission opens up, we have a 45-minute timer to defend. So strap in because this is going to be a long one. Our base is at the apex of the mountain. There are 3 gold mines, making our economy absolutely incredible. We have every unit unlocked besides the Chimera, which I'll talk about later, and there are allied mercenary camps with a large roster of troll and furbolg allies that can be recruited. We also have 2 new units, the Hippogriff and Hippogriff Rider. They're basically useless, so we'll talk about them in the Frozen Throne as well. Down the winding mountain, there's an orc and human base. The undead and Legion will strike Jaina's humans first, and then Thrall's horde second, and finally, us. We must send everything we have to assist our allies in the defense. As the battle begins, I want to talk about the Burning Legion and their tactics throughout these 4 campaigns. Specifically, how they do a fantastic job of being competent. The Legion has a very specific combat doctrine. They are not frontline invasion forces. Instead, they have a 3-step plan before they're willing to get into the fight themselves. First, they identify personnel that could be an asset to their invasion. In the human campaign, they did this with Arthas. In the undead, the revival of Kel'Thuzad. And in the orc campaign, Grom. Then they use third parties to sow chaos through the enemies that might resist. In the human campaign, this was the Plague. In the undead, the elves were effectively removed from the Alliance. And for the orcs, well, they didn't let a good opportunity go to waste when they saw that Grom had already spread the seeds of chaos. And finally, they used the generated chaos to expose important individuals and kill them. First, it was Arthas' father, then Archmage Antonidas, and finally, Cenarius. This three-step framework of finding assets, spreading chaos, and killing the leadership allows the Legion to adapt to any individual invasion circumstances while still executing a strategy that they know is reliable, all while avoiding putting their own forces at risk. It wasn't until this final moment, with their goal in reach, that they take matters into their own hands and strike. The Burning Legion is an army that travels from world to world, swiftly and methodically conquering them all. They have planetary invasions down to a science, and it feels like it. The Legion feels competent. They obviously aren't perfect. Mannoroth and Tichondrius are dead after all. But whenever the demons appear on screen, they generally succeed with their plans. And the rare setbacks they do suffer are not from incompetence or contrivances. Because of this, it feels good to fight the Legion. They are a foe worthy of our time, one who has to be taken seriously each and every step of the way. And this fits really well into the gameplay because holy crap, these attack waves are insane. Archimonde may have lost his 2 lieutenants, but his remaining commanders are absolute units. Rage Winterchill deals colossal area damage and can explode units in a single shot with Finger of Death. Asgolor's shockwaves tear through the enemies in a line. Warstomp stuns enemies and he reincarnates when killed. And Anatheron's Reign of Chaos spell drops multiple infernals on the battlefield. This ultimate ability is only available to Tichondrius, Archimonde, and him. It is by far the single strongest spell in the game. Each commander fields impressive entourages of forces and mixes up their compositions with every attack, making sure that every possible unit is countered, so you must field a diverse group of units. Not only Night Elf units, but the Troll and Furbolg mercenaries are an incredible asset as well. We hold strong against the onslaught with our human allies. Until Jaina bugged out and decided to lead an attack wave against the demons with her 4 friends. I have played this game many times, and I have never seen this. Then I asked my friend Jay Barino, a Warcraft 3 YouTuber, if he's ever seen it, and nope. This is truly an event of all time, and we aren't entirely sure how it happened. Her AI shouldn't have the capability to do this, but for some reason, I'm pretty sure it's all Reforged's fault. After 15 minutes of defending, the Legion steps up the aggression, sending in overwhelmingly powerful attack waves in rapid succession. I'm routed and pull back to Thrall's base. Jaina falls. Once the humans have been defeated, Archimonde himself moves in, sets up a new base camp, and we get a small scene where he commends Jaina for her bravery and taunts her countrymen before she teleports away. And without pause, the Legion's new camp begins aggression against the Orcs. A fun fact about these super scaling death waves is that in the editor, they're actually labeled FU1, FU2, and FU3, which I find cute. And if you've played this mission on Reforged when it came out, and you were thinking, oh, this is way easier than I remember, that's because over the duration of the mission, they're supposed to send about 800 units and 29 heroes, but when Reforged came out, it was broken, and they only sent about half the units and 9 heroes. Fortunately, we don't have that issue here, so the Legion is the threat they deserve to be. Defending the Orcs is significantly easier than the humans. First of all, Thrall doesn't try to attack Archimonde's life points directly, which is a big plus, but their positioning is better as well. A nearby shop provides goblin landmines to soften up attackers, and the Furbolg and Troll mercenary camps are a lot closer. The bulky Orc frontline also combos well with the glass cannon elves. The defense here works the same as last time. Diverse waves of strong opponents slowly whittling down both my forces as well as the Orcish defenses. As we continue to hold on during the game's final mission, there's something that I've been somewhat alluding to for a while, and I think it's time that I come out and say it. Warcraft 3 is a very special game. There is nothing like it. And what makes it special isn't its systems or faction design, voice acting, pathfinding, or art style. What makes this game special is a fundamental decision that was made in the earliest moments of Warcraft 3's life. Because Warcraft 3 is not an RTS. It was not designed to be one, it was not built to be one. When the game was announced, Blizzard did not call it a real-time strategy game, but an RPS, a role-playing strategy game. In the same way that a game like Mass Effect is technically a shooter, but is definitely a role-playing game, Warcraft 3 uses the lens of real-time strategy to bring the player an RPG experience. From leveling heroes to inventory management to scouring every nook and cranny for loot, A plot that's willing to have more than simple black and white characters, good versus evil, to taking massive diversions mid-story for side objectives. Warcraft 3 takes all of the best parts of an RPG and melds them together with RTS gameplay to make something unique. Blizzard cooked, and what they came up with was so good that I'm sitting here 20 years later singing its praises. These 4 base campaigns tested ideas, mechanics, and stories. They experimented, developed, and innovated. And soon the expansion is going to take this template and refine it, expand, and go absolutely crazy. It is a fantastic formula that is immensely enjoyable to play. As the time goes on, you can see on the minimap that the North is getting more and more populated. There's an ever-increasing number of wisps, the immortal souls of the Night Elves, all gathering from the far reaches of Kalimdor at the mountain's summit. With 3 minutes remaining, the Legion breaks Thrall's position, and I'm forced into a final retreat. The Warchief stands against Archimonde, firing a chain lightning that manages to wound the Demon Lord before retreating. And then, with 90 seconds remaining, a single base to go through, Archimonde himself leads the charge. He's undefeatable in normal gameplay. All I can do is stall the charge until the timer runs dry. After 45 grueling minutes of defending, the elves are defeated, and Archimonde makes his way to the World Tree. But in his final moment, he grows overconfident. Because there's something I forgot to mention in the first mission of this campaign. Remember how each faction's workers have their own special abilities? Well, the Wisp can detonate, destroying itself to dispel buffs in an area and deal massive damage to summoned units. Archimonde has been destroyed. The elves, orcs, and humans are unified, and Medivh departs. The fate of the world now rests in mortal hands, as it should. Warcraft 3 Reign of Chaos is a complex game with a simple conclusion. Everybody gets together and beats up the big bad brute. But this is a very surface-level, shallow observation. The Legion may have been defeated, but many, many loose ends remain. Arthas and Illidan, the aftermath of the obliterated human and elven lands, and finding a place for all these displaced groups to belong. So it's time to take a step back and begin a series of more personal conflicts, whose scope and scale may be reduced, but whose lasting impact will turn out to be far, far greater. Welcome to the Frozen Throne. The scene opens on Illidan, looking out to a sea on a stormy night. The demon hunter is known as the betrayer, but from his perspective, it was him who was betrayed. His blind eyes can see what others cannot, and sometimes the hand of fate must be forced. Illidan calls forth his new army, a race of serpentine beings from the sea, and orders them to go forth and destroy those who would seek to stop him. While this cinematic plays out, I want to take a moment to remind people once again, 2003. Over 20 years ago is when this cinematic was made. Warcraft 3 is where Blizzard started to earn its reputation for being so incredibly beyond the competition in terms of cinematic quality, and it's amazing. I was originally going to put a comparison here to some other games that came out around the same time, but honestly, it wasn't fair. I couldn't make it look like I wasn't picking and choosing bad scenes from other games because everybody else is so thoroughly outclassed. As we move into the campaign, we find ourselves playing as Night Elves once again. Maiev Shadowsong, the warden of Illidan's prison, is tracking him with the full force of the Watchers under her command. As they split off, we gain control and start the second Night Elf campaign. This is a thing that Blizzard really liked doing in its early days, and I do not enjoy it. In Warcraft 2, you played as the humans and then the orcs. Then the expansion came out and you played as orcs and then humans. In StarCraft, it was Terran, then Zerg, then Protoss, and then Protoss again, Terran, and Zerg. And now, for the third time, we are playing 2 campaigns in a row as the same faction. Assuming you beat Warcraft 3 the day that it came out, which is just not how things worked back then, you had a good year between the base game and the expansion, assuming you never replayed it. But for everybody else, this was a rapid progression from elf to more elf. However, the reason that I'm making this complaint is because as soon as we get into it, I'm going to have an incredible time and start talking things up, because this campaign is good. The expansion changes a lot of things in Warcraft 3, but one of the major ones is that each faction has a new hero class. Maiev is the Night Elf Warden, and she is an absolute blast to play. She's a high mobility glass cannon that is incredibly snappy and responsive. Blink is a short-term range teleport that allows her to not only maneuver during fights, but opens up some incredible levels of exploration. This campaign is jam-packed with secrets hidden everywhere. Small islands, high grounds, weird hallways, and more that Maiev can blink into, explore, grab something neat, and get out. It takes the idea that map exploration is fun and cranks it up to 100, and I love it. Another important addition are runes, which are a good solution to a complex problem. I'm the type of person who hoards consumables. I might need my potion or scroll later, so I don't want to use it now. But from now on, sometimes loot will be in the form of a rune. These cannot be saved. You click on a rune of healing, and it heals everybody nearby. A rune of mana restores mana nearby. It can't be moved, it can't be held on to. And it's as simple as that. As a result, they don't clutter your inventory. They don't cause stress about using them. It's a simple solution that makes things fun. As Maiev explores through the forest, she runs across some satyrs who she claims Illidan is using to slow her down. Fortunately, Blink is not her only ability. Fan of Knives is a phenomenal area damage spell centered on Maiev. As long as you can keep her safe, this ability deals some serious pain to any target. We then rescue some allies who are fleeing from a wildkin that Maiev claims Illidan drove mad. Normally this fight would involve taking a lot of damage, but using some Shadow Meld trickery, I can take them down without a scratch. As we approach a clearing, we come across the Serpentine Warriors, the Naga, sinking Night Elf ships. After dispatching them, Maiev realizes that they must be covering for Illidan's escape. He's fleeing the continent by ship and is burning the boats to stop any pursuit. It is kind of funny listening to Maiev talk hectically about Illidan escaping while I teleport her over to this little island exploring every nook and cranny of the map. But I'll let this dissonance slide because I found a tome of strength. As we reach the top of the map, we rescue some more allies who warn us that their sisters have been captured by the satyr. So we slay them too and add to our forces even more. Which is to say that this mission continues the theme of starting missions just assuming that you get it now. You know how to play. We have multiple control groups worth of stuff to manage at once here. We are past the tutorial town and we are never going back. Once the elves are rescued, we make our way to the harbor and find Illidan fleeing by boat, with a legion of Naga sinking all of the remaining ships. The fight here is actually quite rough. The Naga deal damage quickly, and we have to keep at least 2 of these boats alive. It's a tight damage race that's very easy to lose if you haven't taken care of your units throughout the mission. When the ships are secure, Maiev's Lieutenant Naisha asks if she believes the elves could actually defeat Illidan if they track him down. With the powers of the Skull of Gul'Dan, Illidan is more than elf or demon. He's an immensely powerful being. And Maiev kinda dodges the question and only answers that Illidan must be captured before he causes more harm. So I'm not sure she actually thinks she can win. The next day, the elves land on a mysterious island chain that doesn't appear on their maps. But Maiev recognizes these ruins. This is the ancient city of Suramar, which sunk deep beneath the sea during the Legion's first invasion 10,000 years ago. Meaning that these islands were somehow raised from the sea floor. But that is a mystery for another time. Right now, we have to set up a base and hunt down Illidan. I really like what they do for this mission. We simply have to find Illidan. The game doesn't give us initial hints about his whereabouts, instead it leaves it up in the air. We gotta go search for him, literally. The mission takes place on an island map, so to begin, I start scouting out my island and throwing up sentinels for vision. You may have noticed that the Huntress model for Naisha is bigger and purple compared to normal Huntresses. She's an elite Huntress with bonus stats, and instead of having a single sentinel owl, hers has a 60-second cooldown. She's both good in combat as well as setting up vision. We also have a new building, the Ancient of Wonders. In the Frozen Throne, each faction has a shop that's given a curated set of goods to buy from. This is another way to approach the consumable problem. It's a lot easier to justify using a potion if you know you can buy new ones at home. As I explore the island, I find an orc. He introduces himself as Drakthul, a once powerful warlock of the Stormreaver clan. He claims to be haunted by ghosts. If we remove the source of the spirits, he will tell us why he is here. But the spirits are on another island, so we have to use the special mechanic of the mission to get over there. Boats. I'll talk more about boats later, but we start with a few transport ships that allow me to move across deep water and find the restless souls of the orcs warring against each other. After destroying the soul spawners, I start to head back home, but spot a Naga attack wave. I have very little to defend right now, but the Night Elves have a sweet new tactic to help me out. The trees, they punch people now. Any ancient that isn't busy building something will now slap down nearby enemies, which is both useful and hilarious. Once the Naga have been held off, I completely forget to turn in the Orc quest and go exploring with my Ev. In addition to getting runes, there are some other forms of loot that we can get now. Killing these spider eggs on the west side drops gold. Just a pickup that gives me gold. I like it. These are simple changes that add a nice bit of variety, and having more things that don't take up inventory space means Blizzard is a lot more comfortable giving out more drops, which is fun. After using a combination of Blink and the transport ship to explore with my Ev, I remember Drakthul exists and turn the quest in. And so he tells me his story. Nearly 20 years ago, the warlock Gul'Dan raised these islands from the ocean floor, seeking to open the great vault housing the corpse of the dark titan Sargeras, creator of the Burning Legion. Sargeras had been defeated in that initial invasion, and his remains locked in this tomb. Gul'Dan sought it out, thinking it would bring him power. But the demons inside annihilated both him and his Stormreaver clan. Only Drakthul remains. So if you remember back to my story of Warcraft 2, that is why Gul'Dan went AWOL in the moment of the Orcs' triumph. It was a colossal power grab gone awry, leading to his death and the Orcs' defeat. But we still haven't found Illidan, so we must search on. I end up spending about 10 minutes exploring with my Ev, and in this time, I build my forces up to 80 supply. Now that we're in the Frozen Throne, upkeep thresholds are at 50, 80, and we max out at 100 food. And I prefer it this way. The armies are a little bit bigger, but are still completely manageable. To supplement my forces, I use the shipyards to hire a bunch of frigates to escort my transports. These are very generic units that shoot air and ground, and that's about it. I load everybody up and start sailing north towards one of the Naga bases. It might seem weird that there are no boats in Warcraft 3 normally, but this is actually by design. Warcraft 2 was all about fighting by air, land, and sea. That was like their thing. And everybody hated the sea combat. There was way too much of it in the campaigns, and there was a really big lash against it. So when they were designing Warcraft 3, they decided to really back off of the naval stuff and just have it as a gimmick in a couple of missions. As I reached the Naga base, I was going to use this shot to showcase how strong the Naga were. I figured at 94 food, I could land my forces on the shallow waters near their base, and it would be a close fight, but I would barely eke out the victory, and then I could go, wow, look at how strong this faction is, and we haven't even fought their strongest unit yet. But instead, I mess up the landing a little bit, and the Naga forces are so overwhelming that my entire almost maxed out army is killed off in exchange for less than 10 Naga. They then proceed to come over to my base and straight up kill me. And that marks my first loss in the run so far, on mission 2 of a campaign. So I guess the lesson still stands. Naga units are absolutely ridiculous compared to what I have, and I still haven't fought against their strongest unit. Unfortunately for Illidan and his minions, this video has taken a really, really long time to make, and I don't have the spare hours to spend wiping against him. So I restart, build up my base quickly, use my Ev's Blink to bypass the need for boats as I speedrun the Orc quest, kill everybody at the Lobster Library, and use Nisha's Sentinel ability to spot the high ground and grab these hidden tomes. Then I strike the Naga with extreme prejudice. I blast through their base, this gate, and the defenders who are trying to protect the tomb while Illidan explores inside. We charge our forces towards the temple in hot pursuit of the betrayer. As the Watchers enter the tomb, they find a series of magical runes created by Gul'Dan himself, logging his travels through this labyrinth. As we watch what happened, all I can think is, man, they did not give Gul'Dan a flattering model. I feel like they could have put a bit more effort into depicting the supposed most powerful warlock to have ever existed. As he enters the tomb, he sends his followers to scour it. He intends to take whatever power Sargeras has left behind for his own. As the vision ends, we begin yet another dungeon mission, and in my opinion, this has the single best bonus quest in the game. But first, we need to explore a bit. The beginning of the tomb is filled with skeletal orcs, the fallen followers of Gul'Dan. After dispatching them, we come across a small gap with a rune and a tome in it. Maev's blink is what makes this mission special even amongst the dungeon missions. There are a lot of places to blink around, each filled to the brim with good loot. Going further into the tomb, we find demonic guards whose health bars are the single worst color possible. On some monitors, it is really, really hard to see how damaged these guys are. What a terrible color choice. After exploring a tad more, we fight this slime monster, and after it, we find the first fragment of the Shadow Orb. This is the bonus quest that I love. There are 10 Shadow Orb fragments scattered around this map, all hidden in weird little locations. Like this one that's in a little cavern to the left of where we rescue some allies, or this one across a giant gap next to some water elementals. Each fragment increases the orb's power. First, it starts off with a simple +1 damage bonus, but as it's completed, it gives +10 damage, bonus armor, and extra health regeneration. It's an incredible item that's always worth holding on to and feels very rewarding to seek out all the fragments for. As we're exploring, Maiev hits level 5, getting her the 3rd rank in Blink. While most spells gain increased damage or duration when leveled, the 2nd level of Blink decreases the mana cost from 50 to 10, and the 3rd rank reduces the cooldown from 10 seconds to 1. She is now the undisputed queen of mobility. As we reach this open room, we find another series of Gul'Dan's runes. They tell the tale of an angry Gul'Dan whose servants have all fallen. He hears the mocking laughter of a demon, and the warlock declares that he will claim Sargeras' burning eye for his own. Nisha then comments that this is the 2nd time that Gul'Dan has referenced this eye, which is just not true. They must have changed the script at some point, because this is the first time Gul'Dan has said anything about an eye. Maybe we need to find Sargeras' ears for you, Nisha. As we move past the room, the dungeon shifts into a more watery and cavernous area with Murloc and Hydra enemies. Clearing through these with Maiev is just really fun. I love fighting with her. I like setting up her build with a bunch of mana regeneration items, blinking in, blasting the enemies with Fan of Knives, and then if I need to, I can dip out. The Shadow Orb means her auto attacks deal high damage, and if she gets hurt, the health regeneration is great. It's a wonderful combo. The Warden is by far my favorite hero to use, particularly now that we have all the levels in Blink. Further inside the cavern, we come across a statue of the Night Elf Queen Ajara. Maiev recounts that the queen led the elves to ruin by consorting with Sargeras during the first invasion. But why does this statue have a tail? And more importantly, what is going on with these Hydras? In Warcraft 3, Hydras are multi-headed units that when killed, plop out 2 smaller multi-headed Hydras, which is just not how Hydras work. Sometimes the really big ones will pop out medium-sized ones that then pop out smaller-sized ones. It's Hydras all the way down, apparently. These caverns are packed with some pretty impressive enemies. Hydras, big old turtles, more Hydras, and more turtles. Normally in no-build missions, we would be long dead, but the rune system is coming in clutch here. Enemies that don't drop some really good loot generally drop runes to help recover from the fight, which means that either way, it doesn't feel like a waste because you either got something really cool or you got a rune and are back at full HP. It means that the enemies can be significantly more menacing in these no-build missions, which is nice. After a little more exploration, we come across a leader of the Naga, Lady Vosh, who then proceeds to lore dump unprompted. The Naga were originally Queen Ajara's chosen, the highborn night elves. They were cursed and transformed into their current form, and with Illidan's help, they have returned to take their rightful place in the world. This first group isn't too bad to fight, but the next enemy is something straight out of the deranged mind of a psychopath. The Naga Royal Guard. This unit does everything. It has more health than heroes, it does more damage than them. Its first spell is a massive cone of water damage that absolutely annihilates basic troops. It fires bolts of cold that stun and summons water elementals that have a random chance to stun with every attack. They're also resistant to spells, because why not? The first Naga Royal Guard wasn't too bad, but the second one catches me in a hallway, ripping through my army with his crushing wave. Royal Guards are absolute units who should be considered heroes, but for some reason are not. Instead, the Naga will continuously make an attack with them just like normal units, and it's absolutely miserable to play against. They are monsters, and they know it. As my fractured army makes its way to the final set of Gul'Dan runes, we come to the conclusion of his story. He's also bleeding out, defeated by a demon in the tomb. He curses Sargeras, and his story ends. Which, if you were an avid fan of Warcraft at the time, the way the narrative set up Gul'Dan in Warcraft 2 was this never-seen master of a general and uber-powerful warlock who was defeating enemies left and right. An incredible commander who your character is constantly compared to unfavorably until he took his trip to the Broken Isles and died. And now, when we finally get to see this absurdly powerful warlock and strategic mastermind, his model is not only ugly, but he instantly loses all of his followers and then dies against the first enemy he fights. This is not a strong representation of any of his traits. I remember it being a major letdown when I was a kid. It is absolutely possible to make a being like Gul'Dan be defeated in these ruins, but make it look cool in the process. Either way, we must press on. After a little more exploring, I finally find the last two pieces of the Shadow Orb and a rune that summons a temporary Furbolg buddy, and move against the final Naga defenses. Once slain, we enter a chamber where Illidan has found the Eye of Sargeras. He explained that when he consumed the powers of the Skull of Gul'Dan, it granted him memories of this place. That's how he knew to come here and claim the Eye. He needs the power of this eye to defeat his enemies, and its first target, the warden that kept him locked up for 10,000 years. With a blast of energy, the tomb starts to collapse. There's no way out for the Night Elves, save for Maiev, who can blink to safety. Naisha tells her to go as the tomb falls down upon them. The end of the mission is an escape sequence where Maiev has 2.5 minutes to navigate back to the entrance of the tomb while battles rage on between Naga and the inhabitants. But because I have level 3 blink, I just turbo mode Maiev and get through the entire map with a 1.5 minutes remaining, escaping the tomb and leaving her sisters to their untimely fate. Just a quick note for these next two missions, there is a bright flashing lightning effect, and I don't understand how photosensitivity works, so I figured I would mention just in case. If you need to listen to these next two missions, I will make sure to announce when the effect is over. As Maiev escapes from the collapsing tomb, she tells her watchers that we have to return to Kalimdor and get Brothers Stormrage, who is Malfurion, to help. But the elves are pinned down by the relentless Naga, so we have to call a runner to escape the island and call for help. But she must be escorted, so Maiev and company send a small squad through the cave, which then collapses, blocking additional reinforcements. Well, collapses is a bit of a bold word here. It shakes and some dirt falls, and I guess it's like an OSHA violation now, so they can't send anyone through. We now have to defend our base against Naga assaults while escorting the runner to the sea. This mission is very easy. With the exception of a few Naga Royal Guard, there is nothing that can even hope to stop the runner. I rush through recklessly and am completely fine. Meanwhile, at the main base, we start with about 1 billion Ancient Protectors, and while they're the infinitely less cool variant that's just a glorified arrow tower, they tank well for a group of archers, making defense effortless. On the exploration side, there are some caches with items for Maiev, as well as some gold pickups to make sure nothing can go wrong at the base. But overall, there just isn't much to say here, so let's talk about attacks and damage for a bit. This is actually a topic that I've been avoiding for a really long time now, because it has changed a lot in the expansion and I didn't want to have to explain it twice. Every unit has a damage type and an armor type. There are 7 damage types: normal, piercing, siege, magic, chaos, spells, and hero. And then there's 6 armor types: light, medium, heavy, fortified, hero, and unarmored. And every damage type does some amount to an armor type. You kinda just have to memorize the table. The reason I held off on explaining this is because about half of these damage and armor types were added during the expansion, and a bunch of the multipliers were shifted around. I don't actually have a greater point here with damage types. I'm not like weaving it into the narrative in any way. I just felt like I had to cover it at some point, but to maximize damage, you want to pair the correct attacks to the correct armor types. Also, magic and spells are different, which I actually learned about 5 minutes ago. Magic attacks are the weapons of spellcasters like priests and sorcerers, while spells are the actual spells. It is pretty confusing, partially because a unit that is immune to magic is both immune to magic attacks and spells, but the game doesn't actually differentiate between the two anywhere. Overall, I don't think that this system is bad, but it definitely could have been displayed in a cleaner way that's easier to remember with having the same bonuses. It's just sort of messy and requires just a bunch of memorization. But once you have it remembered, it's pretty simple. After clearing a bit with the runner group, we reach the final Naga fortifications, so I blink over here to the secret Pandaren Brewmaster drinking area. This is important later, I promise. The final Naga defenses are super bad. They have 2 gates that Maiev can just blink over to and blow up. I know it seems like I skipped a bunch of the mission to get to the end, but this mission is just ridiculously short. Most of the missions take me between 25 to 35 minutes. This one was 13. The runner passes through the destroyed gates in her boat and sails away to request the aid of Brothers Stormrage. Malfurion and Tyrande are lounging around in Moonglade, discussing the aftermath of the Legion's invasion when the runner arrives to warn them of Maiev's peril. Tyrande offers to go aid because Illidan's release was her doing. Malfurion, being Illidan's brother, decides to come as well. So the power couple set sail and head to the Broken Isles. As they arrive, things are not looking good for Maiev. The Naga assaults are relentless, and she has no resources. Her base is moments from collapse. Tyrande's Sentinel Owl finds Maiev, and Malfurion animates the trees to start moving through the forest to reach her. This is another split attention mission, but this time neither side is playing the macro game. We have to clear through groups of enemies with Malfurion and Tyrande while defending with Maiev. Speaking of Malfurion, this is the first mission he's referred to as Malfurion in the game. Previous to this, he was actually Furion in Reign of Chaos before they did the retcon. So imagine my childhood confusion when Furion was the character through the entire base campaign, and then Maiev asked for Shondo, and then we get Malfurion here. I may have not been the brightest kid, but they sure could have not used multiple new names for a character in the span of 2 missions. The side with Tyrande and Malfurion, thankfully, is very easy to manage. Both of them start at level 10 with every ability unlocked, so they absolutely slaughter everything while Tranquility constantly keeps their forces topped off. Maiev, on the other hand, doesn't fare so well. The Naga aggression is crazy. The only chill the enemy has is from their frost arrows slowing my units. The Naga hit early and often, and our only income is from the other squad killing creeps and picking up gold on the way over. Fortunately, Maiev is now level 6, which means she has access to the Spirit of Vengeance ultimate that summons a ghastly figure that animates corpses into indestructible spirit ladies. This ability doesn't really fit with the rest of her kit, but the spirits have 100% uptime and can put a ton of damage out, so I'm not in a position to complain. There are 3 boats of additional elven units that we can rescue on the mission. Malfurion teases something neat inside of them. And then when we get to the first one, it just doesn't have the special surprise in it, which is a bit of a letdown. After clearing through some creeps, all that stands between the heroes and Maiev is a Naga base. But if you were paying attention at the beginning of the mission, the game reminded us that we can use Force of Nature to clear trees, and they sneakily put a tree barrier down here, allowing us to bypass the base entirely. Which is just incredible design. Remind people how abilities work earlier and then reward practical application of the knowledge later. It's so good. When the heroes meet, Maiev is ecstatic to see Malfurion, and really pissed that Tyrande is here, rightfully calling her out for both releasing Illidan as well as killing her watchers. The two start to bicker, but Malfurion talks them down. The fight is not over yet, and they need to focus. If we want to beat Illidan, we need a base. Because we circumvented that area earlier, we need to take our combined force and clear it out, which goes very well. After walking our trees over and setting up a station, we head up to the second boat and get our special reward, the Mountain Giant. These absurdly beefy frontline warriors have incredible damage mitigation and can rip trees out of the ground to gain a temporary siege attack. They can also taunt enemies. They're so cool. After defending a few Naga attacks, Illidan appears, and as soon as he sees Tyrande, he's disheartened. She calls him a monster for seeking raw power instead of true strength, and that is why she chose Malfurion over him. Ouch, dude. I know Tyrande was ruthless, but I didn't know it applied to emotional damage as well. We now have to build up to defeat Illidan's forces on the island. I do the normal thing of sticking at no upkeep for a bit to bank up some money, and then I absent-mindedly get the final transport ship, rescuing some allies and pushing me over the supply limit. This is actually a really big issue constantly in the campaigns. There are so many rescuable units, which is incredible, but the negative interaction with upkeep can make free stuff feel really bad sometimes. There's exactly one mission that identified this problem and fixed it. Reforged Siege of Dalaran golems don't cost supply, because whoever designed that mission seriously just got it. After rebuilding Maiev because I accidentally let her get eaten by a turtle, I head out to attack Illidan. And wow, the beefcake nature of the mountain giant combined with a large backline of archers is absolutely incredible. This is the first time I feel like a peer fighting the Naga instead of an underdog, snapping Illidan's first base with ease. And then I get a bit overconfident and hit the second base without reinforcing, which was a big mistake. But it's nothing a rebuild can't handle. Once the Naga are routed, the heroes pursue Illidan, who tells his brother that he has a new master and a great task to perform. This cannot be where he's stopped. Once again, the demon hunter takes to the sea, fleeing towards Lordaeron. Alright, the lightning effect is over and you should be good to look at the video again. Sorry about that. In hot pursuit, the heroes make landfall in Silverpine Forest, part of the human homeland. Malfurion can see that the Legion's presence has caused the forest to suffer greatly. Being the Archdruid, he decides to channel his powers and communicate directly with the land. While he conducts the ritual, Tyrande and Maiev move to locate Illidan, but instead they find another elf, Kael'thas Sunstrider and his elven caravan. The undead have been attacking his people relentlessly, so we strike a deal. We help escort the caravan, and Kael will help us search for Illidan. As the mission starts, Maiev complains that this is a waste of time, and Tyrande responds that these people's brethren helped us against Archimonde, so we'll repay them in kind. Which is a neat little piece of character development from Tyrande. It's nice to see. For this escort mission, we have a pretty typical elven army, but the lack of Malfurion for healing can really be felt. Fortunately, there's a nearby mercenary camp with some troll healers, but we need money. Kael mentions that his people have buried caches of gold and other assets around. If we can grab them, we can use what we find. In theory, these caches are defended by the undead. In practice, Maiev doesn't care because Blink is the best ability ever. So now we have troll friends. Fighting alongside us are Kael'thas and his warriors. Kael is an idiot. He has a flame strike spell that does insane area damage, but he's not very good at targeting it and routinely roasts his own units or mine. He hits hard and is a bit of a nuisance. When we reach the first village, we stop for provisions and the heroes chat. Maiev asks where the High Elves are, unaware of Arthas's march on their homeland. And Kael responds that the elves are nearly gone, and what are left of them have taken up the name Blood Elves to honor the sacrifice of their people. The mission then continues on, grabbing more caches, getting more mercenaries, and reaching another village where we're given a choice. We can either take the long, slow road to the left or the fast and difficult way to the right through an undead bastion. Of course, being an adventurer, I picked to go through the bastion because everybody knows that the harder option gives better loot. That is game design 101. The undead base is exactly as difficult as advertised. They send a ton of units, have 2 different heroes, and strike the caravan from behind at the same time. And then we have to perform the long process of cleaning up a base with limited siege weaponry, which means that the quick route is actually substantially longer than the long route. And my reward for doing this longer, slower, and more difficult route is nothing. Not even a single item. Which is double lame because there are items on the other side. I don't know what Blizzard was thinking here, but this sucks. After reaching the final village, an enormous undead attack comes from every angle. We deal with the first wave, but they keep coming. Tyrande decides to use the bridge as a choke point, until it collapses, sweeping her into the water. Kael quickly moves to save her, but Maiev says no. Tyrande knew the risks, and finding Illidan is more important. The Blood Elves are safe, and now Kael has to live up to his end of the bargain. Returning to Malfurion, as the druid is communing with nature, he feels a great quake. Azeroth is being torn apart. He channels the spirits of the forest to show him what is happening. It is Northrend being struck by these quakes, and the source is a ritual being performed by Illidan and his Naga using the Eye of Sargeras. Malfurion quickly returns to the elven base, reporting that they must stop Illidan, until he realizes that Tyrande is absent. Maiev tells him that Tyrande is dead, that the warden watched her be torn apart by the Scourge. Malfurion is heartbroken, but Maiev reassures him they can still avenge her. Illidan is the reason Tyrande is gone, and so they should work with Kael to defeat the Naga and disrupt the ritual. We have 30 minutes to defeat 4 summoners deep within the Naga base before the ritual is complete. They are immune to physical damage, but are vulnerable to magic. This physical immunity is absolutely to prevent Maiev from blinking in and cheesing the mission at the 10-second mark. To fight the Naga, we have a ton of new stuff. But first, we need to go to jail. There's a bonus quest to bust into jail and rescue this paladin, Magroth the Defender. It's really cool having heroes from other factions, so I make him a priority. Okay, now on to the new units. Well, some of them are new. We first unlock the Hippogriff in the first Night Elf campaign. It can fly and peck air units really hard. I still don't use it here because there's not that many flyers. But it can be upgraded into the Hippogriff Rider, where an archer can be mounted on its back, allowing it to shoot air and ground at a range. They're very bad, but this is my last opportunity to make them, so I do. We also have an actual new unit, the Fairy Dragon. These little pink guys do decent damage, are immune to magic, and phase out of reality when hit. They can also become an egg that electrocutes people when spells are cast near them. They're specialist anti-casters and are adorable. And finally is the Chimera. This is the I win button of the Night Elf. These two-headed lightning dragons are so busted that they're the only unit from any faction in the base game of Warcraft 3 that they just don't give you in the campaign. Not even against Archimonde. But in the expansion, we get them, and they do insane anti-ground damage in an area and have a powerful anti-structure acid attack. They will destroy everything in their path as long as you keep them safe. And by the time I'm done explaining these units, we are at the Summoners and have won the mission. I didn't even get to talk about my ally Kale or the undead who attack him. I just sort of accidentally won with my first push. The trick is that the reason the Naga are so ridiculous is because they produce Royal Guards like normal units, but if you can hit them early in one powerful attack, they can't build more of them fast enough, so it's significantly easier to handle. With the Summoners dead, Illidan is defeated, and Maiev delivers her judgment. He is to be executed for the blood he has spilled and the damage he has done to Northrend with the ritual. Malfurion agrees, but the Demon Hunter makes his case. The ritual, the earthquakes, these were targeted at the Lich King. This was an attempt to destroy the leader of the undead. But Malfurion doesn't care. Because of Illidan, Tyrande is dead. And then Kale is like, hold up brother, she might be okay, all we saw was that she fell into a river. Maiev lied to Malfurion to capture Illidan, and now the Druid's rage is directed at her. Which is fair, because if we are to recap for a bit, Maiev is completely obsessive, delusional, and sociopathic. Let's look back a moment to Mission 1 of this campaign, where she declared that Illidan was using satyrs to slow her down. You know, the satyrs that Illidan had previously been fighting. She also declared this random wildkin to have been corrupted by Illidan simply by passing by, with zero evidence on either of these ridiculous claims. She then expressed exactly zero remorse when Nisha was killed by the tomb collapsing, and then lied to Malfurion because she was afraid he would try to rescue Tyrande instead of capture Illidan. Maiev is an unhinged psychopath masquerading as a hero of justice. She's willing to throw away anything and anybody to do the job, and now everybody knows it. Illidan pledges to help his brother find Tyrande. He'll use the Naga to scour the river, and Malfurion agrees, using his entangling roots to immobilize Maiev as the brothers begin their search. After sweeping the river, the Naga locate Tyrande, holding out against the undead while stuck on an island. There are too many enemy air assets to make use of our own flyers, so we must clear the undead base to relieve the pressure. Illidan offers to be the one to do the rescue mission. His Naga are more mobile in the river. Malfurion agrees, and the brothers split up. This is another split mission, this time macroing on both sides. All Malfurion has to do is not die, which is fortunately very easy as he can turtle up behind mountain giants, archers, and dryads. This allows me to focus on the rescue force of Illidan and his Naga. Can we take a moment to appreciate how bold of a move it is to swap factions for the final mission of a campaign? Because it is, and I love it. We're not actually playing the full Naga faction just yet. We don't have Royal Guards and some of the other high-tech units. Instead, we have a vertical slice of the faction, with the Myrmidon, a melee bruiser with a net, the Siren, a spellcaster with a shield and a damage over time spell, the Snapdragon, a ranged poisoner, and the Dragon Turtle, a bulky short-ranged siege unit. The level design is completely imbalanced in our favor. The map is a series of islands, but all Naga units are amphibious, meaning we have ridiculous mobility and the enemy have to use these clunky barges to move around. Occasionally, the undead will attack Tyrande, and the game makes it sound like she's in dire trouble, but she can't actually die, so there's no time limit here. As we move out of our base, we get the single most awkward cutscene I have ever seen.
Lord Illidan, we've discovered a dam blocking one of the river's tributaries. The dam is guarded by forest trolls, but the stream beyond it might provide us a faster route to your friend.
We shall see.
I don't know why the pause is so long, but it is incredibly funny to me. It's a nice reminder that these campaigns were built by real people with real flaws. Oh, it's so good. Illidan has the same abilities as last time, but he starts off at level 10 and with one item, the Orb of Kil'jaeden, which is probably not important. The remaining 5 inventory slots will be filled with a selection of the best loot in the game. For example, Maiev was sporting Claws of Attack +3 for quite a while. Illidan gets Claws of Attack +15, and Rings of Protection usually give 1 or 2 armor. Illidan's gives 5. Even though it's the last mission in the campaign, we're actually rewarded for collecting all of these items, because this is not the last time we're going to see Illidan, and he keeps whatever he gets here. Once I kit the Demon Hunter out, I blast the trolls guarding the dam, which causes it to explode for some reason, so now we can move about the map easily. To win the mission, we have to destroy the red base, which is guarded on both sides by some weaker green outposts. After gutting the bottom one, I send my workers to start building one of the low-key strongest Naga tools, the Tidal Defender. This is a tower that is just completely overstated for its cost. It just does way too much damage and it has far too much health, and because of that, the undead are now regular dead and Tyrande is saved. The Naga are ridiculously powerful, and using them feels great. Once the base is cleared, Illidan races to rescue Tyrande, who is momentarily confused, but reluctantly takes the rescue portal he opens. And then this happens.
You risked your life for me. I don't understand.
Whatever I may be, whatever I may become in this world, know that I will always look out for you, Tyrande.
Tyrande!
I knew you would not forsake me.
I thought I'd lost you forever, my love. If not for Illidan's aid, I may well have.
We have had much strife between us, my brother. I have known only ages of hate for you. But for my part, I wish it to end. From this day forward, let there be peace between us.
Scratch what I said earlier, this is the most awkward cutscene I have ever seen. Sorry about that, Illidan. The Sentinels campaign concludes with Tyrande safe and the brothers making peace, even if Illidan is a little bit emotionally scarred. Prince Kael'thas arrives at the ruined Dalaran, where the human Grand Marshal Garithos accosts the elves for their tardiness. We very quickly learn that Garithos is not interested in excuses or elves in general. The undead have begun a new offensive, marching through Silverpine Forest. Garithos will be bringing his men to the front, while Kael, he can go repair some observatories or something. Kael is peeved that he and his men don't get to fight, but orders are orders, and he will follow them. So begins the Blood Elf campaign. We start with a small squad in the ruined city. A damaged observatory is being repaired by a single peasant, while Kael and his allies clear out the mutants, demons, and bandits that have taken up residence. This initial no-build segment is very, very slow. Our damage output is limited, with the majority of it coming from Kael's Flame Strike spell, which deals a strong initial burst as well as leaving a moderate lingering effect on the ground. We do have a very cool new unit to work with, the Spellbreaker. These are a low-range frontline infantry that are immune to magic and have an auto-casted spell that steals buffs off of enemies and puts them on our troops, or takes debuffs off of our forces and puts them on the enemy. They can even steal summoned units. They are absolutely incredible, and I'm going to be making a lot of them through this campaign. Not only are they good fighters, but their magic immunity allows them to wade through area damage spells like Flame Strike without the risk of harm. So why did they give me a group of a bunch of melee footmen with them that have lower range, lower durability, and absolutely can be blasted by Flame Strike? It really makes this section more annoying than it should be. As we explore a bit, Kael is excited to find another cache that he hid.
Ah, the hidden supplies,
giving us some money to repair as well as items. After around 5 minutes, the peasant finishes up his repair job on the observatory, and whoa, that thing really does its job. Almost half of the map is now permanently revealed to us, including the second of 3 observatories that we need to get up and running. We fight our way out of the ruined city, and Kael finds another one of his caches, which he is equally excited about. Honestly, at this point, I'm convinced that Kael is half squirrel. The second observatory is on an island, but the undead have destroyed our boats. Kale is frustrated, but a helpful Lady Vosh... Wait, Lady Vosh? What are you doing? Where are you looking? It's polite to face people when you're talking to them. Either way, Kale is defensive when Vosh appears, but she makes a simple appeal. The Naga come in peace. Both them and the Naga share a common ancestry as well as a common foe. She brings Kale some ships to help him traverse the waters as a sign of goodwill. Kale accepts the offer, traverses the channel, and builds a base. The items he uses to build up were from these caches. They're called tiny buildings, like the tiny barracks very rapidly builds a barracks and the tiny castle rapidly builds a town hall. These absolutely don't make any sense from a lore perspective. I don't think Warcraft actually has miniature buildings that inflate like bouncy castles to help you build your base, but they help us skip what would be 10 minutes of setting up, and I appreciate the contrivance. This island is covered in trolls, so I move around to clear them out as I build up my army. And unfortunately, this island commits one of the greatest sins in gaming. Dear developers, please stop making me kill dogs. I don't want to kill dogs. I know it makes sense that the trolls might have pets that will fight with them, but I don't want to do it and I never will. This right here is a very subtle hint for anybody who may have been the lead campaign designer of this game and now happens to be the president and game designer of a next generation RTS studio. I know your product has combat dogs. Please stop this. I don't want to kill them. I never want to kill them. Please make them into literally anything else. Yours truly, Grant. Anyway, the rest of the mission is really simple. There's an undead base on the island that we don't have to destroy. The second observatory can be built up, and in the bottom left there are some ogres with a chungus leading them. If we kill him, we get a rune that resurrects him onto our side, which is just lovely. One thing that the Frozen Throne changed is that consumable items now stack. You can hold multiple potions or similar items in the same inventory slot. I'm going to utilize this mechanic by building a vault of relics and buying a decent number of ivory tower items for later. The final island has a third observatory, guarded by the legendary Snarlmane. This knoll is level 11. I don't know how he managed this. The level cap is 10, even Archimonde and Cenarius were level 10. But truly, this is the greatest battle in the history of Warcraft, with us barely defeating the double-digit brute, securing the observatory, and running out of lumber while I try to finish repairs. Forcing me to awkwardly build a lumber camp, harvest some more, and send the peasants back to repair, and running out literally 1 second from being done before elegantly finishing the mission. Resource management is hard. The observatories have detected a large undead presence nearby. Garithos has ordered Kale to deal with the situation. This would be easy, but Garithos has also ordered every combat unit to the front lines, and Kale isn't happy.
This is preposterous. Am I to assault the undead with nothing but sticks and harsh language?
The Grand Marshal has great confidence in your abilities. Be creative.
Garithos. I'm starting to hate that man.
This mission is really neat in that we're effectively fighting in the same location as the last mission, but the map has expanded a bit and shifted to the left. We start on the same main island, and we have 4 peripheral bases, which are all instantly overwhelmed by the undead, leaving us without a gold mine or an army. If this setup sounds familiar, let's say that this mission was very slightly inspired by the StarCraft Brood War mission, Fury of the Swarm. But this one is much, much harder. As the outposts are lost, Kale is feeling helpless, but once again, Lady Vosh appears, this time with a host of Naga at her side. She offers to aid the Blood Elves in their fight against the undead. The prince accepts the offer, and the counterstrike begins. When I said this mission is hard, I meant it. I honestly believe that this is the single most difficult RTS mission Blizzard has ever made in any of their games, Warcraft or StarCraft. I'm gonna metagame here, play a bit abusive, and still have a really rough time. The undead have taken up each of the 4 outposts. We're intended to head to one of the weaker ones, either top right or bottom right. I decide to charge straight into top left, gutting a major enemy base before it can produce very much. There's exactly one reason that I have enough power to do this in the early game, and it's because Lady Vosh brought a single Naga Royal Guard with her. You know that a unit is overpowered when you think it isn't fair when the enemy has it, and then you get a hold of it and it feels even better than that. The Royal Guard's Chaos attacks allow him to deal full damage to buildings, making him a de facto siege weapon as well as tank and spellcaster. Because of that, I'm able to quickly grab this base and head to the right and get another base. The ivory towers I bought last mission now can be set up and upgraded into guard towers to defend. The issue is that because Garithos recalled all of our troops, we are playing a custom elf faction that is very barren with unit selection. We can only make 5 different units: the priest, sorceress, and spellbreaker, as well as a swordsman that's a footman clone, and the archer, which is the archer. We're completely lacking in any high burst damage or area damage options. And most importantly, we're lacking any sort of siege weapon besides the Royal Guard. The objective is to kill this nearby green undead base, but I am not prepared to do that yet. So instead, it's time to creep. Navigating this map with the Naga is an absolute joy. It's another island, so we can easily swim around and grab all the loot. The enemy sends some pretty strong attack waves from the green and purple bases. One of the reasons this mission is hard is because they're both considered different players, and they don't do anything like alternate attacks. It's completely possible that they'll strike the same location at the same time, or multiple locations simultaneously, both of which are incredibly hard to deal with. In my case, they both dive my island base at the same time, and I sorta just have to let it die. I don't have enough to defend it at the time. Once my castle is dead, the flyers make their way over to my mining base, and I use the Dragonhawk Rider's aerial shackle ability to stun and damage them while my ground forces snap them out of the sky. At which point, I'm at 98 supply, I've killed the enemy army, and I'm very close to their base, so it's time to attack. I use more ivory towers to quickly set up guard towers next to the enemy base, and the fight begins. Green sends everything that they have at my maxed out force, but the massive army in combination with the towers cleans up his army, and I have 90 supply remaining. The fight went incredibly well for me, and this is the 20-minute mark. I don't beat this mission until the 40-minute mark. The green undead base is enormous. It has a ton of structures that produce, and its entire tech tree is unlocked. It's constantly rebuilding masses of units with no limits on money to care about. And the Blood Elves don't have any anti-building units or high damage dealers. Even at a maxed out supply against an almost empty base, it takes me 20 minutes of slowly moving in, blasting the rebuilt defenders, slowly targeting down a single building, and then pulling back, regrouping, rinsing, and repeating. I almost run out of gold at my bases, and let me remind you, I metagamed this mission so I would quickly get 2 bases mining. I normally shouldn't be able to do this, and I'm still struggling. Eventually, the elves managed to clear out this monster of a base, but it wasn't without a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. As the elves stand victorious, the heroes start to get talking. Kael's honor binds him to the Alliance, but his people seek something more. There's a hunger inside of them. Vosh understands it too well. Kael's people are addicted to magic. When the Sunwell that provided them with power was destroyed, they lost the source and their birthright. And without another font of power, the Blood Elves will perish. As Vosh begins to offer alternatives, Grand Marshal Garithos returns and discovers that Kael has been conspiring with the Naga. For this treason, he arrests the elves, intending to put them to death. Kael and his kin may have been imprisoned in the magical dungeons of Dalaran, but Lady Vosh has a plan. After rescuing the prince, she tells him that while Garithos' forces may vastly outnumber us, there's still an option for escape. The portal that Kel'Thuzad used to bring Archimonde into this world still remains. The elves and Naga could use it to flee this world. Illidan awaits on the other side, and will find a solution to the Blood Elves' magical addiction. Kael agrees. We must liberate his forces from the dungeon and then make our escape. We now have 2 heroes to work with, Kael and Vosh, as well as a progressively increasing number of elven allies that we rescue through the mission. A cute thing that I like is that the elves use civilian models while in prison, and then will run to the nearest weapon rack to switch into combat mode once released. Both Kael and Vosh are intelligence-based spellcasters. To supplement Kael's Flame Strike, the Naga Sea Witch's Forked Lightning deals damage to multiple targets in a cone. These two make a powerful area damage combo. As we delve through the dungeon, we'll occasionally come across some of these levers. If a footman is allowed to trigger it, an alarm will be raised, sending elite troops after us. Kael's Banish ability is perfect here. It phases the target out of reality for a short time, making them immune to physical damage and unable to do any. It also makes them extra vulnerable to magic. This is a quite interesting spell that can be used to save your own units or to snipe enemies with big magical power, and I just don't use it as much as I should. It's a thing I want to work on because it's got some very neat applications. Being a dungeon mission, there's going to be a host of weird and wacky events here. There are 4 spectral archmages that each drop a shard of a ring. There are also these colored runes on the ground. If we can find both of the same color and stand units on them, then an effect will trigger, generally giving us an item or unlocking a door. Many of these runes are hidden in the water, where Vaush can make use of her swimming abilities. After a bit of exploring, undead killing, and ally rescuing, we find the final archmage. Taking him out drops the final piece of the Ring of the Archmage, which gives +3 to every stat to the holder and, importantly, grants the Brilliance Aura passive. This is one of the Archmage's spells, giving all nearby allies an increased mana regeneration. The spell rank system is a cool way to allow these aura items to exist. It's always awesome when you find an item that gives an aura to your heroes that you can't produce with your faction, but you can only get rank 1 aura from an item, so it's never as good as actually having the hero of that type on your team. But the additional mana regeneration we now have lets both of our heroes cast constantly. I didn't notice this before, but both of our heroes' primary damaging abilities, Flame Strike and Forked Lightning, both have the same hotkey of F. I wonder if this was intentional, because it makes using the heroes a lot easier. After venturing through the dungeon a tad longer, we come across the colored sheep room, and after inputting the secret code, the flying sheep fall from the sky and explode. And then these footmen have names in this cutscene, Seth and Troy, which is like really weird. You basically never have generic units with names, but these guys do. It's totally bizarre. To end the mission, we fight against Jailer Cassian, whose forces are impressive but beatable. Now we have to hold the portal while the elves make their escape. Welcome to the Secret Tower Defense mission, unlocked from the Sheep Room. It's not really anything special. We play through a run-of-the-mill tower defense where we can also use our heroes to soften up the enemy. Killing enemies gives money, we unlock more towers over time, and the top tier tower is completely overpowered and kills everything. It's fun enough, but I do think that it drags on for a bit too long. But it does beg the question. Why the heck were this and the previous mission the final set to get reforged? Like, I get the previous 3. They were all lore important scenarios, but the prison break and tower defense? The crazy thing is that unlike the previous reforged missions, these are basically the same. They just changed the floor plan for no reason. There's no new events, no weird scenarios, but also no breaking things. They play out virtually identical to the originals, but sometimes you go left instead of right. I do think this signifies that at some point Blizzard truly did want to rebuild everything in Reforged like they initially promised. There's no way that this mission was high enough priority to be reforged if they weren't intending to do every single one of them. The situation is incredibly odd, but at least we get this cute panda picture when we win. Once the elves have made it through the portal, they start to get their bearings in this desolate land. This is Outland, formerly known as the Orc homeworld of Draenor. When Ner'zhul tried to flee the planet after the Second War, the massive number of portals he opened tore the planet asunder. And this lore cutscene is a great time to talk about one of my pet peeves in this game. For some reason, the vocal audio and the sound effect audio use the same slider, which means that sometimes in cutscenes when there's fighting, it is basically impossible to hear what people are saying. Listen to this.
Amazing. I remember when the cat guy led the Alliance expedition here years ago. He almost succeeded in defeating Orcs with
The fact that we can't balance this is just ridiculous. After the Warcraft 2 backstory, we locate Illidan, but it seems that Maiev and her Watchers have done so first. The Demon Hunter has been caged and is being moved to their base. We have to rescue him. If you've seen my Age of Mythology retrospective, you might remember that the Tug-O War mission there was very weirdly put together and incredibly easy, taking around 7 minutes to complete. Well, it's gonna be 7:46 this time. We have a couple things going for us that are gonna make this mission a complete walkover. First off is this Panda Bear guy. We get him as an Easter egg for unlocking and beating the tower defense mission, and he's pretty strong as an area damage dealer. But the bigger problem is how the cart works. There are 4 players on the map, myself and an AI ally who constantly sends Naga and Blood Elf units, and then Maiev and her ally that send normal Night Elf units. The issue is that the cart can only be captured by myself and Maiev, meaning it doesn't matter how strong the the elven attack waves are, as long as I focus fire the squishy warden, the cart just rolls right home and we're done. Once Illidan is free, sorry, I can't get over how this Pandaren is just chilling in the cutscene. Can you believe they decided to make an entire WoW expansion based off of the appearance of this one guy and then another one in the secret drinking area during the Sentinels campaign? These guys are the apex of Warcraft absurdity. Illidan thanks Vaush for saving him and then is introduced to Kael. After hearing Kael's story, Illidan believes that he can help. There is no cure to magical addiction, but there is a way to feed the Blood Elves' hunger. After the defeat of the Legion, Illidan had been visited by the demon lord Kil'jaeden. In exchange for the power to feed Illidan's hunger, the demon commanded him to destroy the Lich King. The leader of the Scourge broke the pact that bound him to Kil'jaeden, and now the demon wants revenge. Illidan had attempted to use the Eye of Sargeras to destroy the Icecrown Glacier, eliminating the Lich King, but he was disrupted by the Night Elves. This is why Illidan resides in Outland, to escape the Demon Lord's wrath for failing his mission. But this land is infested with demons that must be removed if they're to avoid Kil'jaeden's gaze. After Draenor was destroyed and turned into this Outland, the Pit Lord Magtheridon took control. He bolsters his forces with demon gates. The plan is to close these reinforcing gates, defeat Magtheridon, and take Outland for our own. The beginning of this mission is absolutely crazy. We start with Illidan channeling for 3 minutes to close the demon gate, and we have to defend him with everything we have. The demons are strong and start spewing out really quickly with insane numbers. They cut through the majority of my forces and almost kill Illidan before he finishes the ritual, which causes the nearby demons to perish. This opening sequence is crazy, and I really like it. It gives a fantastic taste of what is to come. We're no longer playing the Blood Elves here, but a mixed faction of both Blood Elf and Naga. This is why Mission 2 felt like we were running around with half a faction, because we were. We have the full Naga suite from when we rescued Tyrande, as well as the Coatl, a low-cost, high-damage flyer. And of course, Illidan is now on the team, and he kept all of his gear from last time, so he is an absolute unit. To the south of our position, we find some being called Draenei. Orcs under Magtheridon's command are attacking them. If we can defeat their base, they'll join us. So we do. The enemies are fell orcs here, but it doesn't matter. We have the power of 3 heroes that each have their ultimates unlocked. Of course, Illidan's metamorphosis gives him a temporary massive boost in power. Kael can summon a phoenix, a flying magical attacker that constantly burns through its own HP and its enemies. Whenever it dies, it reverts into an egg, and if we protect it, it'll be reborn and jump right back into the fight. And Vaush's Tornado is an incredibly mid anti-building siege attack that also makes some enemies fly into the air. Listen, she's trying her best, okay? Please don't make fun of her. The combination of the 3 plus our mixed faction army makes quick work of the base. Once the Draenei are safe, their leader Akama thanks us for the assistance. He will now start sending out raids against the enemy, which is just awesome. His attacks are actually pretty decent. I think that more RTS games need AI allies to play with. It's a lot of fun. We have to close all 4 of the portals, but I decide to clear out the enemy bases first. Mainly because Akama sends his Draenei attack waves to one, and I didn't want his sacrifice to go to waste. I intended to join up with him, but it took too long to get over near him, so I used him as a distraction to pull the enemy forces away while I struck a base from behind. It goes great, and the second of 3 fell orc bases is cleaned up easily. The third base sends dragons to attack me, and they're really scary, so they gotta go. And this fight highlights the absolute absurdity of the Blood Elf Naga joint faction. The ridiculous number of buffs and debuffs I have at my disposal is unmatched anywhere else in the game. I'm not going to show off any one buff specifically here, but as I go through them, just trust me that they're all being cast by someone right now. We have sorceresses slowing enemy movement and attack speeds. Our priests are healing and providing a buff that gives armor and attack damage. Naga Sea Witches are applying a damage over time that spawns a Murloc if it kills an enemy, and then buffing our allies with extra armor that slows attackers. Snapdragons are applying a poison that reduces enemy move and attack speed, and Coatls are in the sky removing enemy magical effects, assuming the Spellbreaker hasn't decided they want to steal the buffs for ourselves and pass off any debuffs to the enemy. We even have some rescued Draenei dudes who I don't even know what they do. All of this is in addition to having 3 heroes that were microing doing stuff. It doesn't really matter what the enemy sends against this force. It's gonna turbo buff my allies, debuff the enemy into oblivion, and then crush them. Once the map is clear, it's portal time. The portal sequence is really long. It takes 3 minutes per, and there's 3 of them left to do, so I end up just checking my phone while camping them. This works for the first 2, but it turns out the final demons have a mind control spell and I wasn't paying attention, so I didn't micro, they stole half of my army and killed Illidan with 4 seconds remaining on the mission. Which unfortunately means I had to spend 10 minutes rebuilding and doing the entire sequence again. This time with tidal defenders which cannot be mind controlled, so it ends up alright. With the portals disrupted, it's time to march on Magtheridon's Black Citadel and take control of Outland. The Siege of the Black Temple is a fantastic mission where there isn't actually that much to say. The temple's defenses are strong, but the Draenei come to assist us. Their stealth can infiltrate the fortress and destroy the magical generators powering the outer defenses. This allows the elves and Naga to push through, slowly clearing the bases. We're split into 2 sides. The elves attack from the front, while the Naga make their way up through the waterways until they inevitably join up. I decided to work with the land forces first, because I don't want to accidentally send Vosh somewhere weird with a messed up hotkey. This isn't a normal macro mission. Instead, the temple is littered with gold. As we progress, we get more to work with and we can buy more troops. Magtheridon's forces are very passive, sending light attacks at best, making this more of a puzzle mission where we focus on losing as little as possible as we dismantle the web of defenses. It's a fun design that doesn't work like any other mission in the game. One thing that's a bit rough to manage on the mission is the sheer variety of stuff that we have. I mentioned unit diversity last time, but now we have a bunch of Draenei Saboteurs and a Kama to fight with as well. The micromanagement level is honestly off the charts and it's just too much. Once we've killed the Butcher, raised a couple of Orc bases, and killed the Master of Pain, it's time to shift towards the Naga side. Because Illidan can walk on water, I dash him over to join up with Vosh, making the assault significantly easier. I really like how in this initial boat area, they use Orc ship models from Warcraft 2. I always thought that the Juggernaut was a ridiculous boat in the best way possible, and it's fun to see it back in action again, even if it's only a brief appearance. The rest of the mission is fun, but more of the same. We make slow and steady progress, but our 2 Naga Royal Guard destroy anything that has the audacity to be targetable. We crush the Mistress of Torment and make our way to Magtheridon's chambers. And while the Pit Lord is strong, he's not that strong. He's eventually defeated, and Illidan is now the king of his own planet. Which of course attracts attention, specifically the exact attention Illidan was trying to escape from. Kil'jaeden appears before the trio, accosting the Demon Hunter for his failure to destroy the Lich King. Illidan claims that the Eye of Sargeras was merely a setback. He was using this opportunity to rebuild his forces so he could strike the Lich King again. The Archdemon looks over Illidan's companions and is somewhat impressed. He's convinced to give the trio one final shot to destroy the frozen throne that houses the Lich King. At this point, the loyalties of Vosh and Kael are absolute. They vow to follow Illidan to the ends of the earth. Before we enter the final campaign, we should talk a little bit about the Orcs. They're conspicuously absent from the Frozen Throne as a playable faction, and that is because they were given an experimental campaign. This campaign's story is completely isolated from all the others, so it is fine to do it in this order. Instead of having traditional levels, we take the role of the Beastmaster Rexxar, a Mok'Nathal, half ogre, half orc. He meets Thrall, who is overseeing the Orcs' construction of their new capital city, Orgrimmar. And then he sends us on a bunch of grindy RPG-style quests. The map is an open world. You have the ability to travel between various zones, doing incredible quests such as collecting herbs, killing harpies, or escorting some goblin sappers. Skipping a bunch of filler, eventually Thrall discovers a bunch of humans attacking an orc outpost. The orcs meet with Jaina for an explanation. It turns out that Jaina is still cool, but her dad is a racist jerk. So the orcs go on a wacky, zany adventure with Rexxar and eventually kill Jaina's dad. The campaign is fairly fun, but it's also incredibly long and very light on story, so this is all we're going to say about it. I can't be too judgmental. The campaign was released in 3 parts, 1 coming with the Frozen Throne, and then 2 being free DLC, which is a foreign concept these days. Our final campaign opens with the 3 Dreadlords tasked with overseeing the Scourge in the formerly human lands of Lordaeron. It has been months since Deathrock, Balnazzar, and Varamothros have had contact from Archimonde and his legion. They're growing bored with holding the Scourge on standby. As they complain, the undead Sylvanas and Kel'Thuzad watch on, when suddenly Arthas makes his appearance. He thanks the Dreadlords for their service and relieves them of their duty. The Legion has failed, Archimonde is dead, and once these 3 are defeated, the demon threat will be gone. The Dreadlords retreat, and Arthas meets with his allies, declaring himself to now be King Arthas, as this land is now his. And his first act will be the eradication of all human remnants in the name of the Lich King Ner'zhul. So, do you remember when I said the second Blood Elf mission was the hardest Blizzard RTS mission? I still believe that, but the mission King Arthas sure wants to take the crown. The humans exist within a valley. There are 3 exits, blocked by Arthas, Sylvanas, and Kel'Thuzad. Waves of humans try to evacuate from each side. There are 3 human camps sending refugees per side for a total of 9, and they all have to be defeated. The issue is that the units we have access to are limited, we're capped at 30 supply on each side, and the waves are constant and often hit 2 or 3 sides at a time. Every side can make ghouls and 1 additional unit. Arthas gets the Abomination, Kel'Thuzad the Necromancer, and Sylvanas the Banshee. The issue is that none of these are particularly fast fighters and definitely not good at attacking buildings. If we want to attack a village, we're potentially leaving a path exposed, and 2 of the unit sets are spellcasters, so they require active attention. As a result, this is an APM nightmare where you're constantly managing 3 sides at once. The only reason that I consider this not to be the hardest mission is that the resources you have are effectively infinite, and there is a degree of inevitability on each side. If you play your cards right, you can win the long game and be guaranteed an eventual win. It's just a nightmare of a slog to get there. Oh, and did I mention that whenever you attack a village, a paladin teleports in and kicks your butt? Because that oh, hey look, it's Magroth from the Sentinels campaign. How's it going, buddy? I gotta say, I do adore things like this that increase the continuity between campaigns. I'm running away from you now, but it is great to see you, Magroth. Each side's inevitability is crucial for beating this mission. Arthas's comes in the form of his Raise Dead ultimate, whose minions have a timed life but are indestructible, meaning they can waltz in and destroy the houses. Kel'Thuzad's ultimate, Death and Decay, is similarly effective, dealing 4% damage per second in a large area. The skill is useless against enemies who can move out of it, but it's incredible at raising these buildings. And despite starting at level 2, Sylvanas has the strongest inevitability of them all, because her faction is highly focused around the Banshee, and the enemy sends these overpowered militia captain units. Possessing them allows her to brute force through basically everything. After the undead have cleared around half of the human encampments, Arthas is beset by an incredible pain, and is contacted by the Lich King himself. The Master of the Scourge is losing his power, and danger draws near. As the Death Knight regains his composure, he orders the attack to continue, but his powers have diminished. As we resume play, the level 10 Arthas has dropped to level 9, increasing the mission's difficulty yet again. One additional aspect of the mission that makes it far harder than it would otherwise be is the faction's lack of access to each other. We can't unite our heroes because the only connection between the 3 parts of the valley is this human base in the middle, which is also the final objective once the villages have been raised. One thing that is very interesting about the map design and goes against everything we've seen before with the Split Force missions is the pathing if you mess up movement. Because this base is the only crossroads, accidentally commanding a group onto the wrong side not only opens up a path for the humans to escape, but sends your forces straight into the toughest defenses on the map. It's basically a guaranteed loss. So why the heck is this mission so insanely difficult, harder than everything else in the rest of the campaign? And why has it been a running theme in the Frozen Throne expansion that one of the first 2 missions is by far the hardest in the campaign? It wasn't this way in the base game. Well, I have a hypothesis, and I have no evidence to support it. I think that the overtuning of expansion campaigns early on was intentional due to the way that other RTS worked at the time. A lot of other games at the time, like Age of Empires and Command & Conquer, were built so that you could play the campaigns in any order. They had no narrative connection between each other. They were all standalone. As a result, people would pick what to play based on what faction they liked. I think that Blizzard specifically designed these difficulty spikes as a go back and make sure you've played all the base campaigns first and learned how to get good. It makes me wonder if they were getting feedback of people that were, for example, skipping straight to the Orc campaign and then complaining that the plot made no sense because they missed the greater context. It sounds stupid, I know, but if you've ever worked in customer service before, it doesn't sound that unrealistic, does it? Do I think that they went too far in gatekeeping the early bits of these campaigns? Absolutely. But it does make some degree of sense to incentivize chronological playing when the game's narrative is far more important than any other RTS that came before it. As the undead successfully clear the Valley of the Living, Arthas experiences his second attack. This time, the Lich King directly calls for Arthas to be recalled to Northrend. Kel'Thuzad worries for his friend, and Arthas returns to the capital to prepare for his journey. While Arthas was distracted with the waves of pain washing over him, something very different was happening to Sylvanas. She meets with the Dreadlord trio to discuss how she can no longer hear the voice of the Lich King. She may be dead, but she has regained her free will. The Dreadlords make her an offer. The power of both the Lich King and Arthas is waning. This is an opportunity to defeat them, and the Ranger General has more reason than most to hate Arthas. She agrees to take part in the coup, but will do so in her own way. Meanwhile, Arthas and Kel'Thuzad move through the former capital of Lordaeron. The seizures have been getting worse, and Arthas is losing control of his warriors. And now, the Dreadlords strike, separating Kel'Thuzad and ambushing the Death Knight. Arthas needs to find his own way out of the city and reunite with his allies. But can we take a moment to examine this cutscene a bit? The large majority of Warcraft 3 does a great job of providing logical explanations and reasonings for events. It's one of its biggest strengths, but this cutscene is bizarre. The door slams, locking Arthas in. A bunch of ghouls attack him as the Dreadlords just watch. Kel'Thuzad says he'll find his own way out. The mission starts, and then we blow up the door that Kel'Thuzad was on the other side of. And the Dreadlords just stay silent and let us go. I have no excuse for this one. It just doesn't make sense. But it isn't the end of the world. What matters is that we have to escape the city. And brace yourselves, because this mission is really, really long. Wait, no, not like that. Look at the mini-map. These white lines are the boundaries of the mission. Most maps in Warcraft are either squares or fairly close to one. And this rectangle is almost 4 times higher than it is wide. It's absolutely absurd. It's the Slender Man of campaign map design. We start the mission off with Arthas and a single necromancer, who shows off that he can make a ranged skeleton now, which he's very proud of. The first bits of the mission are quite slow. We don't do that much damage, and there are some quite bulky enemies, which brings the mission pacing down to a crawl. Once we rescue a few allied units, we fight our first Dreadlord. Not one of the main 3 Dreadlords, just some other guy. But he does give me a chance to talk about some of the Dreadlord abilities, because they're the only hero class that we never get to play the normal version of. This guy loves to spam the sleep spell, which is really interesting as a form of crowd control. It's essentially a very long duration stun, lasting a good 5 to 10 times longer than other stuns, but any damage will wake the target up. Units will ignore sleeping enemies so you don't accidentally wake them up, but the ability has counterplay where you can attack your own sleeping forces to wake them. I like this design. It's a monstrously powerful skill that can be played around in a way that makes logical sense. The Dreadlord also has a vampiric aura, causing nearby melee units to heal for a percentage of damage done, making early fights last even longer. Once we get some crit fiends and meat wagons for backline damage, things improve quite a lot. We just have to be careful of the constant chaser waves. Every few minutes, a group of undead will hit us from behind. If unnoticed, these can easily kill the wagons. The idea of being attacked by these little tiny waves during no-build missions first popped up on the Black Temple. I think the intent is to stop you from being able to get up and get something to eat or do your taxes after every fight to fully regenerate your mana. The pressure is minimal, but it does have to be dealt with. Across the map are a series of gold coins to pick up, and the only way to spend them is at this one single shop that has one good item, a mana stone that provides some mana regeneration. Besides that, there are just more and more groups of undead to clear as we get more items for Arthas. The mission is honestly kind of boring. It's not bad by any means, but fundamentally it's a dungeon mission that they forgot to put the weird and wacky events into. Frozen Throne mission design overall has been very strong, but I would argue that the Flight from Lordaeron is the weakest mission in the expansion. There is a pretty good boss fight at the end though. This Chungus of an abomination and his Dreadlord friend come to play, and I legitimately almost lose Arthas. A very fun ending for a very long mission. As we breach the front gates of the city, more of the Dreadlord's forces arrive, but Sylvanas' banshees come to aid us. They promise to take us to her in the wilderness, so the Dreadlords will lose our trail. The Banshees lead Arthas deep into the forest, where he has another seizure, with the Lich King commanding him to return to Northrend. As he comes to, an arrow strikes him. Sylvanas has applied a poison, causing the Death Knight to be paralyzed. And just as Arthas denied her a clean death, she will make sure that he suffers. Or she would, had Kel'Thuzad not intervened, forcing the Banshee's retreat. With Arthas safe, the Lich brings him to the harbor where the undead are preparing their journey to the frigid north. Before departing, Arthas thanks Kel'Thuzad and calls him a friend, asking the Lich to oversee this land in his absence. This entire moment is quite wholesome for two genocidal monsters. This is the last we will see of Kel'Thuzad, and it's interesting to see how one of the first antagonists of the game is now leaving as one of Arthas's best friends. The king departs to the north, but it isn't time for his story yet, because Sylvanas is struggling with her newfound freedom, feeling a self-loathing as an undead monstrosity. As she laments her fate, a portal opens. The Dreadlord Varimathros appears, offering an invitation to be part of the power structure that will now lead this land. Sylvanas refuses. She will not relinquish her freedom again by shackling herself to the Dreadlords. Neither side is here to share power, so begins the War for the Plague Lands, and with it, one of the most unique missions in the game. Sylvanas' Scourge is a fraction of a faction, with ghouls, banshees, meat wagons, and the new obsidian statue that can regenerate health and mana for allies. But in these limitations comes endless possibilities, for the Dank Lady is the queen of the banshees, and makes great use of them. Before departing, Varimathros told us that his reply to the rejection would be coming soon, so before we do anything on the map, we need to build up. Fortunately, the Dreadlord is a fan of big and smashy units, leading the attack with 4 abominations. It is very odd that Varimathros decided to attack alone, but my 4 abominations are more than enough to hold the Dreadlord at bay. The remainder of this Scourge campaign is forked into 2, with 3 of the missions following Sylvanas and 3 following Arthas. Sylvanas' missions are centered around the power of the Banshee and its possession ability, and boy does it do some interesting things with it. As we venture out, we come across a clan of ogres. Normally it would take far too many Banshees to possess this giant clan, but why do that when we can simply take their leader? Using some abominations to escort, a few banshees head straight into the ogre encampment, possess Mugthal, and suddenly we're the owner of a shiny new ogre clan. As I'm bringing them home, Varimathros accidentally comes across them, so we get to take the Smashy Boys for a test drive, and it turns out their clubs do in fact work. Fantastic. This mission is already cool for taking an entire ogre tribe, but why stop there? The bandit captain Blackthorn has taken residence in this small town, and the ogres could really use some backline fire support, so we take them too. Unfortunately, this is where the possession shenanigans ends. There was originally supposed to be a troll, a gnoll, and a murloc leader that worked similarly, but they were never implemented. Not that it matters, we're only a few minutes into this mission, and my army is more than enough to annihilate Varimathros. So I do. The mission is short and superb, a unique experience that draws quality from how interesting and fresh the creep system is. I don't have numbers offhand, but there's so many different types of creeps in this game. Trolls, murlocs, ogres, gnolls, kobolds, centaurs, harpies, bandits, golems, dragons, and a ton more, each with a handful of variations. Because of this, each time when we get access to a large number of them, it's something different. It doesn't get stale because it's a fresh experience. I don't just love the creep mechanic because it gives something to do that isn't just attacking the opponent, or for the fact that they drop loot, which is a fun way to improve your character, but also for the multitude of ways that the mechanic is interacted with in the campaign to make missions that only Warcraft can make. Building such a large-scale and integral system paid dividends in so many different ways. It's one of the many things that makes this game so special. As Sylvanas' legions overwhelm Varimathros, the Dreadlord surrenders. He knows his brother's tactics, armies, and strategies, and is willing to sell them out to save his own skin. The Dank Lady accepts his offer, but that doesn't mean that she trusts him. 3 weeks later, King Arthas makes landfall on the icy shores of Northrend, and is immediately intercepted by a patrol of elves. But the Dragonhawks are brought down by a force of Nerubians, led by the Crypt Lord Anub'arak. These Nerubian were sent by the Lich King to guide Arthas and aid him. The mission starts us off on an island without any gold. We need to cross this small stretch of water and invade a nearby elven outpost if we want to start our economy. Unfortunately, Arthas has 0 ability and never has had the ability at any time or any place to cross small bodies of water. This is because the Death Knight currently doesn't have any ice powers. Honestly, it would be a silly thing to think that he did, right? This is why he brought boats. This is why he has to use them to siege the towers and clear a landing zone, because he has the anti-paladin kit right now. He's not a chilly Billy. In fact, this mission is absolutely full of small bits of water that freezing would be very convenient, but we don't even consider that because it isn't part of our skill set, right? Perfect. With that cleared up, the Scourge make a move on this elven base and take possession. As we clear the camp, I want to mention something interesting that Blizzard did here with Arthas. He's currently level 7, down from 8 in the previous mission, but instead of taking 1 rank away from an ability, they opted to take 2 ranks away from different abilities, giving you 1 skill point that you can spend on whatever you like. This is a nice little considerate thing that does a great job of approaching the problem that losing levels gives. When you're losing skills, it might mess up your build, but this gives a little bit more control as the Death Knight weakens. I think it's a good compromise. Once the elven base is in ruins, the undead set up shop and a familiar face assesses the situation. It seems that Arthas and Kael'thas know each other, and the Blood Elf is looking to pay him back for the invasion of Quel'Thalas as well as something else. As Kael departs, Arthas has another episode and is starting to doubt that he will be able to last long enough to reach the Lich King. Anub'arak proposes that they take a faster route through the depths of the old Nerubian kingdom of Esjal Nerub. Arthas agrees, but to reach the entrance they must go through Illidan's forces. After building up again, we're attacked by Naga, and Arthas gets kinda confused and has obviously never seen one before, which I think is funny given how important they've been for the rest of the main characters for like the last 2 campaigns. At some point, Anub'arak informs Arthas that there's a dragon to the north of their position. If we were to defeat it, we could steal its treasures for our own. Because we're on an island and the idea of using boats scares me when fighting Naga, I decide to visit the dragon. The den is filled with multiple powerful dragons, and at the back is the leader of the brood, Sapphiron. And I just love this interaction.
You dare enter my lair. I am Sapphiron, ancient servant of Malygos the Spellweaver. Explain yourselves.
Sorry we don't have time to chat, Great Worm. We've come to murder you and steal whatever artifacts you've hoarded over the centuries.
Honesty? How refreshing. None may challenge Sapphiron and live.
I respect it. I really do. The Sapphiron fight puts out a lot of damage. Unfortunately, on this mission, we don't have access to flyers, so we can't build gargoyles, who are the masters of air-to-air combat. Instead, we have to rely on the crypt fiends to bring the dragons to the ground. Eventually, the Great Worm falls, and we're given the single greatest reward of all time. Because when I said we didn't have access to flyers, I lied. Arthas channels much of his remaining power and brings the great dragon back as a colossal frost worm. Sapphiron is exactly as powerful as he looks, and there is nothing in the world I would trade this reward for. We also get to steal his hoard of loot, so double win. With a colossal death dragon, I feel a bit more confident in assaulting the enemy. Also, if you're wondering why my navy is missing a frigate, I lost it to a polar bear, and no, I don't want to talk about it. As I make landfall, you may notice that I'm very backline heavy. This is because my new hero Anub'arak is the king of the front line. Not only does he have an exceptionally hard carapace that reduces damage from enemy attacks, but also constantly raises corpse beetles from fallen units. They aren't great at fighting, but they have a huge health pool. This infinitely refreshing wave of up to 5 beetles at a time means that no hero in the game can come close to putting as much durability onto the field as the Crypt Lord. This is a huge help because we aren't fighting any podunk Naga. There are multiple royal guards as well as Vosh herself. Throwing beetles into the fray to absorb the borderline unfair area damage makes life a lot easier. And then my big old dragon guy kills everybody and it makes me feel good. Once the Naga are gone, there's an interesting choice to be made. We can either attack the Blood Elves, which takes time and resources, or we can head straight into the cave that leads to Esjal Nerub, exposing ourselves to counterattack as we brave whatever lurks inside. So of course, I choose to go to the Walrus People village. And we found him! It's little Timmy! It's been so long since we thought you turned into a ghoul, but it turns out you were a penguin! It's so good to see— Oh no. Alicia is going to be so mad. Let's go into the cave. As we traverse the depths facing spiders and scorpions, we come across the powerful Penguin King, who gifts us a ring of protection +4. Timmy would have wanted us to have it, so I humbly accept. Between the scorpions, absolutely colossal living Nerubians, and weird 4-legged dragon spawn, this final stretch has some very interesting one-of-a-kind enemies. They make a great final meal for Sapphiron before we have to say goodbye. Once area is clear, we move forward, venturing into the unknown depths of Esjal Nerub. Returning to the Plaguelands, Sylvanas and Varamothros scout out Deathrock's defenses, when Sylvanas noticed there's an odd commingling between the living and the dead.
Who are those humans?
Deathrok used his telepathy to enslave a top-ranking human warlord. I believe his name was Garabon or Gilithos or something. Human names all sound the same to me.
Love it. The enemy defenses are overwhelming, so Sylvanas uses her banshees to control a patrol and open the gates. We now have 8 minutes to rush in and deal as much damage as possible. Sneak attack missions are really fun for me. I love the idea of these colossal enemy fortresses that we get to charge into, cause as much havoc as possible, and get out, leaving them a shadow of their former self. Unfortunately for Deathrock, I had to optimize this initial opening to a ridiculous degree when I was building the route to beat this mission without losing a unit. This means that the Dreadlord's pet Garithos is not going to be very useful today. The human have 2 main bases and a small outpost, and the undead have 2 as well. My sneak attack goal is twofold: deal as much damage to the humans as possible and possess a peasant for some fun. Breaching the initial enemy base goes incredibly well. Banshee steals some siege units, Sylvanas' black arrows spawn skeletal minions when an enemy hit by them dies, and Varamothros can rain fire from the skies to damage in an area and help versus the buildings. As Sylvanas hits level 6, the fight gets supercharged. Her ultimate ability, Charm, just permanently mind controls a non-hero enemy, and the cooldown is only 45 seconds. This is both incredibly fair and balanced. Suddenly, I have quite a few human friends. Unfortunately, Garithos is here, and while he may be an idiot and a racist, he's also very, very angry, cutting through about half of my army. But once he is gone, the humans are toast. The trick is to just focus on production structures, town halls, and peasants. If they can't build anything and they have no workers, then congratulations on the farms and towers, Garithos. They're never going to do anything useful. As the sneak attack ends, we use a Scroll of Town portal to recall home and prepare for the inevitable counterattack, where Deathrock pulls everything he has against us. The way that this campaign is designed is very interesting to me. StarCraft 1 had a big problem in its Brood War Protoss campaign, where as soon as you got access to the mind control ability, it sorta was just the best thing to spam it always. I like how the Frozen Throne campaign splits the undead up, allowing you to get the mind control frenzy out of your system in the Sylvanas campaign, while Arthas doesn't have banshees most of the time. In the last mission, I couldn't even build them if I wanted to. I think this was a smart call, so the climax of the game's story wouldn't be dominated by one ability the entire time. Deathrock's counterattack against me is absolutely brutal. As I said, he literally pulls every unit from every base to assault me. And funnily enough, Deathrock's army looks really similar to my current army, and as soon as I get to the Dreadlord's first base, it looks like he forgot to build an army, so I guess I'll destroy it. As I prepare my final strike against the second of the Dreadlord brothers, I send Sylvanas out to this market to stock up on items, and then I decide to go, what would you call it, anti-creeping? I have the charm spell, and I might as well find some enemies to take control of and add to my, oh my gosh, a puppy! I have recruited the puppy. I am putting him safely in my base where the trolls cannot get him. After building up a bit, my secret weapon is complete. The peasants I possessed at the beginning of the mission have been hard at work building up a fleet of siege engines, and it's time to take them out for a test drive. The plan is to bait out the enemy army with an attack on the right-hand side while the tanks swing in from the left, wiping away their infrastructure. Siege engines can only attack buildings, so getting the army away is integral. Varamothros' Doom ultimate helps us fight a lot. This powerful damage over time effect deals 40 damage per second until the target dies. No exception. And when it does go down, a powerful Doom Guard spawns under our control. As the tanks sweep in, Deathrock's army and production is reduced to nothing, but at the cost of most of my own army and all of my tanks. Unfortunately, I sort of ignored my gold mine collapsing during all of this because I thought I would win, and then I tried to take a new one and I completely forgot about the towers in Garithos' base, which instantly killed my haunted gold mine. So then I had to awkwardly send an Acolyte home and use its special ability to unsummon some buildings for a small refund that could be used to finance a new gold mine. And then I built some more tanks because Deathrock had one remaining Acolyte who proceeded to run around and build like 20 freaking spirit towers just to slow me down. He's doing the equivalent of raging on ladder and refusing to leave after you lost a game. Eventually, a couple tanks help me clear the buildings, and then I sort of have to awkwardly wait until they clear out Garithos' random towers before I can take the full victory. It was supposed to be an easy mission, but my laziness made it a bit weird. With Deathrock gone, the spell binding Garithos is broken, and Sylvanas makes him an offer. The final Dreadlord Balnazar is their mutual enemy. If the Grand Marshal helps the undead kill him, the humans will get their lands back. Garithos is the only person stupid enough to believe this, so we have ourselves a new ally. Sylvanas, Varamothros, and Garithos look over the ruined human capital, which Balnazzar now uses as his base. They decide on a pincer attack, with the undead striking from the front and Garithos hitting from behind. Sylvanas at this point is supporting a full undead roster, while Garithos is limited to human units only because he tried to execute his elves for treason. Fortunately for us, he's calling in the dwarven reinforcements. We just have to find them. This is the final Split Forces mission of the campaign, and this time we're going to have to get to a full 100 supply for both armies before we can march on Balnazzar's base. This is a lot of units to manage. I was feeling pretty lazy, so for the undead, I start building the technology to make a bunch of Frostwyrms and assume they'll do their job pretty well without active control. For my human army, I'm gonna need to rescue the dwarves, who spawn on the top right of the map on the other side of some kobolds. As I push towards them, the undead strike my human base, and after talking about it multiple times in this video, I finally make the mistake. I send my undead force to respawn, and it charges straight into Balnazzar. Fortunately, I catch myself before things fall apart, but whew, that was close to a game loss. My goal in the mission is to build a big army on both sides, clear the orange base near my undead, and get some breathing space, and then go for the middle. After rescuing the dwarves, I can start spending to get that big human army because they're now available to build. The reason I go full dwarf is that they start with +3 attack and +3 armor upgrades. At the blacksmith, unit archetypes can be upgraded with bonuses to their attack or armor. For example, as humans, you can upgrade your gunpowder units to do additional damage, and you can get a different upgrade to make your metal weapons do more damage. The same applies to armor. These upgrades give approximately 10% bonus damage or 6% bonus durability. They upgrade quickly, but they're incredibly expensive, so getting all of them for free for these dwarves is a huge savings. As I prepare to make a move against the orange undead, Balnazzar decides to attack Garithos and dies. So I use a town portal scroll to teleport my undead to the human base and do a joint attack against the heroless main objective. I'm not gonna let the Dreadlord's stupidity go to waste. The riflemen tear through the undead while the Frostwyrms slow the enemies so they can't connect with my dwarves. One funny thing that I experienced is that Garithos has the Holy Light healing spell, and I kept trying to reflexively use it to heal my undead units, which absolutely doesn't work. The Joint Strike Force manages to eliminate the third of the Dreadlords, and Sylvanas is now the ruler of the realm. She orders Varamothros to execute his brother, which upsets him, but he eventually follows through. And then much more gleefully does the same to Garabon or Gilithos or whatever his name is, providing a snack for the ghouls. Now victorious, Sylvanas declares her people the Forsaken. It is time for them to find their own path in the world, and they will slaughter all who stand in their way. With Sylvanas ascending to the throne of Banshee Queen, the only thread that remains is the confrontation in Northrend. As we reach the gates of Isjol Nerub, we find that Muradin's dwarven companions have taken up shelter here. Unfortunately, our friend Sapphiron is too large to fit in these caverns, but he does breach the gate for us before we must bid him adieu. Isjol Nerub is a 3-section dungeon mission, with the first being a fight against a dwarven holdout. Arthas has once again lost power, now being reduced to level 5 with no access to his ultimate ability. The gimmick on the mission is that the dwarves love explosives, so barrels are placed all over the place that can blow up. Sometimes they blast our enemies, and sometimes the dwarves use them to blow up a bridge. The Mountain King Bailgun is leading these dwarves, and he is not going to make things easy for us. No, seriously, over this 3-part mission, I had to restart 3 times, which basically doubles my restart count for this entire campaign. Things are not going to be easy. Between riflemen, mortar teams, and these crazy flamethrower tanks, the dwarves quickly take down my ghouls, and moving deeper into the caverns, we're ambushed by Nerubian, who fell one of my crypt fiends. Arthas is confused. Why are these Nerubians attacking us? As it turns out, the Spider Kingdom has suffered a very similar fate to that of Lordaeron. The fallen king Anubarak leads the undead spiders, while pockets of living Nerubian resistance try to reclaim their empire. Which, first of all, I love the fact that there's a Spider Kingdom. The Frozen Throne has done a really good job of shifting the focus away from everybody being humanoid into something different. Naga are halfway there, and now we have an actual spider empire that's pretty far out for most modern franchises. Big props to that. I love seeing it when everybody isn't just some reskinned human. Inside of this fallen kingdom, there are caches of gold. If we find them, they're sure to be useful. I do find some of the interactions here to be quite funny. As we reach this old storage building, Anubarak is like, "Our people are very crafty engineers. And then it turns out the hidden door we were looking for was behind a pile of rocks. Incredible engineering. After looting the treasure room and making our way through an uncomfortably large number of dwarves, the heroes reach Baelgun's holdout. He holds quite the grudge over the death of Muradin, and is also guarding this gate. In the depths of the Old Kingdom, the recent earthquakes have caused something to awaken. As the dwarves are wiped out and only Baelgun remains, the Giga Chad chugs a potion, pops his avatar ability, and chunks a Nubarak from half HP in a few seconds, killing the Crypt Lord. What an absolute boss of a dwarf! And remember, in dungeon missions, if your heroes die, you lose. So after restarting and returning with a few more friends, the dwarf falls and we delve into the depths. The Old Kingdom is mostly a series of trap rooms that must be disarmed in some way. Also, this happens.
Look, brothers, the traitor king.
Who, me?
He is referring to me, Death Knight.
After that banter, we enter the next room, and we have to ask ourselves one of the most important questions of all time. How many crabs could a crab trap if a crab trap could trap crabs? A crab trap could trap crabs, but if a crab trap trapped crabs, would the crab trap also trap what the crab grabs? I've been waiting for years to make that joke, and I've finally done it. This entire video was an excuse just to put that tongue twister in, and I do not apologize. This second stage of the mission is very short, with only a few rooms. As we reach the Nerubian throne room, I can't help but ask the question, why do they have a normal people chair? What use could they possibly have for this? They're enormous spider people. Was a Nubarak sitting on it? How does that even work? What an odd piece of set design. As we venture further, the Nerubian attacks stop, and a large number of tentacles burst from the ground, supported by the Faceless Ones. After making it through Tentacle Turnpike, we reach the final chamber. A forgotten one resides within. A hulking monstrosity of a being that spawns an insane number of tentacles and faceless to aid it. If you've ever done a boss fight that constantly spawns adds, you might know that eventually, if your damage output is high enough, it's almost always correct to just burn the boss instead of fighting the additional people. That is absolutely true here. He'll put many times his HP total in minions and tentacles, so why bother attacking them? I can just click on him. It leads to a fairly disappointing boss fight, but it also is a fairly random encounter with no real lore significance given to it, so I'm not too shaken up that it wasn't great. It also doesn't drop any loot, which is lame. With the Forgotten One slain, we move into the third and final part of the dungeon. We are getting close to the Lich King, and Illidan's quakes are getting more frequent. Rocks fall, and Arthas is separated from his allies. He must escape before the cavern collapses. This part of the mission is a series of fun little puzzles, but on a timer. I would really like this section, but it was ridiculously buggy for me, so I feel that that could be improved. First are some blue flamethrowers in a room that we have to navigate as they switch on and off, then a series of faceless and generators that project barriers. The enemies are pretty strong here because Arthas has fallen down to level 3. After that is a little puzzle where we have to use the enemy to help activate a pair of pressure plates to get an item. And of course, you can't forget about the iconic Nerubian magical bouncing square land. Each of these squares just randomly moves into one of 3 positions every few seconds, and we have to move across— What? I guess Arthas is in jail now. Welcome to the first bug, where if you clip between 2 of the squares while they're moving, you get thrown into jail and you can't move ever again. I'm sure Tyrande will come rescue us in 10,000 years. Restarting the section, I navigate through the traps once again, and after watching the Great Crab vs. Faceless War, I make it off of the squares and reunite with a Nubarak. The remainder of the mission is a battle against the Faceless. The big boss guy at the end is fairly tough, and we get an Orb of Darkness which debuffs enemies so they're animated as skeletons when slain, just like Sylvanas does. And then— This door is supposed to open when the final boss dies to prevent you from running past, but there's a well-known issue where about a third of the time, it just doesn't. And there's nothing you can do about it. This bug seems to have been introduced when Reforged was released and has been causing trouble for years now, so of course Blizzard hasn't fixed it. So the cavern collapses, everybody dies, and the Lich King is defeated by Illidan because door. So I use cheats to win off camera because if the game is going to play dirty, so am I. We escape the depths, and it is now time for the final confrontation, to fight Illidan for the Frozen Throne. As the undead forces move upon Icecrown Glacier, Arthas has his final seizure, and his final conversation with the Lich King. There is a fracture in the Lich King's prison, and his energies are escaping through it. Arthas' weakening is due to a bond with the Lich King through Frostmourne. Ner'zhul grants Arthas all of the power that he can spare, so that the Scourge may wipe away the Naga and the Blood Elves. For if the Frozen Throne is lost, the Scourge will be no more. As the final battle begins, we have a lot of money. This is because the previous missions had those gold pickups. They didn't do anything then, but they transfer over to here. This allows us to rapidly build up our starting forces and begin to assault Illidan. There are 4 obelisks surrounding the Lich King's chambers. Each must be claimed by the Scourge, but if Illidan is allowed to control them all, then the game is over. The armies of Illidan, Vashj, and Kael make up the remainder of the map, enormous bases with formidable defenses. It isn't worth assaulting them, as taking the time to do so would give Illidan the opportunity to secure the obelisks. Each faction is incredibly competent and strong, sending diverse attack waves, bringing heroes to the front, and sending more troops than any other attacks in the game. This mission marks not only the end for Arthas, but for Illidan, who has worked for so many campaigns to get here, for Vashj, who has been sulking in the shadows and planning, and for the Blood Elves, who have sought revenge since their lands were desecrated so long ago. This finale is only possible because of the failures of Maiev, because Tyrande freed Illidan, because of Malfurion mending his relationship with the Demon Hunter. It's only possible because Jaina and Uther decided to abandon Arthas in his time of need. Almost every plot point in the previous 50 missions have led to this confrontation. It is truly fitting as a finale. I don't have much to say here. I've discussed every gameplay mechanic and design decision I can think of. I've talked about every unit, faction, and hero. The only thing I can do is build up my diverse and well-balanced composition of undead units, march upon the Frozen Throne, defeat Illidan's Naga, and claim the obelisks for the Scourge. But as I fought the enemy, defended their assaults, and dueled with Illidan, I started thinking, this isn't only a finale for Warcraft 3, but for me as well. I fell in love with this game when I was a kid. I absolutely adored it. I still remember my feelings as I slowly walked my way through the campaign, then ventured online, played against other people, met friends, joined a clan, and started playing custom games like Wintermall and Defense of the Ancients. I make a living producing content about video games, and if it weren't for Warcraft 3 enthralling me, my life would be completely different right now. I wouldn't be here. So I don't need to play it safe and boring. I don't need to make a cinematic army with a few units of each type and balance and synergy. I've beaten this game without losing a unit. I can do whatever I want. And right now, what I want to do is beat the game like 12-year-old Grant would have wished that he could. With 1 billion freaking necromancers making 1 trillion freaking skeletons. So I fight Illidan's Naga and turn them into skeletons. Kael attacks and Arthas taunts him for being the one that won Jaina's heart. And then I turn his elves into skeletons. And then Vashj comes to stop me, and believe it or not, skeletons. I kill armies with skeletons, I raise bases with skeletons, and I claim the obelisk, while Arthas is supported by skeletons. Just as little Giant Grant Games would have wanted. With his enemies defeated, Arthas approaches the Lich King's prison, and Illidan makes one final, desperate attempt to halt the Death Knight's advance. Arthas leaves the Demon Hunter's defeated body in the snow, and begins his ascent of the Frozen Throne.
Forget this business. Lead your men home.
Even if you were.
Damn it. As your future king, I order you.
You lost your mind on this.
I must consider this an act of treason.
You lied to your men and betrayed the mercenaries who fought for you. What's happening to you, Arthas?
Your young prince will find only death in the cold north.
Return the blade. Complete the circle. Release me from this prison. We are one.
The ending of Warcraft 3 is not a happy one. Lordaeron has been reduced to a wasteland governed by death. Kalimdor remains scarred from the demon's invasion. The Night Elves have lost their immortality, and the unlikely band of heroes that sacrificed everything to save the world failed. Warcraft 3 is a game filled to the brim with flawed individuals, each with their own goals, ideals, and circumstances. A game where until the bitter end, you can never be sure where everybody stands. And that is what makes it beautiful. Warcraft 3 is a game that completely shattered the status quo of real-time strategy. It took the relatively simple Warcraft universe and elevated it to such a level, gave it such depth and intrigue that its plot points are still being addressed over 20 years later. And if that isn't a hallmark of success, I don't know what is. Thank you for watching. These videos take a Herculean effort to make, and I genuinely appreciate the fact that you made it all the way to the end. I wanted to thank my patrons for their support, as well as my editor Finlay for his incredible hours that he's put into this project. I also wanted to thank Davey Gunface, who leapt into the fire and helped us with editing the Frozen Throne so we could get this done before the holidays. Warcraft 3 is an incredibly special game, and I hope that this video properly expressed that. Thank you again for watching, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Peace. Okay, so, everybody's gone, right? This sure is embarrassing. I work really hard to get this video to be 4 hours, 44 minutes, and 44 seconds on the thumbnail, and I planned things pretty meticulously, and then right as I was done, I realized I had accidentally put one section in the video twice, and now I have 40 seconds where there's nothing. I guess I can spend this time talking about the fact that the thumbnail time isn't actually the same as the runtime of the video. You probably noticed that this video says 4 hours, 44 minutes, and 43 seconds on the player. For some reason, the thumbnail always adds 1 second, which is really annoying. YouTube, just let me do both at the same time. Why is it different? That's not how time works.